Doctor. Doctor.
Who running their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This Mike Risky, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Run! It's a stampede!
DJ Ham, the Stampede.
Doctor.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
one?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so. That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like, without
is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person? Hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
You want answers. I want the truth.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps
Shit like that.
the channel the most. It's right, be risky. The women's POV, DJ Hampton Stampede, we in the building.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Good, Nate. What the fuck, Nate? What she got on? Nate,
My
you know we
blanket
live.
is cold.
Bro. It's cold?
Yes.
You don't control the heat?
It's
You
cold in
turn
my
the
house.
heat-
I ain't turning the air off. It's gonna be hot.
Damn. What you got your air set at?
70.
I keep mine at 73, 74. It depends.
That ain't cold enough.
Apparently it is. If you got a blanket on, that might be the right temperature.
Always complaining about it being hot.
Yeah, it be times where it's hard to find that perfect temperature. You know what I mean? That's what's up. Though. How
Exactly,
you
and I'm
been?
outnumbered.
Oh yeah, it be like that. How you been? Everything good?
Yeah, I've been good. Working, maintaining, everything's good.
Indeed. I like it, man.
Shit like that.
Welcome back.
Perfect.
You know what I mean? Alexis, what's good?
Greetings and salutations.
Okay. Cheers. What you got in that cup?
Some lemonade and a little something else, but lemonade. We just gonna say lemonade. Look, I didn't say my other word, so I got the Texas boot to let you know. In other words,
I don't even know what that. I thought Louisiana was a boot.
in the shape, I guess. But then Italy is a boot too. But I'm American.
So you're American, so you'll accept Louisiana then.
No. It's a cowboy boot. It's a cowboy boot. Hey.
Is
I'm
Texas the
Amazon
one?
review. Look. My Amazon review. I just get things.
Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
What's up, man? I could have sworn a damn Louisiana, whatever. Is Texas the only place where they wear boots?
Nah. But a lot of times, if you think of Cowboys, where do you think? I don't hear nobody think of Louisiana when you think of Cowboys.
Yeah, I guess because Dallas stinks, so that makes sense. You know, the Cowboys are trash, bro. But you know that already, right?
Hold on, what?
I'm a Chiefs fan.
Huh?
What are we talking about?
The Texans are better than the Cowboys for sure.
Hold on. Let me go on mute.
Yeah, go on mute. Damn football. But you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan anyway, ain't it?
Yeah, I keep telling people like the Chiefs were the Dallas Texans, then we moved to Kansas City.
Man, that plane. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. Grace, what's popping?
Perfect.
How you doing, Ham? Hello, ladies. How are you tonight?
They are
good. We're doing good.
Fabulous.
I'm really good, Ham. My son is going to college tomorrow. We made it through. You know what I'm saying? He gets dropped off tomorrow to UF, and he's doing his thing. Him and his girl going up to college together.
This is first year?
Yup. He just graduated May 26th.
He going to college with his girl?
Yeah, they're both going to school. She wants to be a veterinarian. He's going to go to business. I said, okay, well, you can run our veterinarian office, you know, and build it together. So nobody's better than the other. Everybody start from ground zero.
You think they're gonna make it?
I don't know. My boy is 6'4", tall, dark, and handsome, and I don't know. Let's see. Let's hope. You know.
Damn, you been to college? Did you go to college?
Yeah, I went to FAMU.
So. You know what be happening at FAMU?
Oh, yeah. I was there. You got FAMU, FSU, and TCC. You know, sometimes the enrollment class at TCC is bigger than at FAMU.
Oh, yeah, motherfucker.
God damn, boy. Okay, well, hope for the best, but if he come back home empty-handed, man.
Now, I keep talking to them all the time about that. I'll be up there next month, and I'm going to get him I'm going to go to Costco and get him 2 boxes of those. Please don't bring me no babies for another 10 years.
Oh, no, I don't think he going to have a baby. He ain't going to have a girlfriend. That's what I'm saying, empty-handed. He going to come back home.
That doesn't matter. It's the baby that matters to me. Give me 10 years, you know?
Damn, man. Well, congratulations to him, man.
Thank you.
Salute to the girlfriend, man. She'll be a distant memory. I'm sure.
Yeah, why are you so negative? You don't. They've been.
Come on. You've been to FAMU. That's why.
I know. But I didn't have. But I was in a relationship throughout the whole time I was there. So
really?
We're relationship people. He's a relationship kid. He's always been hemmed up.
Yeah, I think college just gives you so much perspective.
Okay, Ham. Can we move on? You just keep sprinkling negativity on it. Let me have my moment as a mom.
All right,
I know.
all right, my bad.
All the Beckys are gonna be up there. Chinglings and Maria's, all of them gonna be there. Keisha, all of them gonna be there. I get it.
Salute the Sunshine, man. Sunshine, just keep your head down, go to school, go to class and go back to the room. That's how you'll make it, bro. Don't fraternize. Don't even go to the cafeteria, please.
Hey, Ham, she gonna cry when she get in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Grace gonna cry when she get in the car.
Damn, nah, he gonna
yes, ma'am.
He gonna be good. Oh. Damn, sis, what's popping?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
That's crazy. I'm good. You can hear me good?
Yeah, you good? Yeah, it sounds good. What's good with you?
Not much. Just here with you.
You don't sound enthused.
Wow.
Nah, I'm enthused. I'm here. That's all I can say.
Okay. Lauren was popping.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, I almost dropped you down. I
I did right.
down. Damn, man. What's up with the flannel?
I can't wear flannel.
What's up? Is that Texas thing too?
No, I just couldn't find nothing else to wear.
Okay. How was the day so far?
Long. I'm glad it's over. Now we can drink. Well, some of y'all been drinking, so.
Yeah, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So far, we have 90 people in the building and we have 50 likes. Okay, not bad, man. We had a hell of a day today. We streamed for like 6.5 hours. We're back with the POV. I'm completely fine if it is chill. But you never know, man. Like, share, subscribe, get the likes up, man. Let me see. You ready? Internet. You're always frozen. See, can you hear me? No. I can't see you yet. There you go. Nay, is your phone still lagging? Let me hear her shit real quick. What's up, C? You good? You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what's popping?
Nothing much. Hey, everybody. How are you?
If the kids are streaming or something, you probably might want to use your phone's internet. I see that happen at times. Like if everybody's using the internet, it's gonna be strain on it. Maybe she hear me. She put a message in the back. Ezekiel, salute.
What up, buzzin', bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was
20 memberships. Whoever got one of those 20, please name
shit like that.
Thank you, I appreciate you. I don't think I seen you today in the chat, man. Good to see you this evening, man. Salute. We're on our way to 1,000 memberships. Hopefully Nate get her shit together because her input will be uberly important for this conversation. Once again, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Shit like that.
Sis.
Yep.
I can do bad or good all by myself. When you look at that statement and then look at the thumbnail, what is your summation of that statement?
I can do my summation of it. I think that we kind of missed that. My summary would be is I feel that we missed the fact that a lot of women or men, single men, could do good by themselves if they are a single mom. It might be the better option, but I don't think we talk about that enough.
Hold on now. So they could do good by themselves. Okay. But it could be the better option?
Could be the better option. Well, okay, so but I can do bad all by myself comes from, a lot of different things. So that's like, you're doing bad with a man, so shit, I don't need you to do bad. I could go do that by myself. But when we're talking about this kind of topic in this context, women may choose to take their children and go and do good all by themselves.
Okay. What do you mean by good?
Good meaning the child still grows up and is a success story.
Okay. So do they? Let me ask you a question. So if the kid's a success, she did good. If the kid did bad, she did bad.
There was some things there. Yeah, there. Well,
Hold on now.
not bad, but not the best, or bad, or
Nah,
bad.
fuck that. Hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. Hold
I gotta slow it down. I gotta slow it down.
Wait now, hold on now. That wasn't a trick question. That was a direct question.
I know.
Stop smiling so much. Now,
I'm thinking.
so when he's a success story, she get all the praise.
Yeah.
But if he's a problem,
Some could have went wrong there too. Something could have went wrong. And yeah, that means
why is it
she
so
missed something.
decisive when it's good? Why is it so indecisive when it's bad?
I don't know. That's the way the world works.
Huh? No, it's not, sis.
It's not. But
No.
nah. But I think that yeah, she did bad. She did bad.
Okay. Why was it like your struggle with that felt like getting a tooth pulled?
Cause it's a struggle to take accountability. That's why.
She's honest.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
I mean,
So let's mine this out. Let's say sis has a point. Jesus Christ, I don't even know how to do this. Have you ever? Oh, let me ask you a question. Lex, you got kids. You said it before. Nay got kids. Sis got kids. C got kids. Grace, you had just one son?
just one.
Okay. And I'm not trying to get too deep into people's business. Are you with his father?
No, we was married for 15 years.
Okay, I think I knew you said that before.
Mhm.
Right? And things happen how they happen. Did the kids stay with you or were you guys able to like co-parent?
We co-parented. Like he left the whole summer. He goes Christmas break. Go.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, so it's like the season. Okay, yeah, and that works. I guess what I would ask is, so maybe I can't ask Grace per se, but Nate, in terms of like we mined out your story, right? If you look at one of the dads, you better off without that nigga in the child's life. You like whatever one. So let's say in a vacuum, if we could just take that child, that father, you would have elected to just do it on your own.
Yeah, that's what I chose to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what sis was looking at in a way, essentially saying, okay, I did choose wrong.
Yeah.
In choosing wrong, this person is wrong for all of it. Yeah, I had the baby. Yeah, I get it. This nigga ain't shit. But now in knowing that this person is more of a detriment to my child. Sis, is that aligned anything that you're trying to get out?
Absolutely. Yep.
What do you think about that logic, Nate?
I can see that because the one that I chose to eliminate, he's constantly in and out of jail. So as I said before when I was on my interview, I feel like an inconsistent parent is worse than an absent parent. If you're absent, then it ain't nothing to worry about. But if you constantly in and out, it's gonna create problems. And then the child is now left to question the situation or question themselves. And now we have an issue where the child may lash out, react to certain things. You got a troubled child now. So I just rather me raise my child to the best of my abilities and use all the resources that I got.
So you don't think having some is better than having nothing at all?
No.
Damn. Is that sound logic? Go ahead.
Especially if the sum doesn't outweigh the none.
Explain.
So when you have that sum, like I said, for example, my child's father, he wasn't even the father that was, oh, I'm gonna come for holidays and drop her something off. It was I might see her once every 4 years or whenever I felt like it, or I might see her in passing. Like, I could walk past this guy right now and we won't speak because I've lost our respect for you. You get what I'm saying? So,
Okay.
and it's to the point where my baby just turned 14 Saturday. She's old enough to know and she understands him. I'm better off without him. It doesn't bother her anymore as much as it would before when he was inconsistent in and out. He come and go whenever he felt like it.
Do you think because she accepted her reality that she's good with it?
Yeah.
And then when she sees like her older sister, right? Does she live with her father?
Yeah.
And she sees that and she sees the father's coming around, things of that nature. You think that she's set, like she's just come to terms, or you think she's really like, oh, it's cool, like I'll be all right?
Yeah, she's when she talks to me,
Yeah.
she never mentions her father. Like, you know, I've asked her before, like, hey, do you want to, it was, I want to say a couple months ago, you know, she just took it upon herself to reach out to him because she went and stayed with her little sister, which is his daughter. So she reached out to him. He didn't respond, but in place of it, it didn't too much bother her because on the back end, you know, me and Tea Leaves are still cool. You know, that was her, you know, that's who she can lean on. That's who she leans on.
Got you. Okay. Now,
and he's very consistent with his time.
Okay.
When it comes to her.
Yeah. I'm sure he's intentional because of her dynamic.
Mhm.
So I think he's cognizant of that, right? Salute to him. Now, when you say she doesn't talk to you about her father, that's one thing that perked my ears up a bit. Is it because, and we just being honest with ourselves, when she mentioned him, do you have a negative response to it?
No. She told me she called her father. I said, well, what happened? Oh, well, he didn't answer the phone. I said, okay. I said, well, try again another day. She tried again. He didn't answer the phone.
Okay. And
well, I'm
so
just gonna block him. I said, okay, that's your decision.
Okay. So now I wonder the impact of Tea Leaves, salute to him. When you look at that experience for her, you still believe it's better to have none father than some father?
No.
So where you at? Some father or none father, or none father is better than some father?
A good father is better than an inconsistent father.
Okay.
A good father figure is better than an inconsistent father. Let me rephrase that.
Okay. So you would still know, with the one father, the actual father being an option, if he's not a good option or a good influence or is inconsistent, you rather him not be there as opposed to be there sometimes.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Love C, what you think about that? What's popping?
I don't know. I'm just listening. Yeah. I think that is. I think that. I think that the father is a necessary role. But when it comes to doing bad all by yourself, I think that when you talk about raising children, anything other than the two parents, working together with the child is, I think that's the ideal and the best. That's the best situation.
Okay. Now, if you chose wrong, knowing you admit that you chose wrong, if that person is ill-intentioned and doesn't have just the right makeup to be a good father, is it better for her to do it by herself?
If this is a person that is detrimental for you to stay with?
stay with, or even their influence on that child. Let's say their conduct is unbecoming. Let's say they have a situation like what movie with, well, I don't, the movies don't matter, right? But just in general, like, what a bad influence could be. Does it make more sense for her to do it on her own?
No.
So okay, so even if he's a bad
I think
influence,
that even if it's not the biological father, it's better to have a man. It's better to have a man in the place than to have no man in the place when it comes to children.
We agree. But the father, the biological father, is it better for her to get rid of him if he's a poor influence over his child, not intentional things of that nature, or is it better for him to be involved to some extent?
Oh, this is tricky because I think it depends on. I'm thinking of all the different reasons why he wouldn't be good. Why it wouldn't be good, and I think so. This is just me. I think that once you have children, it's you might have to be creative with that situation, but it's good to try to keep things together as much as possible, as much as it lies in your power. Some things that you can't get around, but there are some times where it's not ideal, and it may be something that the mom doesn't like, but it's not necessarily something that's detrimental to the children, but your response and your reaction to that man can create an environment that's not conducive for anyone, and then we'll say it's a bad situation. So I think that it can be touchy. It can be touchy, but it takes a level of it takes a lot to do that. I'll say that. So if you can't do that, then it's best to divide.
Do most people have a lot in them?
No.
So if they don't have a lot in them, what would you advise the majority of people to do?
Yeah. How did that?
Golly, what is like pulling teeth? See,
because I'm like weighing through all the different.
They said he in and out of jail. He outside in the streets. You got a 14-year-old son. We already aspire to be like the rappers, and now your dad living that life. You saying that because his dad is his dad, put him around him just for the sake of having a relationship.
So this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that. So let's say I'll just say it like let's say he's going out, he's hanging out, he's drinking, he's doing all those sorts of different things, right? The children aren't privy to that information if it's done outside of the home. They don't know what's going on. The only way the children know what's going on is if they bring it inside of the home, or if you speak about it in front of them, right? So there's some things that if they choose to do, and like I said, if it's not coming into the home, once you have the family in place, there's some things that you have to be able to you have to be able to use wisdom on how to navigate those situations, because you can't control an adult. So once you have children, we say that they're the first. So if that means I have to be uncomfortable and I have to say, this is the decision that you made and it's not good for the children. So whatever you choose to do out of respect for the family, keep that on the outside door of our house, right? So then that means that when you come in, we can create some sort of environment that's stable at that point in time. And what that does is it allows you to preserve the image of the person. A lot of times we want people to, when people are doing us wrong, we want people to know what they're doing to us so that they can see what we're going through. But when you put the children first, you say, hey, I'm a keep the image of their father intact, even though his behavior is not what I would like for it to be. I'm gonna finesse this thing in such a way where you can preserve the image. That can't always be done, but I think that if you have the ability to have that kind of humility, and it's something where you guys can negotiate where this doesn't cross the threshold of the home, then you can work through it. It just takes a lot.
So let me get this straight. He outside. You saying that you gonna keep this from your 14-year-old son? And so does he ever go with his daddy? Do he ever see his daddy?
Yeah, whenever they come home, or when they come, if they do something together, you do something as a family together.
No, y'all not a family. Remember this, that you chose wrong. You know it. You identify it. This the person, right? Because what do we always tell y'all? Choose better, vet better. Mm-hmm. Our kids are being born out of wedlock at a 68% clip. That's the reality of our situation as a people as a whole. So with that, it's separate entities. He has rights to his child for all intents and purposes. What do you do? Nay said this nigga's in and out of jail. He in the street, etc., etc. I'd rather guard her from that and see if I can make it on my own, because I could do bad by myself or good. At least I can control it. Or because that's the biological father, I subject her to my bad decision, my bad choice, who's already intermittent.
Mm-hmm. And so we're saying they're not together anymore anyway. It's just a matter of them visiting or, spending time with them.
We're not only saying that, we're living in that reality.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the situation that we have right now.
Yes, that's the situation we're assessing because the majority of us are living that reality.
So okay. So if he's in and out of jail, right, he can't be there for those things anyway. But I think this is just me. I think that a lot of times we try to create a narrative for the children of, the children know what's going on. They're smart. They're going to figure it out. And I feel like if that's going to be the case, then present it to them in a way where let them be in the reality too. Like say, hey, your father is making these type of decisions and these decisions are landing him here. That doesn't mean that you never get to interact with them, but you tell them the truth. People, look, when you make, this how I tell my children, right? The decisions that you make, you may only think about you, but what you do affects everyone, right? So right now your father's making these decisions and these decisions are landing him in jail. Now he may just think about himself in the process of doing what it is that he's doing, but it affects you, it affects me, it affects his siblings, it affects his family, it affects everyone. So I want you to think about this when you interact with him and when you make decisions, that the decisions you make, they're going to influence more than just you. And so I'll let them interact. If it may need to be supervised, it may need to be structured, whatever it may be, but you let them interact with them because then they get to see for themselves. They never grow up and say, my mom painted an image and my dad said it was something different. You allow them in a structured environment to see what that thing is. And they are smart. And so when they see it, they'll look and they'll say, they'll begin to see like, he's really not interested in me. He really doesn't want to spend time with me. He's really choosing something else over me. But by you being there to be in touch with what's going on with them, by you letting them express themselves, you create an environment where they know, I didn't paint a pretty picture for you. I let life be what it was. And I helped you navigate life. That's our job as parents, to teach them how to navigate life, not to create a bubble for them that makes things perfect. So if you pick, and you can tell them, and I picked wrong.
You
One thing I didn't
daddy
do is,
though, right? Nah, see, I hear you, but you know this they daddy, right? You know
all the
their
more
daddy
reason.
is a superhero. All that shit you say when he buy ice cream and he could do a pull up and mommy can't, that shit go out the window. That's their daddy.
But the point isn't to turn. This is what I'm saying. Do you think it's better for you to be like, hey, this your daddy, and you ain't gonna never see him, or for me to tell him, hey, he loves you, but the decisions that he's making, is why he's absent like this. You can still go with him. Hey, yeah, do a pull up, buy him ice cream, and teach him. Hey, sometimes people aren't going to show up exactly the way that you want them to show up, but appreciate the pull ups that he show you. Appreciate the ice cream. He may not be able to do all the things you want him to do. He may say he's coming one day and he doesn't show up, but be grateful for the days that he did show up. He could not show up at all. He could say he never wants to see you. He may not buy you Jordans, but be thankful that he came and spent 30 minutes. You know, you have to be able to teach them it won't always be the way that you want it to be.
Appreciate what they got, accept anything he's willing to give with no standards.
No, I said be grateful for what they're willing to give, but you also remember you also gave them the reality.
No
the
expectations,
reality is,
I mean.
No, I think that you expect what they show, whatever their pattern is. Now you don't be dumb. Whatever the pattern is, you know that your father has. Listen, he may or may not come. Okay, so if he doesn't come, be prepared for that.
But look at this though. So this is what Sis was trying to break down. Be grateful. The nigga may not show up. You seen the show Major League. That nigga rode by way to run that motorcycle. He never came back. So that nigga got in the MLB. Shout out to LeBron James, dad. You got all this shit happening to the kid. The kid got to figure out, damn, okay, I'm grateful for the sneakers, but these shits is a size too small because you have no idea what I wear. You coming and going. You're not answering the phone. You intermittent. Your conduct is unbecoming. That can seem like that would tear somebody up, as opposed to you protected the kid and got rid of the nigga altogether because the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I'm just considering Sis' initial premise. Damn.
And you can do that too. You can get rid. I think you can get rid of them too and have them completely out of their life. And a lot of times we'll hear things said like, "He wasn't never around. I did it by myself," and they still turned out all right. But if you look at them, you can see deficits in those children as well. You may be able to say things like, hey, they made it all the way through high school. They ain't never been to jail. And that was because as a mother, we keep them, real close, tucked up under us. You guide them through and they make it through. But then you begin to see the deficits in them. And you usually see it when you see them around children with two parents. You coach, you see it in their confidence. You see it in their ability to make decisions. You see it in whether they're a leader or a follower. You see it in whether they're sure of themselves. You see it as they interact in the world, the deficits. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have a deficit. It's the devil you know or the devil that you don't. You're going to experience the deficit one way or the other.
No, I agree. I just wonder with a little girl, if the man who's supposed to show her what it looks like to be loved is spotty and intermittent and take whatever he gonna give you, how does she look at men that are courting and dating her?
Not take whatever he's gonna give you.
Well, be grateful for whatever he gives.
Not be grateful for. I think you should be like that anyway. Be grateful for what things that are given to you because they don't have to be given. Be grateful, but that doesn't mean that you make that your standard. That doesn't mean that you make that your bar. But some people are unable. Like that would be like if you can't read, right? And I keep, you keep showing up. You can't read, but you want to be in the book club. You keep showing up though, right? I know you don't have the ability to read, but it's people who know how to read and they're not even going to make the effort. You continue to come. You may not be able to give what the other people are giving, but you gave what you gave. I can still be grateful. Like you still have a value. I can still be like, hey, at least he showed up. You have to be able to look at things for what they are, even if they're not what you want them to be. That's what I think. I think that gratitude is something that's it's taught. It's a learned behavior. And if you become so critical and you have such expectations where you can't see people for what they are, you'll live a depressed, bitter life. So I just choose, hey, you may not be able to show up the way I want you to, but I'm gonna be grateful for what it is that you did. That doesn't mean that I have to make that the end all be all, or I have to say like this is the best that there is in life. You remember my first suggestion was that pick right find you somebody else and pick right, but you said we couldn't do that. So now we got to work with the hands that we dealt. And I feel like if you're gonna give me only the hand that I was dealt, I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, here's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking, kids don't listen. You know, a lot of children do what they want to do. Like who's that up there? Embrace? Is it? He mentioned that the two were going to college and things of that nature. You give them advice, but 9 times out of 10 they're gonna do what they want to do. She gonna say, "Don't bring me home no baby that first year." 9 times out of 10, a baby's coming home. You know, and I'm just saying, and that's just realistic. Kids just don't listen. So all that, we can do a lot of talking, but they still have their own. They still make their own impressions by watching other people's behavior. So what I was thinking was, if they're watching their biological father's behavior, and being that they're so impressionable, they could duplicate that. So I'm thinking you could take that child and not allow him to duplicate that. So that's just where I'm at with that. But Love she said a whole lot. So there was some other things, but I forgot.
Yeah, it seems like I understand what Love C's getting at. It seems like a very convoluted thing, and I just don't see a child weeding their way through it successfully. But I understand why she's giving it such great effort, because there's an emphasis on having both parents. But that shit seems like, like you may just want to fold it, i.e. Tanae's example. What you think, Alexis?
Well, I don't think I want to fold it. My situation is different from the fact it wasn't like he was in the streets and nothing like that. Well, not like on no selling drugs ish, but for me, because I came from a 2-parent household, and my children's father came from a 2-parent household up into a certain age. His mom remarried, and then his dad remarried as well, eventually. But and my dad is still in my life, so I find it kind of hard to try to like play that role. As far as my kids see me hanging out with my father to this day, so how do I try to act like, oh no, your dad and y'all don't hang out with your dad, and y'all see me hanging out with my dad all the time? You know what I'm saying? I encourage my children's relationship with their father. I make sure, like, my daughter has a tab, like, hey, you talk to your dad today? Hey, did you talk to your dad today? I really encourage that relationship. I chose, as far as me doing good by myself, and I have done good by myself. Him not being with us in the home, I actually think has even made him better as far as being there for the kids, because my daughter, man, they kind of like when you was talking about the girls, because my daughter just asked me the other day. She said, "Mommy, why couldn't we be one of the kids that had, both mommy and daddy in the house?" And I was like, "Oh," like, man, I was not ready for that. I was eating pizza. I was not ready. But and I told her, I said, and I didn't know how to say it, so I was just real with her. I said, "Was there when daddy was here?" Because we've only been separated for almost 3 years. So I said, when daddy was here, do you remember seeing, like, how do you remember your father when he was in the house? And she was like, and she actually thought about it, and she was like, I mean, do you remember like him doing stuff with us in the house and all this? She's like, like, she's really thinking. And I told her, I said, so would you like to have a dad that's just in the house, or do you want a father that's in the house and being active, being daddy in the house? And she was like, the second one. And I was like, okay. So I mean,
that's a leading question.
What's the leading question?
So if you say, would you rather have a father who wasn't doing shit, or a father that's doing shit the obvious answer is doing shit. If you ask her if you rather have a father in the house that wasn't active or no father in the house at all, she would probably say a father in the house that's active. So that's an unfair question for her to answer. It's almost like rhetorical.
No, but he was in the house with us. And that's why I was jogging her memory, like, hey, because it wasn't like we weren't together. Like, he was more in the house with us than at this point of him not being in the house with us. So that's why I had asked her, do you remember? And what do you remember of your dad being in the house? Because I mean, and to my other point, now that he's not in the house with us, he's more active than he was when he was in the house with us. And I'm like, happy for it. Look, make sure he has access to his children. Like I said, I don't talk bad about him. None of that. Like, I feel like he wasn't good for me as a partner. And what I thought we was trying to do, but outside, like, even if he got to call his car ain't working, if he got to call his mom, his dad, his brother, he will find a way to come get the babies so he can be with the babies. And I think that's, I mean, hey, I'm actively working, trying to, I know it's not the best situation, but I'm actively working, and to some extent, he's actively working to still try to keep, hey, your dad loves you, you know.
Well, I don't think you're saying this nigga ain't shit, right? I don't think you're saying that, but you're saying he wasn't doing shit when he was here.
Definitely.
That's skewing her view of him.
Oh, well, no, I ain't saying that. I'm telling y'all.
No, but in so many words, when you say, yo, remember when son was here? He was sitting in his playing video games all day. That's the same thing as like, yo, this is better because at least he come and get y'all intentionally. That would skew her perception potentially. Or I would say most probably it would.
Right, but it's the truth though. What I'm supposed to do, like, it's the truth. Like, that's what it was. He's better active now that he's not in the house than he was when he was in the house. Like, as far as doing homework with them, as far as getting up in the morning, getting them ready, making breakfast, going to when the school has their fall festival, going to the fall festival, being the one that's there, baking cookies with them, and then going around looking at Christmas lights. He was sitting in the house. But when he wasn't here, they going out to it's called Blur out here, and it's a thing of lights, and they ride through and see. He's taking them to do that when he was here, and I was like, yo, let's just spin the block eating cookies. He's like, nah, I'm staying out.
I know, but like, so he has limited time with them, and he get them on a schedule. He gonna try to max out that time by doing fun shit. There ain't no time to do homework because you're not even there.
No, well, he only lives 20 minutes away, so it's not like, you know what I'm saying? He gets his time, but he can talk to me. He'd be like, hey, can I get the kids? Or if you want to come during the week, we don't live like in that distance to where it's an issue. He can get the kids. He hits me up. His mama hit me up. I'm like, yeah, I got no, as long as I don't have anything already planned, or if they don't have something already planned, I don't have no problem with the kids. Like, he has no restriction, even though we have an order that says X, Y, and Z. Outside of that, if he hit me up and be like, I'm not gonna say no, nah.
Is that no contingent upon how you feel about him?
Nah, heck nah, man. That's what I'm saying.
That nigga say, yo, I'm coming to pick up the fucking kids. Get them ready, nigga. They going?
If he say, yo, I'm gonna pick up the fucking kids, I'm a laughing. First of all, I'm a laughing. I'll be like, yo, you mad goofy. And then I'll tell the kids, hey, your dad coming.
Nah. See, that's the thing, right? And it's human to insert ourselves in these relationships because those are still your children. But what's actually happening? Like you're talking about baking cookies. I don't bake cookies.
Right, but if mama's baking the cookies, I'm expecting to get in the car with us. You ain't got to. I'm saying get in the car with us. I already baked the cookies.
I'm not baking cookies with them. I throw them over the couch. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not baking cookies. Not how that works.
They're already baked. All I said was, hey, I got some cookies in a tin. We about to ride around and look at lights. Do you want to come? I ain't asking.
No.
But get in the car.
I don't want to go. That's the thing. Like around the neighborhood, they riding around with lights. I don't go. unless we coming from like daycare, and then I'll make some loops and shit. But I'm not coming out the house to go ride around on the lights though.
Yeah, so that was an example. But do you not do anything with your children at all? Like I said,
There's no way that man wasn't doing anything though.
I put like I'm not lying. Like I put that on everything.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Did you work while he was there?
Yes, we both worked.
So you were a full-time worker?
Yep. But I got a job once I had kids because we both were working at the same place. But when I had kids and my mom passed, because my mom was watching my daughter. But when my mom passed, I had to get a job that was 8 to 5 and allowed me to get off in enough time to go to the daycare. So I changed like my whole, like went to a whole different career field and everything. And which allowed him to stay in the career field he wanted to, which was where I had came from. And so I wasn't expecting him like to, but little stuff like your kids dressing, like you ain't got to do everything. I'm not expecting you to do everything, but come on, dog, like something, like something at all. Like, and I'm telling you, ever since we've not been together, he's been showing up for a whole lot more stuff. Like I said, if he got to call his mom, his dad, and he's showing up. It's like different now.
So would that be an example of choosing wrong?
Oh, as far as
him being in the house with the kids and not interacting or not doing anything.
Yeah. As far as I think I chose wrong in that, or I ain't want to say I don't like the choosing wrong because it was a choice. I just thought this person maybe life. I don't know what he thought when we was gonna have kids, because before kids he was, and even then talking about kids, he was like, oh yeah, like he was really down. But I guess when the reality hit, like, oh, it looked good, on TV, but then when the reality hit, it just it was not it. It was not it. Because I really planned on being with that man forever. Even as far as like last year, October, like I was still cracking the door, trying to still have that family dynamic. But then, yeah. What you gotta say, him? Go ahead.
I mean, it's 6 other people, but they just sitting here. I just hear this. I hear this happens, man. Like, did the man take out the garbage? Like, you talking like this nigga did absolutely nothing. Like, did he pump gas?
Yeah, but this is what it is. I'm gonna put it to you. I'll just be honest with you. The point that I was like, he wasn't in. Security is a big thing for me. Now, if we're paying, because we're paying half, I'm paying my half, you paying your half. And when the half come up and you like, oh, the rent is $850 and your half is $450, I'm paying $400, and you come in with $300. You like, oh yeah, I'll give you the other $150 in a week. And I'm like, wait a minute, now the rent's due on the 1st. Okay, I'm gonna let that slide. I push back one of my bills and pay his portion until then. And then in the next month it's the same thing. And then next month is the same thing. And I have to take accountability because I enabled it to an extent, because my parents had an issue with drugs at one point. And so security is big for me. We ain't getting lights cut off, we ain't getting evicted. I don't play those type of games. And he knew that. And so he knew that I was going to make whatever happen because I didn't want to be in that situation. And he played on that with me, and I let a lot of stuff slide, but it just got to a point to where I was like, nah, bro, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm paying all these bills. You get a incentive at your job and you making $4 more than what you was making, and you don't say nothing to your house. You don't, and not even then is that you got to tell me you making $4 more, but come in and be like, all right, baby, I'm paying. Like, you should not be short on your ass at all.
Go ahead, sis.
And
so
he had 2 parents.
Yep.
I see what you did there, sis. So, did you see? Like, she just used him to make her point. Like, yo, is this better? What's happening? You got rid of son. You doing better without him. The kids seem to be benefiting. Now he's involved, right? But he doesn't get the full. He's limited. Essentially, I mean, by the judge's orders, but also your discretion dictates what he can and can't do, what you will and won't accept. Because let's say he wasn't doing the extra things that you see him doing, you would be less likely to give him that additional time outside of the court orders.
It's so hard
to
say.
Him. Let me just say this real quick. He could say, B, get them effing kids just from coming and get them. If you tired of them kids, you'll deal with that later. You know what I'm saying? Them kids going. They out. They leave it.
So sis, if he like, bitch, I'm coming to get them kids.
I got another question for Alexis. He didn't show any of these traits before y'all had kids. Were y'all living together before y'all had kids? How long were y'all living together before y'all had kids?
We didn't start living together until I got pregnant. Well, I ain't gonna say until I got pregnant. We didn't start living together until after I had our baby. But nah, to be honest, he didn't. Like at first I didn't see none of that. Like he was, as far as like there were certain things that he offset it with me. Like if I didn't, I'm more like best with finances and budgeting and things like that. And he liked to cook and all that other stuff. So if I come home after him and I'm doing X, Y, and Z, he would cook. There was like a whole lot of stuff that I was like, oh yeah, I'm thinking we working together. Like I say the stuff didn't really start hitting until like my daughter was like 3, and I don't know what it was. Like I ain't gonna say, it was like 3, and then my mom had passed, and it was just like things just went a different way, and I was just like, still to this day, I'm confused on why, what happened. But up until then, now, like we were family out together, like just doing a whole bunch of stuff. He seemed like he was really, love being a dad. I was there for it. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know where it just switched up at, and like I invested into that relationship because I was just so sure that it was gonna work. Like I just knew, like to an extent, I was naive. Like, oh yeah, it's gonna work. I wasn't even worried about being married so quickly because I just felt like it was going to work. And then,
so you said you were invested into the relationship, but was he? Did you see the effort? Did you see the investment?
I gotta get a drink.
That's what I'm saying. I did. It was like
we gotta be truthful because it's not sounding like it's.
Well,
not.
no, I'm saying like I'm trying to think of a time like before things got bad. Like I'm really trying to think of a time to where it was kind of like I have no trouble with his half. And none of that, like I had we had 2 cars at one point, and then my car went down, and he straight went out and was like talked to his bank, got the auto loan. He's like, we're going to go get a car, like stuff like that. To where I was like, this is big daddy shit. He was like, let's go, we about to go get a car. I was like, oh okay. Like, and so I'm being honest, like I didn't see anything until like I say after I got pregnant with our second child. And it was just like, I don't know if it was just the second child and things just, he felt like maybe he couldn't handle too. But when it was just me and my daughter, like I had no complaints. It was, we had problems just like any other couple, but nothing to where I was like, oh, I'm throwing this away. Definitely nothing like just throwing it away. I was not feeling like that with him at all. I have no problems with the bills or nothing like that. Like I didn't have to have those conversations with him about bills. I'm just being honest. I'm really trying to think beforehand. That's the only thing I could think of. Maybe the second child scared him. Maybe he thought he couldn't. I don't know.
Do you think that with him leaving, it could come off like to your daughters that they shouldn't have expectations from men?
I do think about that sometimes. I do. I do. But only thing I can try to do is combat it. Like that's what I mean. Is combating those type of all that stuff that I know all the statistics and all that. Only thing I can do is try to combat it. Like I said, I don't talk down about him. I just feel like we weren't meshing together as far as being partners in this in that relationship. That's the only thing I can say on that.
So you agree, man? Get him out the way.
Yeah.
You could be better off.
Yeah.
What is better off though? What does that mean?
Yeah, man. Miss Live Your Life. This is Blanton's, man. I can't take this shit, man. I can't take this shit. What, sis? You know what Blanton's is, sis?
Say it again.
You know what Blanton's is?
No.
Yeah. See, everything you drink, you gotta bend your back to get. You know what I mean?
No, I look straight ahead. It's usually
Yeah,
some
you more of a Sky vodka. You know what I mean?
No.
What?
Never.
Shit, you gotta slightly bend your back to get it. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, straight in
You
front
more
of
of a barefoot drinking ass nigga. You know what I mean?
me. Who you talking to? I don't know.
Man.
Must be talking to Lauren.
Oh, that nigga worse. Subtle.
I mean, start along. It's on the bottom.
Damn, man. So Lex, this is yes or no. You agree with sis premise? Like, yo, get that nigga out the way is better. You'll be better off than just having him just because he's the father.
Oh, yes, the door opened up like hello. As soon as he left, all the doors opened. I was like, oh,
Jesus Christ.
I'm not lying on that at all.
Good God Almighty. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Son Kid, shalom. She said shalom to you. What's poppin'? MC Heavy Tits was good. She said hello to the panel in the chat. Mike Brown with the $5 says, KS said it. Get your dad's side of the story, quote unquote. These mothers will have you thinking they're all deadbeats. Allow with the $5 says, eventually every child realizes what's really going on or what's goes on. So I'll agree with Alexis on how she presented that question to her child. I don't understand what you mean.
Thank you.
Alexis on how she
about the if she wanted a dad that was just there or the dad that's active.
Okay. Kurt was popping with the $5. Shout out to all my natural hair sisters on the panel. What you think, Grace? What's up, Callie?
Well, when I saw the thumbnail, I thought two things. The first thing was, oh, here we go again. Women thinking they can do better by themselves. When in actuality, we need each other. We need men, and men need women. And then I had my other thought where it said a woman can do better by herself if she's in a bad situation with a man. Why would you continue to be in a bad situation with a man? And if you could do better by yourself. So I'm kind of torn between the two.
Okay.
But I can really only go to my experience. Yeah, I come from a 2-parent household. My ex-husband comes from a 2-parent household. We weren't married when we conceived our son, but I required marriage after that. It was like a no-brainer. That was going to happen, and he was okay with that. But I became a single mom once my child was 11. And once he became 11, he had free reins. He can come get him whenever he wanted. I didn't even put him on child support. I tried to I took him to dinner at where he took me at our first date. And I had typed up something and tried to get everything done outside of the system. I didn't want my name in the system. I didn't want his name in the system. I wanted to try to work things out on our own. Okay. And it worked out for a few years and everything was all good. And we had our issues up and downs, but we're high school sweethearts. I've known him since I was 13. So it's like we're friends one day, we're brothers and sisters the next day, we hate each other the next day. But I always was intentional to keep his father around for my son. I'm a daddy's girl. I know how important fathers are to a child, whether you're a boy or a girl. Even when we were on bad terms and I was mad at him, I would still text him his basketball schedule. I would still tell him when he had a teacher conference. I would lead him to the water. Now it was up to him. Now, would he show up all the time? No. Would he show up some of the time? Yeah. But I wouldn't force it on him. And I wouldn't badmouth him around our son because I knew it came a time when he was old enough to realize what was going on. What was understood wouldn't have to be explained as he got older.
So was he, I thought initially you said he was good.
Well, he eventually he was good, but then he became community dick. And that made him ungood.
No, I'm talking about, I'm not saying when you guys separate, I'm saying for his son.
He will always, I mean, that's his father. There's nothing I can do. And like you said, these kids adore their fathers, whether they're in jail, they're killers, or they're good. They will always idolize their father. And I live that because I idolize my father. And no matter if he was bad to me, I would make sure that him and his dad are always good. I would not take it out on him. I would not hold his child against him.
I'm saying him as a dad, not him as a husband.
Him as a dad, he was good overall, but he had his bad moments. But if I would take more good than bad. But again, nobody's perfect. You know, we didn't grow up having perfect parents, and we're not going to be perfect parents. Did he piss me off sometimes? Absolutely. But I didn't take it out on the kid. I didn't hold the kid against him.
I got you. I just wonder, why did you call yourself a single mom if he was involved?
Well, because we weren't together anymore. We were in the same household. We separated once Jordan was 11.
So he's a single dad?
Okay, I see where you're going with this. So we were co-parent. We were still co-parenting, but we just weren't together under the same roof. So
okay. So you were a woman who was single, but the dad was involved. You were co-parenting.
Yep, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he was a good dad even after you guys separated.
Yep. He and not all the time. Sometimes it would have to be forced upon him gracefully, but good enough where I have no complaints.
Okay. And when you say forced upon, you had a standard that you thought he should meet, and when he wasn't, that's when you say he wasn't good.
Yes. When he had basketball games. Huh?
Is that how that works?
Well, if your kid has basketball games, why are you not at the games? You're not at work. I know your schedule.
If my daughters play field hockey, I'm not going to that shit. It's boring.
Well, we're a basketball family, so there's no excuse with basketball. Okay, he played ball for college. I played ball in high school. I coached 19 years. So the kid was in band. I know band is boring, but you still got to support your kid. So, you know, he played the clarinet. So sometimes I would like, hey, he's got a game. Make sure you come to it. Hey, this is a playoff game. It's really important that he sees you there. Those are the kind of things that I mean by forcefully. Hey, he has a teacher conference there. I need you to be there. You know? So sometimes you have to take him to the doctor. I can't take him. I have to work. He would get pissed off because he hate going to the doctor. I don't know what it is about y'all men. Y'all don't like to fill out forms. What is the deal with that?
We don't.
I gotta fill it. So you know, he would have to sometimes be, you know, forced to do things.
Well, I just wonder, because we look at the process, right? And it's just like we say, like there's no flags and etc. But remember, after you got pregnant, you had to force the nigga to get married.
Well, not forced, because we were already dating for 4 years.
You demanded it.
Yeah, I required it. So we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna shack up. We're not gonna, you know.
And what would have happened if he said, "I ain't getting married"? Fuck all that.
Then I would have been a single mom, and I would have kept it moving.
You gave him an ultimatum, innit?
Did I give him an ultimatum? No, not really, because we already had talked about marriage. It just I didn't expect to get pregnant, and we had to wait because his ex-wife was holding up our situation. So, you know, and we got married when he was 4.
That's a dynamic.
Yeah, and his son was a groomsman in our wedding.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was what it was. But that's definitely a dynamic there. And you think that he wanted to You think he wanted to get out of marriage and right into one?
Well, he was already separated 2 years from her.
Out of how many? How many years was he married?
7.
Damn.
And he was separated for 2 years. And then we hooked up. I got pregnant, so we had to wait till they got divorced, so we got married, and she made it very difficult. She dragged it for 4 years and $50,000 later.
Damn.
But when you have a lawyer that goes to your church, and my lawyer, if you open up an envelope, it's $250 an hour. It is what it is. But we made it happen, and once they got officially divorced, then we got married.
She talked to the kid. Jeez, that's complicated.
Yeah, it is. But we ended up working it out. All 4 of us got along. She got remarried. I demanded a sit down. She was doing a lot of drama to us, and us Italians, we sit down and we talk. So I demanded a sit down with her husband, her, me, and him, and we all sat down and we talked about it. Because if I'm raising your son, because she had a child with my ex, I'm helping you raise your son. I'm not asking to be best friends with you, but we do have to get along, and we do have to be able to communicate. All this baby mama drama, I was not having it. I put it to an end.
Did anybody get whacked in the process?
No, but she did call the cops on me, accusing me that I kidnapped their son.
Wow.
I went to her job to check her. I bait her in, and I said, "Hey, I have your child support check. Can I come to your job and drop it off? If I put it in the mail, you won't get it till Tuesday." And I knew she'll take the bait, and I checked her then. I checked her gracefully, but no fights, no nothing. But it took us 5 years to get at a good space where we didn't even have to deal with the father. Me and her would always just communicate with each other and make plans and things like that. You just have to put your differences aside and think about the kids. And who cares who slept with who? That's the problem. We worry so much of who used to sleep with who. That's why other people can do it and sing Kumbaya and have dinner at Thanksgiving. It's about the kids.
Slow down, man.
Hey, what are you doing here? I tell you to go fuck your mother.
So wait a minute. Wait. Hold on, Grace. So y'all was high school sweethearts, but he got a wife.
Yeah, we broke up when I started FAMU because there was no way I was going to be in a relationship. While I'm at FAMU, he's at Buffalo State. But then a month later, I dated somebody for 6 years. It worked out that way. Then they broke up, and he came back around. We circled back, and we got we got a kid, got married, and now he's going to college, and we all good. We made it. Nobody died. Nobody went to jail. I almost did for kidnapping, but it's all good.
Hey, what are you doing here? I tell you to go fuck your mother.
I told her the next time you're late picking him up, you may not respect his time, but you will respect my time. The next time you're late picking him up, you will have to come get him wherever I'm at. And that's exactly what happened. I called the father and said, "Look, my sister's in town. I got to go be with her. Do I have your permission to take him with me?" He said yes. She called the cops and told I kidnapped him. So she had to come to where I was to come pick up her child. And she was never late again. Okay. I mean, sometimes you gotta check them. You gotta check them. People are only gonna treat you how you allow them to treat you.
Got you.
It took 5 years, but we got there.
Okay.
Shit like that.
I mean, I have So my follow-ups aren't necessarily about the child thing per se.
What do you mean?
I just got questions about the entire situation, but it doesn't pertain necessarily to having a dad in the home or just getting written to the father if the father's a bad influence. So we'll talk about that on another stream. Now, but you're saying though he stayed involved. You made sure that he was involved. You gave him paperwork. Did he adhere to that paperwork?
Sometimes it was inconsistent, but I didn't run to the courts. I just dealt with it. You know, I just dealt with it. Thank God I was well off, you know, and I didn't really, it would have been nice to have the money, but you know, it is what it is. But he was pretty much inconsistent, and and sometimes I made sure that he stayed consistent for the child's sake. Because, like, again, he loved his father. No matter what his father did, he loved his father, and I was not gonna be the villain in that story.
Damn. So it sounds like, and Lex sounds kind of similar, like you had to force them to be involved.
Sometimes, yeah. Like right now, he graduated college. I sent him to his father's for the whole summer. You need to be with your father right before you go to college. Get that testosterone male influence. He didn't ask for him, but we talked about it.
Here's what I'm thinking. You've been forcing that father to do shit ever since you've been with him. You forced him to get married. You forced him to get divorced. You forced him to sign a paper. You forced him to get the kid.
Forced him to sign a prenup. Yeah.
Forced him to sign a prenup. Forced him to divorce his wife. Forced her to sit down. Forced the kid to come with you. Then forced the kid back to his mama's house when she called the police. You've been doing a lot of forcing. What is that? Is that ignoring red flags?
No, that's enforcing boundaries and standards. Because if you have an agreement and if you have something that's going on, you can allow people to go out of bounds. So I threw the red flag.
Can we change it from embrace the grace and grace the enforcer?
No, I mean, it's just if you're going to say you're going to do something and you have a court order and she's supposed to be here at a certain time and you don't show up at that time, he didn't enforce it because he didn't care. I do. I respect me and my time. So I enforced it. Now, as far as you saying I forced him to get married, like I said, it was already in the works. He was just still married. We had to wait for him to get divorced. So that was going to happen regardless.
No, I understand. It's just that it was expedited when you demanded it after you got pregnant.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, hold up, Hemp. I'm not enforcing anything since we've been separated. He don't want nobody. He wants people to think that he's.
You don't gotta windmill for nothing. I'm talking to
No, I'm not enforcing. I ain't telling nobody to go.
Yeah, nobody said you all right. Right.
And it's not about being a control freak. It's about keeping order and not chaos. How was I supposed to deal with this baby mama drama all my life, or was I going to nip it in the bud?
Who said control freak? What was that?
Well, I saw something in the chat. So I
know. Grace, if you had to be, you definitely being honest from what I gather, but if you had to be honest though, did you ignore red flags?
Yes. It was too late. I had a child, and me keeping the family unit was more important to me than the red flags. Why? Because I came from a 2-parent household. Why? Because I didn't want to be a single mother. Mm-hmm. Why? Because I had to rectify my wrong to God of having a child out of wedlock and not being married. So absolutely, I did ignore some red flags, but my son's safety, security, and happiness was more important than me.
Damn. Sis, does this speak to why you wanted to have this conversation?
I was just talking to you about it. And this nigga's scared. Is this why I was what she just said? Is that why I want to have this conversation? More or less, I think it came up in my mind because I just was hearing so much bad talk about children out of wedlock, single moms. Then I'm looking at, because what I do, I'm looking at all these people that have two parents and they're drugged out on fentanyl. They're drugged out or all this depression, anxiety, mental health going on. And I'm just like, but you got two parents. So sometimes I just sit back and think like, how in the world, like it's just, I'm like, I can't believe what they're saying on YouTube. That was
Are
my
you saying, but are you saying that the majority of the people that you work with or around come from that construct, or they come from the construct of a single parent? Because if you can see within their background,
the two parent construct.
the people that are doped out and all that come from two parents.
Two parents, because I have to be the one to have those collateral contacts. So it'd be two parents showing up. They're coming to drop off, stuff so they can stay in the inpatient. And I'm like, I just be shocked. I'm literally shocked. Your son or child is doing this damn bad.
Yeah.
On the verge of death.
And so you're saying what you're seeing as a professional doesn't coincide with the talking point of the single mom being the detriment of these children.
Just not at all. Not at all. So I had to bring it to you because you're in this space. I had to explore this a little bit.
I can see that though.
Why?
Especially because I with my parents, they probably should have got a divorce a long time ago, but they just believe in staying married. But I think people think that children don't see that you're not in a good space, and it's been a long time that you're not in a good space, and they just internalize the negativity.
But did you benefit from them not selfishly divorcing?
I don't know, because I at this point don't have this idea of marriage anymore, so I don't know if that benefited me or not.
What do you mean?
With marriage, I always think it's just a paper now, because I've been married before. So I'm like, it just seems like it's just a document that you can write off with taxes.
That's it.
If you're really gonna be committed, you gotta be committed. But I've seen what commitment looks like when it's not working. One of them is sacrificing a lot, and the other person is not sacrificing anything at all.
And
they get to do whatever.
And what does that do to the kid?
I feel like it makes you want to avoid it at all costs. You'll either want not to have children or you'll want to not get married, or both.
Damn. So it has an adverse effect. So with that, so is that your experience, right? So let's say that's your experience. Would you err on what Sis is saying, where a single parent would have been better than living in that construct?
Probably. Because I think when you are witnessing people be depressed but not showing it, I think you think, okay, well, let me just figure out how to be happy, because I don't want to be like my parents. And you'll find any way to be happy, whether that's drugs or alcohol or whatever, just so you can get away from what you're feeling. Because you don't see your parents getting away from the feeling, they're just masking it.
But then
and you don't want to just mask it. You want it to go away. I want the feeling to go away.
But if you start shooting dope, isn't that just a mask?
Yeah, but it don't feel like it because it's a feeling. It feels good to be high. Not to saying that I've ever, tried anything. Just saying I've heard people who have been on drugs say that.
Okay. So that time you snorted coke, you saying that?
I've never even seen coke.
No, you didn't.
Are you saying that you just took
You're leading the witness?
I have never seen. I really want to see if it looks like that. I'm like, does it look like baking soda?
Damn. So Okay, so you saying it had an adverse effect. So if that was the case, you would recommend what sis is alleging, and then based on go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying like, it might be better to be single because I don't know what it would have looked like if my mom just let it go.
So your dad was the culprit in that situation, also.
My dad was wild. I mean, he's still wild.
Did she call y'all before this?
No, I didn't know this was a topic.
God damn. I don't know, Callie. What you think, man?
Ooh, here comes the mixed bag. Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
What's up?
All right, so on the one hand, I can definitely understand the sentiment. You can do bad by yourself, especially if the other person is being a detriment in the household, right? As far as setting good examples for the children and whatnot, right? And then on the other hand, I can feel what Love C was talking about earlier, just because that was my own situation as far as my parents staying together, just to keep up. They waited until I graduated high school before they got a divorce, and I'm like, nigga, I knew that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all sitting me down like this is supposed to be some kind of devastating revelation or whatever. It's not. Y'all should have did this a while ago. But it all depends. Like, having two parents is cool, but it also, I think it's more important on who those two parents are. To Sis's point,
okay,
as far as what she's seeing at work and everything, it don't do no good to have two parents in the house and both parents is fucked up. It's just gonna be the same result.
So, Callie, you know the talking points probably better than anybody. So, if they're having sex with the same men, having sex with the wrong men, having sex with men that ain't worth a damn, it's being told to vet better and choose better. Does that then make sense for them to go ahead and relinquish that man from his responsibilities if he is indeed a bad man that's always painted out when the women are having these kids out of wedlock?
Well, wait. Slow that down. Say that again.
Come on now. Which part? The whole thing?
Yeah, say that whole thing again.
Brother.
Put him in the bathroom. Okay.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
So the points, right? Having sex with the same men, having sex with men just for their looks, not the best men, having kids out of wedlock. Women are told they need to vet better and choose better. All those things. If all those things be true that are alleged against the women, right, during the conversations, the cis sentiment of you got to know when to fold them, and if you have your kid, but getting that man out of your kid's life for the sake of the kid, that may be the better option. Is that something that needs to become viable? Because if you didn't vet and you have a bad person to have a child with, do you just have to live with it, or do you cut your losses?
I know you hate this, but yeah, it all depends on what it is that you having to live with. Minor stuff, like okay, so just like something like Alexis' situation or whatever like that, or whatever. Not so much with with Alexis' situation, right? I probably would have tried to work that out if it was me. I don't know how much prodding that she did do when it came to, hey, such and such kid is, they asking about you, or they were looking for you to do so. I would have been going that route with it, and then just shoring up the the $100 that they're short or whatever. I probably would have been more willing to do that as opposed to a dad who's just just totally inactive. Like, my dad didn't come to my shit, you know what I'm saying? But he was still there. We still had our thing. It just wasn't that thing. You know what I mean? So, like, my dad, he was there, but he wasn't really there.
Did he pay the majority of the bills?
No, my parents was team one pot, so all of that shit was in there together.
Did he make more than your mom?
A little bit more, yeah, not by a whole lot.
Okay. So you preferred the little bit than nothing at all?
That would depend on how little. So because he didn't come to like my dance recitals and stuff like that, right? He made up for that interaction in other ways. Like, we bonded over Star Wars and shit and sci-fi movies.
Okay. So that's a push. So you would take what you got from him as opposed to nothing at all?
The sum total of my dad, I would take what I had.
Then nothing at all.
Then nothing at all. Yeah, I think that maybe things would have gotten. I can speculate as far as what happened after I had, after I moved out here and everything. I can speculate that things may have, we would have had a better relationship. If we weren't like a family unit type deal.
Mm-hmm.
Because our relationship was exponentially better after I moved out here than it was when we were all together, and even still when I moved in with my brother, it was a little bit better, even though he fucking ruined Christmas when I told him I was moving out here. But it I'd have to say you can probably throw out about 30% of my dad. You can throw all of that out. But if I take the sum total of like the lessons that he gave me, the discipline that he gave me, or whatever, as far as how I live my life, and the extracurriculars that we did together, that's probably about 60%. That 30% can go in the trash.
So your dad was the one that gave you the discipline?
Yeah, my dad's an authoritarian.
See, it sounds like dad's getting a short end of the stick, man. It's like dads do the things that they supposed to do, but because like they not baking cookies, like now you're like, oh, that nigga wasn't doing shit. Like, what type of jobs do dads be working? Like dads, especially older dads, they work physical jobs, no? Like dad's supposed to be up playing with toys and shit. Even if him and mom were making the same amount, your dad was laying bricks or whatever the case like that. Like what is he supposed to come home and do?
My dad wasn't like that.
My daddy was an aerospace engineer. He wasn't laying down nothing.
I don't know, man. This is a weird thing.
My dad played football and then he went to be a car salesman.
But like in my situation, like I said, we both were in a 2-parent home. My dad, to this day, my dad still is active with his kids. His dad was active with them. So it's not like me thinking that you gonna be active with us is far-fetched, as if you didn't come from that. No, that's what you came from. You came from that family thing where he would tell me like stuff that they did on Saturdays as a family, like things like that. And I would like getting to know each other, and we're talking about our past and all that. And I'm telling him similar stuff. So me thinking that you're going to go out with us to do something shouldn't be far-fetched if you're used to that. If that's what you came from, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's that anomaly. Maybe that there's a percentage. Some people don't do it. But if we're both coming from that background, how you not like in it with me? Like, how you not in it with me?
She's right, Ham, because my mom was a homemaker. My dad was a factory owner, and on the weekends he'd take me fishing, go hunting, go out to eat, go on vacation. He did his job as a dad. It's possible. You know, my mom took care of the household, and she
No,
still
I
did.
agree, Grace. If your dad was the owner, that's different than working on the assembly line. But I just think these stories are skewed. I ain't gonna lie. I think something ain't right. I need to talk to everybody, dad.
Good
Hold
luck.
on, his dad or our dad?
Sally, dad, your kid's dad.
Oh, no, I'm saying my dad, we still, like I said, that's why I don't do that stuff like with they dad. I encourage that relationship. Like I said, I can't try to be on some stuff when my children actually see me and my dad hanging out all the time. Like that's so weird to me, like to try to put, oh, nah, your dad ain't this, or your dad, you know what I'm saying? That's why, like, I have no problem. Like, if he would come up, like, honestly, and my children father know, if he was like, bitch, I'm coming to get the kids, I would straight laugh and call him goofy and be like, hey, my dad coming. Like, I don't care. Sticks and stones, my God.
I mean, my
So,
dad will be the
Hamp, I
first
have
one
a
to say that he
question.
made mistakes or whatever. But the thing is that I think that a lot of those mistakes that he made with my older brother, he fixed it by the time I came around. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that had to mend that relationship between the two of them.
Mm.
So,
But
Hamp, so when it's being described like what is happening, and then you made the comment like, so you'd rather have just that little bit as opposed to nothing at all, right? As if the little bit shouldn't be counted. But then on the flip side, you like, what do you want dads to do? You shouldn't expect them to show up to this thing or that thing. That's just not going to happen. So how do you differentiate between what's reasonable and what's like,
I don't know.
put them in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Because
I'm just asking questions
because
based on
I'm
what's in my head.
because I'm like, so I'm trying to think like when I was originally talking, like I'm looking at it as a perspective of like being as you were married, right? You were saying like the family is already over, but I think that like when it comes to time and events, and this is just me, time and events and all that kind of stuff, especially if he's the one paying all the bills. Like my mother didn't work outside of the home, so we never had my father was gone, he was in the military. He could be gone from anywhere from 3 months to 2 years at a time. So I think like the expectation of him being able to be at certain things, it didn't exist, right? So I think that there's a level where you don't have an expectation for him to do everything. That I never had the expectation for him to do the things that my mother did. I realized that he did certain things and she did certain things, and the two of them together made the house operate well. She wasn't going to do what he did. She didn't have the ability to do what he did. He also didn't have the ability to do what she did. So that's why I say, like, when it comes down to just saying like, hey, forget it, you're better off without him, you have to weigh that. Sometimes we weigh it as if, all the things that you're doing, like you weigh it against your own input. But I'm looking at it like weighing it against their specific role, not against what I'm doing. Like, you're not coming to the game. I'm not expecting you to be at all the games. I'm not expecting you to fill out papers. I'm not expecting you to be at doctor's appointments. Like, that's not the expectation. So when you take that off of the table, that's why I feel like if it's possible to continue to preserve the environment, as opposed to being like, hey, you're not matching what I'm doing. Because in reality, I don't think that it makes for a stable home if we're trying to match what each other is doing anyway. So like, I think to say like, you didn't show up, like, I just don't think that that's a big enough reason to be able to say like, you know what, get him out of here. And if you ask fathers, I think if you ask them,
I would agree with that too. But by no means something as logical as that, wouldn't be a reason. You wouldn't expect a man and a woman to do the same thing. You wouldn't need both men and women, you know. So I'm more so talking about stuff that's detrimental to the children.
Yeah, when we started off, I thought that's where we were talking about like in and out of jail, alcoholics and all of that. But I think right,
Stuff
that's where we
detrimental.
started off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Yeah.
necessarily role expectations, and not necessarily that something that common sense worthy, you know.
Right. But we were just talking about time and showing up to events and things like that. That's all I'm trying to see. Is it more about whether they're involved being the deal breaker, or are we strictly talking about something where the well-being of the child, like you're doing something that's, like sis was saying, detrimental? Like where do you draw that line? Is it abuse?
Yeah, I would, which is partially why I wouldn't have blamed my mom if she had left earlier than what she did, and I pretty much told her that. I would like, Mom, I would have left a long ass time ago if that was me, but you know, I have the personality type of my father. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do too. It's so crazy.
like that's my twin. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when my husband see me talk and everything like that, I might turn my head a certain way or something like that. He'd be like, "You look like a bad way." But what you gonna call it? My mom floats when she walks. I describe her like cotton. She's going to soak up everything like that, but she is not going to give anything back, and she takes a lot. And I hate to see it. You know, I'd rather just stay away. You know what I mean? But the thing is that the interactions that we had outside of the fun stuff, it wasn't great. It wasn't great at all. It was contentious, and it was overall just bad. If we weren't talking about sci-fi movies or, you know what I'm saying, Star Wars, we really didn't have a whole lot to say to each other. And I kept it that way because I never knew it was going to set him off. You know what I mean? I don't know you know what I'm saying? Like, it was this one time I was sitting in the kitchen Saturday morning, you know, eating my little Fruity Pebbles and everything like that, watching cartoons or whatever. My cousins had just left. He come in there and he popped me. I'm like, what the hell? You know, well, I didn't say what the hell, but I'm looking at him like, what did I do? And he was like, I told you about leaving your markers in the middle of the floor. I didn't even leave in markers. I was already up eating cereal in the kitchen when my cousins left. My cousin did that. Did I get an apology or anything like that after that? Absolutely not. And there's many a times that shit happened. So that's why I say, like, I wouldn't have blamed her if she had a dip. One of them times they was fighting, I went and packed me a bag. I was ready to go. She came upstairs. I was like, we leaving? Are we leaving? I'm ready to hit it. Had my little beanie baby, you know what I'm saying? With my school backpack. I was like, let's hit it. Where we going?
Yeah, I did the opposite. When my parents used to fight, I definitely was on my dad's side because I didn't know what was going on. But I know he wasn't wrong, so that's all I was like. He couldn't be wrong. He's the fun parent. Not knowing he was on alcohol all the time, but he was drunk as hell all the time.
Damn. Dads, man. Damn. So that's what sis is saying. Like, yo, when it's all said and done, like, yo, if this nigga, you know what I'm saying, he got these tendencies or this behavior that's unbecoming, you know, we say two parent this, two parent that, and we look at the majority of us who come from single parent households, and I think black people have been progressing, including black men, when you look at like prison rates and income and etc. Are these men are they coming from single parents? And then we listen to these examples of parents staying together for the sake of the children when the children are being exposed to things that are overwhelmingly negative and affect them adversely. it's just making a strong point. Now, when you look at the statistics, they still err on the side of dual parent household. But how are those statistics derived? Like, where do they come from?
Like, are they just talking about filing jointly?
Perhaps. I don't know where they actually come from. I just know them. I would hope that Pew does his research.
I think
even when I was married, I didn't file joint.
But they know you're still married.
I
You still have a
think the
certificate.
statistics speak to, like, you know, when it's joint, it's more income, you know, and it's less, which is less property. So, really no need for certain crimes, you know. But yeah, but by no means, I don't want to get this wrong. There are, of course, there are. I think it's a minority of married individuals that, yeah, it makes sense. You know, stay together, keep rocking out, raise the children together. I just think it's a minority. That's all. Look at people. People suck. You know.
People suck.
Yeah, and it's definitely hard to get along with one person perpetually, for sure. Seemingly without a break. Especially like the parameters that are put on. As an example, no girls trips, right? No this trips, no that trips, etc., etc. So you just on top of each other all day, every night, etc., etc. And then on top of what Sis is saying, people generally suck. Like, them motherfuckers been saying good help is hard to find for a long time, right? So now you couple that with being with one person forever. That shit crazy as hell. God damn, I'm sad. I feel sad now. Look at John said it sound horrible. No, and we didn't even say nothing in hyperbole. Like just talking like regular. You know. Yeah, smoke one for me, Callie. Is that how y'all say it? Man.
But hey, you know what's a trip? Is you get up here and you be honest, right?
Yeah.
And then you look at the playback and then you wish you hadn't.
Because then they think you're lying or you're making stuff up or you're exaggerating, but you're really telling the truth. It's like, wow, maybe I should have just lied.
Yeah. I said all of this shit, right, in the beginning about how my situation was probably better because my mom ended up staying, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I still love my daddy. That's still my nigga, all that shit, right? But just keep about 60% and throw that other 30% away, right? Then I sit here and talk about the 30% that was bad. Why she talking about her daddy like that? It's like, nigga.
Who talks like that, Callie? Who goes? Who does that?
You. That's what it sounds like when I read it. It sounds like you a victim.
I don't know. Like, until my mom told me the truth, I probably still didn't believe her for a few years. So it took a minute.
You know what's even worse though? What's even worse is knowing that your mom is a victim and nobody fucking believing her.
Yeah.
You know this shit. You know
she didn't say nothing in those moments.
Best.
She just held it.
Right. She ain't say shit or nothing like that, right? But you was in the house that whole fucking time. And then here comes somebody else from the outside looking in, be like, I don't know why she left. That was Oh, he ain't like that. I refuse to believe he like that. Now his new bitch is going through the same bullshit my mama went through.
Yeah. But I think that speaks more to what we were saying, like the kids will know. Like, I, honestly, like I was happy too. My parents was similar to like you. I think you said, Kelly, like they divorced after I graduated. No, well, I ain't gonna say after I graduated. It was like when I was 23, and I was like, thank God. Like really, that's how I was like. And my dad got mad. We was having a conversation. And he said, because my dad still wanted to be with my mom, and but he knew he wasn't on his ish. But he asked me, he was like, your mom said she happy that we ain't together. How you feel about that? And I was, because that was dad, I was kind of looking down like, And he was like, just tell me. Yes. I'm glad y'all not together. Yes. He was hurt.
Alexis, I was the opposite. I was pissed off for my mom for leaving my dad. After 37 years, what are you doing? Where are you going? I was upset.
Damn. So you
I
just
was
say you
pissed.
stay there and take it now. It's been 37 years.
Well, yeah, it's 37 years. He's older. I mean, it's like, Mom, what are you doing? You're going to give up everything? Well, the thing is, she came into some money. So now she thought she didn't need my father anymore after my dad taking care of her for 37 years. But she effed up her life after doing that. But the point is that my dad was in his latter years. He was 74 when he passed. And she should have stuck it out with him because he was good to her. He was good to us, to her family, to everybody. You just don't abandon somebody just because you come into some money like that. I was pissed.
She got rich and left them?
No, she was already rich, but she was rich because of my dad. But then she came into her own money and thought that she could do what my dad was doing for her, and she couldn't because she never ran money. She never financed anything. She didn't know anything, but she just thought, I'm out,
So she was only with him for the money.
Oh, yeah, she said it. She's like, I'm coming to this country and I'm going to marry rich. I'll be damned if I'm going to leave my cushy place in DR and come here. So she planned it all out. She worked at the factory for 6 months. Dad was the only one that was single. She cooked him some pork chops, red beans, and rice, put his hooks in him, and they were together for 30. My mom was the trophy wife. My dad was the older Italian man. I get it, but they were good for each other. But you don't leave him after 37 years and bringing her whole family here from DR. They worked in the factory. I mean, it's just like, come on, you don't do that.
What's their age discrepancy?
My dad was born in 29 and my mom was born in 40. So it was a little bit of an age difference.
11?
A little.
11
29.
Years. That's kind of normal back then, too.
39. 11 years. That's not bad, right? 11 years?
Probably pretty standard back then, actually.
I was upset.
I love my dad, but I knew my dad. I knew my dad cheated on my mom a lot. I knew my dad had a drinking problem. I knew all of this. So yes, I was happy when they separated. I didn't want to hear that. Like, I knew what was going on. That's like how we said with the kids seeing what's going on. I saw all what was going on for years. And at a point, yeah, like it wasn't like what you had, Grace. So I was happy because I ain't want to hear no shit no more. I ain't want to hear my dad getting drunk, even though I was 23 at the time. So my sisters had to hear, but I was happy for that. I didn't want to hear my dad getting drunk and all that type of stuff. Like, nah, beating on my mom, nah.
But you still ride out for him though.
Cause that's my dad at the end of the day. But I know. But again, I saw what my mom did too. I saw my mom do some shit too. So it wasn't just on his end as far as like, oh, I'm happy because you ain't doing. I saw my mom do some fucked up ass shit too. So I'm not gonna make it like my mom was perfect because she was not. And my dad wasn't perfect either. So y'all two imperfect people go fuck up somebody else's life. I don't know. But I was like...
Well, I guess because you say he was drinking, he was outside, etc. Was she doing things that were would be perceived as egregious as what you mentioned?
At the time, no. But you, at the end of the day, you can you make your choices, but you cannot choose the repercussions. My mom did some fucked up shit in their younger days, so I mean, now y'all old and you doing fucked up shit. I mean, you kind of reap what you sow. So that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
So she was cheating earlier.
Yeah, my mom was cheating.
And
Hey, yo, look, I got caught up, right? So I was like 8, maybe, because my other sister wasn't born yet. And I was talking to my dad. We was in Austin. And I was like, oh, yeah, I know that thing. Yeah. He was like, how you know that? And I was like, because what's the name? You know, mom's friend. I was playing with his son. And he was like, your mom's friend? Yo, look, I ain't know nothing. Mom ain't tell me not to say shit. I guess she just really thought that I was going to say shit. But I was like, oh, yeah, da-da-da-da-da. My pops went up to IRS in Austin, Texas, and was like,
So she started it. Your mom started it.
well, I ain't gonna say she started because my dad was fucking off too in their younger days, but he ain't stopped when they got older. My mom kind of like, but dad didn't stop.
Okay. So you ratted your mom out, but your dad was outside at the same time.
I wasn't with him though. My mom took me with her, and like I said, I didn't know she should have told me something like, "Oh, don't say nothing." Like I'm just thinking, like, "Oh yeah, my friend. I was with mom's friend." Like, yeah, I saw it. Like,
You definitely dry snitching.
yeah, hey, but at the same time, that was her. She should have put, you know what I'm saying? She should have told me, or maybe just not took me. The hell?
Exactly.
Maybe not took you.
Where's she gonna leave you?
No, because we had family when they had friends. We had friends and stuff. She had people that she could have, you know what I'm saying? But nah, you gonna take me with you, but you ain't gonna tell me the like the hell. And as an 8-year-old, how I'm supposed to know? Like,
Yeah, I never witnessed my mom having male friends.
yeah, like
I would say I'm an only child with my mom, but I have 4 siblings. So let's just,
Imagine catching your daddy bitch in the house though.
Yeah. I've met a few.
Hey, when
and they always look like my mom. That's what's creepy.
Hey,
So one of them had the same name and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm just listening. I think that like your parental story, like however you grew up, I think that shapes the way that you the way that when you get into a relationship, what you fight for or what you don't stand for based on what you saw growing up. So I think like my parents were married for 27 years and then they got divorced. It looked like out of nowhere because they didn't fight, they didn't argue. We didn't know what was going on in the house, and so it was like shocking, when they got divorced. But I was mad at my mother, for a long time because I felt like, I don't know. They didn't tell us what happened. I just felt like it was a problem because I thought she, I'm like, you had to have done something to make him leave. So like I'm a daddy's girl. So one thing that I did, and I was thankful that I did it, was I kept in touch with my father. I was the only child that kept in touch with him sporadically as I grew up. But as I got older, my mom didn't tell us anything negative about him. We didn't really know until we got older. And then as we got older, I guess she felt like it was okay to talk about some of the things that they experienced. But I talked to my father, and I went to go see him, and I like forced him to kind of give me his side of what happened. I'd always heard her side, and I'd always sympathized with her, right? But then when I went to when I went to go talk to him and I heard his perspective, I couldn't choose a side who was right or wrong. But you ever had like I would interact with my mother and I'd be like, man, all right, mom, like the time limit, my patience for her would run out. And I would think like, if you get on my nerves, I know you got on my dad's nerves. So I used to ask him, kind of like what happened. And the more that I heard from him, the more that we talked, I realized, man, that was their thing. They had whatever they had going on. And it didn't have anything to do with us, but the dynamics, I could look on both sides where they could have done something different. They could have done something better. So that's why now I look at, when we have these kind of conversations, some people might look at it like, so you just gonna take the bare minimum instead of nothing. But I've seen where you could look at somebody and say, hey, that's the bare minimum because in my mind, I've set the bar here, right? But that they may be given all they have to give in that area. And if it's not, detrimental, that's what I'm saying. If it's not detrimental, I think it's better to try to work with the person than to continue to try to push your standard on them, because you can create a breach. You can create a break where it was only a bend. It could have been a bend. You could have worked to straighten the thing out, but you can be so overbearing, so controlling, so stuck to your standards, so stuck to your expectation that you can fracture something that could have easily been repaired. So I think that's why I approach it that way. Like, take what somebody is given, praise that, and see what you can work with. If it's not, something detrimental like abuse or alcoholism or something of that nature. But I think that a lot of times we look at it and we can say, if it's not to my standard, then it's not good enough. And I think that if we say things like, I'll do anything for my kids, first thing you should do is lay down your ego, have a little bit of humility, and see what can be done to keep things intact.
So that last, let me read these super chats, but that last word, intact, I think is under scrutiny right now. Like, I don't disagree with your sentiments you just shared, but I think that last word, intact, is what we're assessing essentially, right? Because intact seemed to be, from the few examples that we have, slightly detrimental, and we think it's in the best interest, but it turns out these kids aren't as dumb as we think. And so when they're seeing it, are they duplicitous? Like, do they try to duplicate those actions? Do they refrain from it? Like in Lauren's case, where she's saying marriage, having kids don't look like the move based on what I experienced. Also in Lauren's case, are they snorting coke? In Callie's case, are they packing bags? Like, yo, ma, and then how does that affect them when dating and relationships and etc.? What are they willing to accept, right? And this is I'm using this to illustrate a point. I don't think this is the exact example, but like, for instance, red flags being ignored, because of what we witnessed our mom or our father ignoring. What's acceptable, because if your favorite people in the world do it, it must be good for you. Queen with the $5 says, Hamp, low key, my family tired of these YouTube niggas also. Ramella with the $5 says, y'all keep blending these families. Eventually someone is going to be dating his or her cousin. God damn. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, what up, bro? So basically you calling them liars because fathers always get the short end of the stick. No, I'm just trying to mine it out, man. I actually think they're being honest. I think what we often do, including myself, is, well, if I'm being obtuse on purpose, we start to project, right? Because we don't like it, we deny it, and we try to put it on someone else as though they ain't telling the truth, and the truth is we don't want to accept it. So I think that's what was happening. So I was being obtuse on purpose, but there's no reason for Callie not to tell the truth. The fuck she care? Like, why wouldn't she be telling the truth? You know what I'm saying? Just to be fair. MC Heavy Tips with the $5 says, my dad was a mechanic for 40 years. Both my parents worked full time. My dad was active for me and my brother, and for some of my, I guess, friends or something that didn't have a dad. Okay, salute to him. And I agree. I think you can do a lot. It's just that, like, for me, for instance, like my wife and I, we had discourse when, Like I work and then I go DJ and then I get home at 4 a.m. and the kids get up at 6:30 and she looking at me like why I ain't woke. Like I just got here. You know what I'm saying? So be shit like that. Mike Brown with the 2000s. What makes good dads via here for the tea? All right, let me read that one again last. Journey with the $5. Maybe Lauren could tell some dad jokes to lighten the mood. Nah, ain't no lightening it, man. UT been a member for 11 months. Did y'all ask your daddy's side of the story, or y'all just took your mom's side of the story? Nah, I think I saw somebody in the chat, and then I think Lauren and Alexis said they was riding with their dad regardless. So yeah, I think they kind of already said it. You know, I think Callie had the picture that she needed. She was there, and therefore she aired on the side that, you know, based on what she experienced. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says Spike Lee once said, "Parents crush more dreams than anybody." Damn. So this one, anybody can answer. What makes a good dad? He's saying here for the T. Asked this in the chat. He just super chatted it. That's why he's saying that. What makes a good dad?
I don't even know for sure. But go ahead, Callie.
You got it, sis. You were talking first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and like we know what feeling safe is, right? We know what someone providing for us is. So, but that's all I got. Is someone showing up? That's really what I got as the core.
Sis, your dad keeping you safe and providing for you doesn't include baking cookies or going to games.
And showing up for you. Those three things.
Okay.
That's at the core.
Okay.
No. Baking cookies. I don't even want my dad to bake cookies. and UT, the saga continues in my household. What was his question?
What makes a good dad?
No, UT. What was he saying? What did he say?
UT
said. Did you ask your dad's side of the story?
Oh yeah, I was just wanted to let him know the saga continues. I think they're going on 39 years. So I'll let you know, UT.
Sis, did dad go to shit?
Yes. Remember you told him out of all the years you played football since you were 7, he only missed one game, and that's what you remembered? Yeah.
Yeah, he came to football games. Yeah, 100%. Did we see that nigga in the daytime before we was in double digits?
Not really. but one thing, we knew he was coming and going. I could hear the steps. I could hear the door slam, and I could hear the truck pull up, go around the corner, and turn around and go the other way. So yeah, but he was there though. You know, so he was there.
I guess
he was there. No, but I think that was important to you though. I don't think you was looking for that nigga outside of football. So, you know, unless you was looking for some money. But I don't know if you was looking for him. Were you?
Nah, you just know where he parked and then he leave and then we had lights and everything we needed. So fuck it. You know what I'm saying? God damn.
I didn't want no cookies from him.
Hey, stop clowning. I don't know why you put that. I said I had baked the cookies and I was.
He won't let that go.
Yeah, like I baked the cookies and I thought he was going to do the devil shit. That's
I
the
know, Lex, but by proxy, you put it in like he could have been baking cookies.
No, I didn't. I was telling the story like I had baked cookies and I said, hey, why don't you come with us to go? You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying. I did this and asked him to come with us. Like, y'all tripping. But let me say, look, I agree. I wanted to answer that question as far as a good dad. I think well, a good parent, period. But my dad did stuff. He showed up for me. I went to the high school that he went to when we was in Kansas City, and it had changed to a performing arts school. My dad was showing up to, like, when he got time off. He didn't show up to every single one, but he would put in time off for any talent shows that I had, if I had any performances. My dad used to take me to studios, and like, my dad knew my raps. Like, my dad was there. And not try to make it seem like I was riding for him more than my mom. I don't think I was, but I think my dad, he did that stuff. My dad took me to Royals games, me and my cousins to Royals games when we was in Kansas City. If I needed something fixed, my dad could fix it. Like, I ain't had no, even to this day, I'm confident. If I call dad, be like, hey, can you come through and fix this? He gonna do it. Like, just showing up and being there. I know not to call him to bake some cookies, but he gonna make me some salmon croquettes though. He'll do that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, no. My dad, no, hell no. Yeah.
I would say a good dad is somebody that you can come to for anything, or you can talk to him about anything. You don't have to be scared to talk, necessarily scared to talk to him to the point where you want to keep stuff from him. You know what I mean? Also, y'all gave away the secret. Now they gonna start watching their words and shit. But like that 60% of my dad, that was my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have he provided, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have a need for anything. He gave me what I wanted when I deserved it. You know what I mean? Hey, all you gotta do, your grades is your job. If you got good grades, you can pretty much have what you want. You know what I mean? Just don't break the rules, get good grades, and be straight. You know what I'm saying? He didn't come to my extracurricular stuff or whatever, but like I said, we had our entertainment, we had our movies and shit that we could bond over. You know what I mean?
You ain't gonna repeat the same thing over and over now.
No, but I'm just saying, just being there for your child all the way. Like my husband, my father-in-law, he didn't go to none of my husband's basketball games, but my husband knew that he can come to his dad for anything and talk to him about anything. It didn't matter. He was gonna be there to offer advice, to help, whatever it was. I think that's a good dad. That's a good balance between work and life. Good work-life balance. You working enough to go ahead and be able to provide for your family, but you have that life balance where you're actually be there and be available for your family and have the temperament to deal with it.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I'm definitely not missing no football games. For damn sure. Now, if he try to play soccer or some shit, I see you when I see you, my nigga.
That's also football.
Yeah, the original football.
What do you
have to be there. You be a bad dad if you don't show up.
Soccer is football.
I'll be a happy dad if I don't show up.
Football.
I couldn't imagine watching him kick. I would be disgusted, bro.
Kicking a ball?
Boring.
Like that shit is so.
Soccer is actually interesting.
Perhaps you got to make pretend. I was pissed that he was playing the clarinet. I wanted him to play the saxophone, but you gotta clap and be there.
Well, Grace, the funny part is we aligned there. When you told me he was playing the clarinet, I was pissed.
I wanted him to play the saxophone, and I'm like, really? You're gonna play the clarinet? You know? To me, a good father is a man that provides, protects, brings structure, discipline, and is just show up when he's needed. Like, my dad never went to games. He made it clear from 5:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, he was never going to be home. You know, but we made sure we had dinner together every night. But extracurricular activities, he was out. He was just not available. He was an owner. He had to be there. But on the weekends, it was a different thing. He would compensate it. for other things. But I do remember looking up at the stands and never seeing my parents there. So I made sure for my son, that's why I would make my ex, hey, you got to show up for his game. I know how much it matters to kids. It matters to kids to see your parents out in the crowd, even playing the clarinet. I'm like, oh my God. But I was there, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely, man. Definitely. I think, yeah. I mean, my father had an affinity for football, so it just made sense, you know. But other things I was doing, I was less inclined because I didn't care as much about those things either. You know, so if I was in some type of club or something, if he didn't come to like a talent show, I'm not like, yo, where you was, but the football was important. And so that probably just stuck out more, you know what I'm saying? Because it was more important to me, I guess. So, but yeah, nah, man, if Big Chug is in the 98th percentile in weight. His head circumference is in the 98th percentile.
Don't do that.
Nah, that ass. He big as hell, but then this nigga's 30 percentile in height. I'm like, bro, you know you only built to play football. What the fuck else you gonna do? You gonna play soccer? Like, that's not you, bro.
Football.
Or he can wrestle.
Huh?
Or he
Yeah,
can
yeah,
wrestle.
yeah. Those are things to get you ready for football. So yeah, wrestling, boxing, but it's always to get ready for football. But he athletic though. He can do a lot of shit. But yeah, man, CTE, here we come, man. Perfect. You know what I mean? Salute the Big Chug, man. Damn. I don't know, man. This is crazy, man. So does Sis have a point?
Yeah.
Everybody, I need a yes or no. Does Sis have a point that we need to mine out? 2K?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, did you want more context or you just want the answer?
No. Trust me, I'll take that. Like, you talk slow. Go ahead. Just yes or no. Maybe that'll work.
C.
Allie?
Yeah.
I hate when people that can't speak Spanish. Callie, yes or no? Does Sis have a point?
Yes, she has a point.
Nay? Well, I know Nate. Nate already got rid of one of them niggas. It got hot in there, huh, Nate? You on mute, Nate? Yes or no?
Yeah, she got a point.
C?
Yes.
Alexis from Texas.
Positive.
Grace?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yeah,
I'm not responding while that's on there. First of all, I speak slowly because I'm bilingual and I just want to make sure that I say things clearly.
Who's bilingual?
I am bilingual.
What other language do you know?
Spanish.
Lauren, what do you think?
I think this was a great show.
Man, but you think Sis got a point?
Of course. If it was my choice, my parents wouldn't still be together. They'd probably be amazing if they wasn't. I went through a phase with my mama, so.
This is pretty enlightening.
All right, Hamp. Get the men's point of view.
All right, let me drop the link. We ain't staying here all night tonight.
Perfect.
Make sure Triple Black come up.
Is he in there? Triple Black in the comments?
Lauren.
I don't know.
Sis, would we have been better off? Like if they were to split?
No, because he needs mommy. He need like he can be disciplinary. And he's all of those things, but it's something about the dynamic, you know.
Yeah, he need
Something
that
about
shit.
and vice versa.
Love C, can you get in the chat and time Jonathan out for 5 seconds, please?
I don't think there's a 5-second option.
Wow.
Jonathan with a 20 ball.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I pray Hamp's son becomes a male.
But they are extremely athletic, though.
That would never happen.
I mean,
They have to learn gymnastics.
He a male cheerleader. He could grow up to be Kevin Samuels.
He could be an Olympian.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Is that funny? Is that motherfucking funny, Callie? Huh?
That'd be the best part is gymnastics when the
That's
men
why
do
it
it.
look like you and they snort when y'all laugh. Oh,
Why
sis,
would
you know
Jonathan
you
say
you
that?
know you snort when you laugh.
Oh yeah. Where did he get the idea from? And then $20 worth of idea.
He's an asshole.
Why would he say that?
He's an asshole. That's all you could. That's basically what
hilarious.
it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. You know.
All right.
All right. I dropped the link. It's interesting, man.
But what if he's the ones? Because there's some that stand there and they just like help the girls like on like all that.
Like a spider? Hell no. He can't.
Crazy.
No.
Oh my God, I can't breathe.
Hey, Steve, can you jump in the chat and time out Journey for 3 seconds, please?
What was that movie? Was it Bring It On?
But it actually happens.
Jay, what's poppin'?
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Hola, Jaylan.
Hey, Jay.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Mi amor.
Hey, Jalen.
Hey.
All right now.
She does speak Spanish.
Grace, are you serious right now?
I can roll my R's. That counts. It's like,
What's
boom.
up, Jay, man? What you think? This shit is crazy, man.
It was great. It was an amazing show.
You liked it?
Yeah.
What did you learn?
Did you not?
No, not especially. The nuclear family is under extreme scrutiny right now, man. It sounds like people are forcing their marriages for the sake of children, which we would argue is something that you do not want to do because you're not fooling anybody up to and including the kids. And the kids are turning out to have a adverse reaction to us forcing these marriages and relationships for the sake of them. Now, the money is flowing more to Sis's point, right? You have the consistency of the father being a disciplinarian to Callie's point. However, a 30% loss, I would argue, is not worth it. If you owe me 100 and you only give me 70, I'm not accepting that. So this is crazy.
That relationship's about compromise.
You said what? Huh?
I thought relationships was about compromise. Like,
Do you compromise yourself?
yes, I don't know. In the point in a relationship, I guess you do is to give a little, take a little.
Let me ask you a question. Do you compromise yourself?
Yeah, you do. Because you want to be selfish sometimes in a relationship, and some people be like, "F them kids." And I don't know how you do that for real, but
Well, I'm saying in order to be with somebody or for the sake of someone else, do you compromise yourself?
Yeah, you do.
And is that the right thing to do in that instance?
I guess you would feel like it if you're doing it for the kids. I mean, I don't think I don't think it's a bad thing depending on the situation. If you're going to compromise somebody falling short, like, because we're not perfect, so you gotta.
Look at this. Consider this. And I'll give you the actual substance of it. I'll like text it to you, or I'll send you on Instagram. You know they sacrifice the kids in the Bible before the grown-ups.
But I thought that was on not just Bible, but other religions. It's a purity thing when they sacrifice children.
No, I'm saying like at war, the kids go first. They can't help with shit. They don't have as much value.
Mm.
So, do you compromise yourself in a relationship?
I think you do. I think you do, man. It may not be on a large scale, like to where, I mean, you compromise yourself when you got married to your wife. You wasn't out there doing all that other stuff, even though you feel like, oh well, it's wrong that that I would cheat on my wife. But if you went from having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and now you're not doing that anymore, isn't that a compromise because this is better? So
It's a compromise, but compromising yourself. Maybe you're not. Maybe we're not on the same page.
Okay, I'm getting you now.
So you are a thing, but you become less of that thing for the sake of someone else. But in doing that, you feel some type of way.
Okay.
So my bad. I wasn't being clear. I apologize.
How does that show up though?
I think you do compromise, yeah.
Yourself, or you compromise?
I think to an extent you can compromise yourself. The example you gave of children being sacrificed is in a time of war because they don't really bring any value. But in a relationship, you compromise yourself because the person who's the weakest needs the people who are the strongest to step in and be a safeguard for them.
Well, you compromise. So I think what you're articulating is you compromise a relationship. What'll happen is you'll have the two kids, and the one kid, and then they go between the two parents. So now when they go between the two parents, the parents are further apart. When if you put the kid on the outside of one of the parents and hold hands, everybody's still attached. But what happens is the kids often separate the parents, and now the parents are just there for the kids. Therefore, the relationship is compromised. So is that what we should do?
No, I'm saying compromise your wait. You said the children to compromise
come between the parents. But sorry, I didn't need to do all that articulating. Children come between the parents. Sorry. Kids become the priority.
Yeah, I feel like that and I'm speaking just from like a standpoint of marriage, man. Once you're in it, you're in it. So if you gotta, if I have to compromise like myself, maybe something that I like, maybe something that I want, maybe something that I feel, and it's not something that you know what I mean? I feel like if I have to do that for the sake of the family maintaining, and I can do it in a way where it's not contentious, where I'm not like, I don't think that, don't make the sacrifice if you're gonna run around and make a big deal about it and you're gonna make the house a stressful place to be. But if you can muster enough humility to be like, hey, I can go without for the sake of peace. I can go without for the sake of family. I can suffer for the greater good. I think that you should do that. I think that you owe that to, it's you, a separate entity, it's the other person, a separate entity. Y'all came together and you built a whole new thing. And for the sake of that thing existing, and for the whatever life you produced out of it, if you're not willing to compromise yourself to a degree, don't do it. That's just how I feel.
But doesn't that like typically become one-sided though? Like one parent is ending up being able to do whatever, they just get to be able to be them. And the other parent is kind of compromising themselves. And then the child is seeing that and they're like, okay, well, I don't want to end up like that person. I'd rather be the other one.
You run the risk of that, right? Ideally you would hope that it wouldn't be one-sided, that both people would be willing to sacrifice on some level. But I think that your children see, that's why I say if you can do it without making a scene of it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no if you give up, I don't know, you give up your girl, and then every time, dad's gone, you like, see, and now I can't go on, if you carry yourself about like, I had to give up my girls trip, I wasn't able to do that, there ain't no point in doing it. You know what I mean?
But see, that's the point, right? Just real quick, that's the point. When you compromising yourself, it's almost like you can't help it show up, right? Because it's something that's conflicting. So, like as an example, there was what was I doing? Like I play football, like flag football, etc., right? But for the sake of time, I stopped doing it. But you have like a pastime that you do that's consistent, that keeps you in a certain place, right? Even though football is a violent thing, it's a sanctuary essentially for me, right? So it's peaceful there because I feel like I'm in full control. Of course, there's opposition, right? But then when you don't have those things as releases, disdain starts to happen. It starts to show up and manifest in different ways, your attitude and etc. So even though we think we're in control of it, our subconscious has a voice.
Right?
Just as an example.
I agree with that. I've done something like that. Like I had a similar like type of hobby or something like that, right? And at a point in time, I had to give that up, not willingly, right? So you get the option. This is just how I feel. You get the option to say, this is gonna affect me, or I could either pretend like it won't affect me and just give of myself, or I can acknowledge it. I said, I know this is gonna affect me. I know I'm not pleased. So I'm gonna be extremely conscious. One, I'm gonna find a substitute. So I wasn't able to do that thing. I found a workaround where I could do something that was acceptable for that period of time, right? Then I had to be intentional about monitoring my attitude because I know it's a sore spot for me. And I'm going to communicate like, look, I'm giving this thing up. I'm doing it this way for the sake of the family, but I'm not pleased. So we need to work on a span of time. Something's going to have to change within, an amount of time. So you can communicate it. But this the thing though, Hemp, I didn't say it was easy. And I didn't say that anybody really wants to do it, but I'm sure there's some things that when it comes to your family, man, you don't want to do, but you do them because, hey, they're here. And this is what I signed up to do. Yeah. So I think that it's not easy. It's not something that anybody's like, hey, I'll go first. Hey, but we're in it now. What you gonna do?
Yeah, I just know. Yeah, no, I understand it. And whatever it takes, I'm gonna do, just generally speaking. But I think the workaround caveat that you put in there makes it much different than what I was articulating. If there was something that could fill in to give you the same feeling, then that's not the same situation as though you have to give up something that really affects you.
It wasn't the same though. It it wasn't the same. It was a for sure substitute, and I did look. I did the substitute just because I knew like what I was gonna feel, by giving it up. So I did that for myself. But that's why I said, like, So do you run the risk of being able to be resentful and those sorts of things? Yeah, you run that risk, right? But I think that, at the same time, you have to teach yourself to be appreciative and grateful, because I could look at that and I could say it's the end all be all, and I'm being, I'm losing, or whatever the case may be, right? But then I can look on the flip side of that and say, if you look at all the rest of what I have, you know what I mean? If you look at everything else that's come out of this, eh, I, I'm not on the bottom. It's somebody that would love to have what you have. It's somebody that's doing way worse. You have to sometimes talk your mind through those sort of things until the feeling catches up with it. So I think that, those are the kind of things that, if you don't develop them within yourself, if you're not intentional about those sorts of things, you will be resentful. You will be looking like, man, I can't stand you. And, then that's when other things come into play. But, I think that comes with it. And the more that you teach yourself to do that, it becomes it's not a struggle. It becomes a habit.
So I often, Tommy was popping. I often, so one thing I admire, I understand that, right? It could always be worse. But one thing I admire, at least when Callie Bev articulates and how her husband be sitting there when we be talking shit and going back and forth and etc. And how she'll be like, hold on, let me get my permission slip signed and shit like that. And how they go out separately and they be partying and smoking and she'll, well, off camera, she'll go get the burner when she gets saucy. You know what I'm saying? Like all this, it's like they gotta understand, and it's like they being themselves. You know what I mean? And it's probably through learning, right, and growth, and just developing with one another. But nevertheless, this is what C and Callie don't lie, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm just like, they don't feel, and I'm just saying feel, based on what I've observed, like they compromising shit. And that's where I see success. Again, I don't have all the right. Nobody does, but just based off perception. I know when motherfuckers be on these panels, niggas be whispering because niggas be lying. I use this story all the time. Trigger Mike told me his wife might wear the Lululemon shit, right? The tights and all that, but she wear a big shirt. The fuck out of here, nigga. Ain't nobody wearing no big shirt. My wife used to tie her jacket around her waist, right? When she go to the car to go to the gym. I found the jacket in the driveway. The fuck out of here. Somebody wearing that shit for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I don't feel like, and I'm saying feel like they compromising themselves to be with one another. And I think that's the difference. I think we make compromises for each other 100%. But yourself, if that's compromised, can you sustain that? You know what I mean? Yeah, Kurt in the goddamn driveway. I ran this shit over. You see what I'm saying? If I'm off, I'm off, What y'all think? Anybody can talk. Sherelle was popping, Jay was popping. I know Jay, I know you're trying to talk. Lexus from Texas cut you off, so I wasn't gonna say nothing, but fuck it.
I ain't trying to talk.
It's the code.
Hey everybody. First of all, how y'all doing tonight? Y'all doing great.
Hi.
And I always tell Callie she's like a fun wife. She makes me want to be a wife.
Jay, now Sherelle done cut you off. That's too.
No, she can go. Stop it, Ham.
I'm just saying, hey, Ham, stop being messy.
I'm just saying, man. Just saying.
But I agree with your sentiment, though. I agree with it. I think compromising yourself is too much, because you come across these people that are, after their children are gone, they don't know what to do with themselves because their children don't need them anymore. The house is empty and it's just them. And this whole time they haven't focused on their marriage whatsoever, the love they have for each other. And they're just two empty people who compromise themselves so much they don't know who they are.
Damn. That's interesting, bro.
Like I would
That's
say,
the
like with my
majority. That's the
mom, I was
majority.
like that. I
Damn.
thought she was weird for the longest.
What?
That's the main thing that happens to mothers, if we're gonna be honest. That's the main thing that happens to women. Because they're
What?
usually the ones compromising so far to the point where they forget who they are in the end.
You think so?
Yeah.
I thought my mom had no personality until I was in my 30s.
Until you start hearing stories. Oh, your mom was outside. She was.
Oh,
with
I
her.
saw pictures, and then it was
What?
like,
I didn't know that. She was always in the house.
you like that? Yeah.
So you're like, your mom ain't who she is because she compromising for your father, or like
She
under
put
his.
the family. She put the family first. What was best for her children, what was best for the husband, what was best for the household, she put that first.
Damn. So you think so when it's alleged that women fulfill their biological and in their mind by having the husband and the wife kids, you think that's false? You don't think that gives them that fulfillment?
I think it's. I think it.
Majority minority.
I think majority of them want to believe it gives them fulfillment, 100%, but they come to realize that it didn't, and they kind of resent it.
Damn. So the kids and the husband don't do it for them, huh?
Not just them, no. They may love them, they may care for them, but that's not their only life's purpose. They're a human being.
Do you think it's because they have so much more opportunity now? Do you think, or you think that the women of yesteryear felt the same? Speculative, right? You don't know.
I mean, my grandma was one of the ones saying enjoy being young.
Word?
Yeah, and she was a first lady of a church.
Damn.
And she was telling me enjoy being young.
Get it popping, huh?
Not get it popping, just enjoy your youth. That don't mean go be promiscuous. Just enjoy the fact that you are young and you don't have to deal with what I do.
Yeah, enjoy the opportunities in front of you.
Hold, Lauren. What was she dealing with?
She came from a family of 12 kids in Louisiana, Opelousas, in the country.
What you call me? What you say? Opelousas. What you say?
You don't know?
Opelousas. That's the name of the city.
I thought she was calling me name. All right, go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
It's a little ass. Sherelle know it. It's a little pass through type shit.
Okay.
She came from that. She met my grandfather. They moved to Houston. They had kids. She did it the traditional way, but she lost herself within it.
Okay. Man.
Can I add something to that?
Hold. 1 second. So she lost herself in it. What does that mean?
She left her family that was in Opelousas. She left everything she knew because my grandfather said that there were more opportunities in Houston.
Was he wrong?
No, he worked at Goodyear until he was like in his almost 70s.
And he was a pastor?
Mm-hmm.
And so what did she think she missed out on?
Her life of just being a woman.
But she had kids and a husband.
But that's not the only thing she wanted.
What else did she want? Is
Her
she living vicariously through you?
Well, I mean, I came way later. Probably my mother.
Okay. So, but you're not telling. So she didn't tell you what she wished she would have done. Did she want a corporate job?
She probably would have cherished the relationships with her friends more, like going out separately, not always being with her children, not always being with her husband, not always being in the house. She probably would have done more for herself.
Okay. I understand it. I'm not going to continue to pursue it. I think I understand it pretty thoroughly. It just seems conflicting.
Why?
Well, just some of the things that I've heard in terms of, like, for instance, there's a stat to say that women who are past birthing age regret not having children, as an example. I don't know if you guys saw that report. Like, they regretted it. It was like upwards of like 60 or 70%. I had to find it, but I saw a whole podcast on it. And then also, I don't know if women regret their sexual escapades or not, but I know that they're looking at numbers when women have partners. They're less likely to be able to like have a successful long-term relationship. I don't know. You ever seen those numbers before?
I have, but I mean, there are also women out there who talk about their time raising children and how much they grew to resent that time because they didn't have time to themselves.
Damn.
And
there are women out there who are their voices are small, but they're there. There are a lot of mothers who just may not say it.
So you don't think? So my last question for Jay, then Sherelle, then Grace, because they were trying to get in. Do you think? So you don't think that women actually enjoy being on their husband's program?
I think they learn to live with that choice.
So that sounds like no.
Yeah. No.
Damn. Go ahead, Sherelle.
I agree with her. I think when you don't give people the opportunity, you cannot measure anything. If somebody doesn't have the freedom to do something, you know how people say, I know my kids, leave them by themselves. Watch how they do some shit you don't know, right? So at a certain time where women couldn't survive without men, I better hurry up and get a husband, have some kids to keep them. But when they got that freedom, my grandmothers, both of my maternal and fraternal grandmothers, both were married at 15.
Okay.
My mom's big sister was forced to be married at 15 because back in the day they would marry, the daddies married their daughters off. They're young, they're 15, they're getting their bodies. They don't want a man coming around, deflowering the girl, getting her pregnant, and then they stuck with a baby. So they're young, they at their birthday years, my grandpa is looking for, hey, some man need to come marry this girl and start taking care of her. That's the line of my grandparents coming from. My mom, 5 kids, never raised none of them. Not one of them. She lived her life. She don't care. Her mom was married at 15. She watched her big sister be miserable. And my aunt wound up getting in an abusive relationship and fell to drugs. So, because, back in the day, you got to understand, my grandmother was 15. Grandpa's was like 30.
Yeah.
They wasn't going to marry their daughters off to some young boy. They was marrying them off to established men. So when you see my daddy's 30, my mom's 15, it's basically like she's a little kid, our big sister, more than she's our mom, and she's miserable with this old man. And that was their picture. So they just went into this mind frame of, I don't never want that.
Okay, so they did, and then they passed that down and therefore warped the mindsets?
Yeah, it's like people would teach you off of their fear, right? So off of I didn't like that, I'm not going to raise my kids because I didn't like that. And I think I don't think that women should be forced to get married or have kids, because the men who want marriage will suffer from a woman who don't want to be married to him. And the children who are born to mothers who never wanted to be mothers and they only did it to fit a societal standard, those children feel like they're motherless kids. And to grow up without your mother being there is like a really empty void in yourself. The craziest thing is my mom has been in a relationship for 20 years with the man that she's with. I wouldn't consider him my stepdad. I got one dad. I got one daddy, my daddy. So, but she's been in a relationship with a man for 20 years or whatever since I was 9. And she been with him longer than she ever been with us. She never stayed with her kids that long. And I asked her, I was like, why don't you marry him? She's like, because he a buster. But she's planning on staying with him until the day she died. But marriage, rings, paperwork, she's like totally against the whole. She doesn't want to feel like somebody owns her. She wants to feel free.
Okay. And so let's say the construct is sound. And it's not coming from, and I'll just use this, forgive me, a traumatic circumstance. What's her excuse for not being happy and satisfied? Sherelle.
I would say
I never
it
heard
all
you
comes
in my
from
life.
the traumaticness. Honestly, I think a woman that's not forced, because I think a lot of times we just think we want marriage. Do you want love the man, or do you want marriage? Because some women go out there like, I just need to get married. I don't care who man it is, I'm gonna get married. You know? But I truly believe, like I said, a woman should love the man that she's with and respect him like she would think of a father. And you got to understand that a lot of them anyway, a lot of other people, they grew up with dads. So the love and respect that you have for your dad, he's kind of bossy and controlling, but you know that he has your best interest at heart because you have this security from understanding this man loves me, you know? So that same reverence and love that I have for my dad, you should have for the man that you want to marry. And when you have that with a man that you want to marry, you're going to desire kids with him. Your body will crave to be one with him, and you'll crave to want to create with him, because that's your God ability, right? That the divine masculine, divine feminine, when they become one, they can create life. That's how you get the gift of everlasting life. Both energies come to form child. So I truly believe a healed woman, all healed women who still feel like they can have that freedom, right? Like I said, Callie Bev makes me want to be a wife. Some wives make it seem like they're in full bondage.
Minority.
Majority of wives make it seem like they're stepper wives. You better eat with a salad fork, and you better never, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be like, oh, I can't do that. It sounds hard. Like, I don't know how to do that. But Callie, you can tell Callie's like with her best friend, somebody that she loves, somebody that she respects. You know what I'm saying? She can have fun with, and he still allows her to be herself, you know? So I can tell, like, when she gets with her husband, she wanted to have a family with him. She wanted to create with him. And that's how it should be. But I do think we got to a point where marriage was the goal more, and what the man could give you more than the man itself. And like I said, I think a man's value is intrinsic. And I don't think that money is a man's value, because men made money. God made man. So did God create men without value? Which means everything that's valuable about a man is intrinsic. It is who he is. It's his way of thought. It's his protectiveness. It's his ability as a man, especially if he's shaped right mentally. So that's what I think, you know. But a lot of times they got to the performance of, we're only marrying men because we need a house and we need some money, you know. So we just marrying anybody. But when you do it in the right way, you want kids.
Who's creating the issue? Are the women creating their own issue then complaining about it?
No, because I don't think women took their rights away. We didn't take our rights away. Whoever took our rights away in the first place. They convinced us that we were just incubators, because women are more than that. We're more than our ability. People think just because we have the ability to have children that is our own purpose for creation. I don't believe that's true.
Agreed. But what I want to assess is the notion of they fell in love with the ideas.
Oh
right?
yeah, materialism.
Yeah. Did women do that to themselves?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we could blame society, but we all in control of ourselves, right? You know, so we can choose to, you know, do it, because I feel like men work hard for women, right? And they used to work hard to get us a house and a car. Now they working hard to get us shoes and a purse and makeup.
Damn.
And trips to Dubai and a cruise and my nails done and $500 lashes and weave, and Men just gotta keep working harder because we just keep wanting more shit.
$2 lashes, maybe.
No, you know they get the real ones. They get the ones that don't come off.
Oh, the
The
individual.
last set is the hundreds of dollars.
Niggas in trouble, boy. Good God Almighty.
Listen.
Go ahead,
Gotta
Grace.
find you a frugal wife.
Listen, you gotta be cheap.
Go ahead, Grace. Go ahead, Grace. Say anything. You can say the ABCs for all I care. Go ahead.
Well, Sherelle hit on a lot of points, but one of the things that I want to just add on to what Jay was saying is that, and I'm not just going to say women, people lose their individuality when they become into a relationship, and that's a big mistake. You have to get your own. You should a person should be part of your life, not your whole life. You know, and when you have
Grace,
somebody that doesn't have a life.
Grace. Hold on, Grace. Hold that thought, Grace. I got it. I got. Black America has been a walking trigger for women over the past I think his whole life, but definitely the past 2 weeks. Yeah. Go ahead, Grace. Finish your thought. Then we'll get his 2 cents. He probably got more
we have to find lives of ourselves outside of our marriage. We have to find hobbies. We have to do things so later we can come together. Like, I don't know Callie that well, but the little that I have seen, it's what it's supposed to be. She's married to her best friend, her homeboy, her lover, her husband, her spiritual leader. You can tell just from the energy and the vibe and how she handles herself. And like Sherelle was saying, and Callie, I don't even know you that well, and I can get all of that just from the little bit of interaction that I've known you from. And she is the poster child of what a marriage supposed to be. But then all we hear is the bad side of marriage, the good, what's not bad, what's not beneficial about it. And like my son tells me, Mom, why should I get married? Look at you and Dad. Look at Grandma and I mean, we have no incentives to tell our kids to be married or stay married, and it's really sad. And it's just, we just got to find our lives of our own. We got to find hobbies. We got to do things. Like, I refuse to date a guy that's not into sports. I like going out of town to go see my team play, tailgating. I would love for him to come, but I'm not always going to go by myself with my friends. So you got to be with people that you have things in common with and can have fun with, and then also break off and do your things on your own. But I think we just don't do that. We don't vet enough. We don't hang out enough to see what we like to do and and then we got to give each other space. Like, I know that a lot of women don't give their men space. Let them go out. Let them blow off some steam. Just like we like to do that. Men need to do that too. They go to the barbershop and can talk for hours. You know, that's what they like. Leave them be. Don't call them 5, 6, 7 times. Just have dinner ready when they get home. You know, but we some of us don't like to do that. And the men too. I mean, I'm not just putting it on the women, because we all got our issues. So, you know.
Who does it more?
Damn, man. Women do it more. Women do it more because we're emotional creatures. We run on emotions. And when we want our man around and we want to be up underneath him, we get in our feelings. So women do it more.
They're going to cancel you, Grace. Black America was popping.
What's going on? Hello to the panel. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Hemp, I want to apologize to everybody. Because, man, I thought it was the women that's delusional. Sherelle was saying some delusional shit. We got the control freak up above me saying some outlandish. I made him marry me. All of this shit.
I required marriage. That's not making. I required it.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I'm doing them. If I don't make him marry me, I'm wrong. If I make him marry me, I'm wrong.
Listen, I didn't marry you, so I don't gotta listen to that bullshit. The problem,
Amen.
the problem is it's us. It's us men who are delusional. Because I thought us as men, when you vow to give your life for a woman, that's what makes everything comes together. And I don't understand. I don't think she's talking about. I heard her just say, "Yeah, you get married so you can get a house." You must not see all these homeless women living out on the street right now. Like you must not see, and you guys don't have veteran checks that you're going to get at the first of the month for the most part. It's just homeless broads all out on the street selling dusty coochie for $5 and $10 so they can get a little Caesar pizza. Cali Bev, you mentioned Cali Bev is a one-off. You guys are not going to be her. None of you guys have the chance to be Cali Bev. She's a 1 in a million person with her and her husband. It just, so it's just us. It's me. It's not me, but it's men that really want something from you women that they are vowing to give their life for you. And you guys, Sherelle, you say you guys don't want the purses and shit. Why do you think niggas go to work 78 hours a week? Why do you think they working in oil fields and being roughnecks? And you was a truck driver out there 70 hours a week, just like me. You know how hard that is on your life as a person. But I just want to apologize to the women. It's not you guys. You guys can have anything you want. It's just all of us men, and we don't just want y'all for coochie. We want something more from you guys. Like it's a trade-off, and everybody doesn't understand what that trade-off is, evidently. It's really sad. It's sad on both parts, from you guys' side and our side.
Sherelle, you praying?
Let's just breathe, Jesus.
I was singing. I don't know.
What else are y'all asking for, Black America? I'll bite the bullet.
Listen, men just want you and your body, right? Some shut the hell up, some sandwiches, and I am going to live, kill, and die for you. Hemp has kids, right? Hemp has kids. Hemp is irreplaceable. It started off with men and their actual children. What made me mad was when the little chocolate girl over there with the bun on top of her head, little sexual chocolate, she said the dad is coming by and he's doing shit. Real men, for the most part, are fucking boring. We want to come home. We want to take our shoes off. We want to kick up our feet. We want to, if you want to go to the movies, say, hey, babe, let's go to the movies. And we will go. We don't want to do shit after we come home. Now, if the nigga was having some problem with some bread, I understand that. But, my question to you earlier was, how old was he when he couldn't come up with $450 goddamn dollars in a month?
What is happening?
37.
Okay, that's a piss poor example of a man. I'm sorry. I just call it straight down. Now that's bad. Now if y'all was younger, I could see him having some problems like that. But all he got to do, just like I tell every brother I run across, go get you a CDL, and you will never have to look for a job again. They will look for you. Okay, just go get a CDL.
Nigga, you can. Dad is a truck driver. His dad is a truck driver.
Right. And I don't know why his dad not kicking a foot off in his ass. Like, that's pathetic. It's no reason that a man who unless he's smoking weed and can't put down the weed, right? It's no reason you can't go get a CDL and drive and make enough money to take care of your family. So that's that. But you know, for the most part, men are boring. You know, if he was riding around trying to sell Uber Eats and can't come up with the money for rent, that's pretty bad. So I dig what you were saying. So it's bad on him. You know, I don't know, but back to Jay. Yeah, Jay, all we want is a woman who we can live, kill, and die for. That's it. I don't want to hear shit though. When I go to do something, you think I want to hear shit? If somebody come in the house and try and rob us, or you ain't got to pay for vacations, like I don't know what kind of niggas y'all messing with. Like is niggas out here this broke? Are you guys having to choose brothers that are this downtrodden and bad? And if you are, it has something to do with you. That's all it is to it. If you can't get a nigga to pay $450 on your rent, 2K Lauren is getting niggas to fly her in and out. And I send her, she's sexy. I send her ass $2,000. It has to do with her looks. If you don't look good enough, you are going to get a bottom of the barrel nigga. And that's all it is to it. If you look bad, you're going to get a bottom of the barrel nigga. Women, you guys it's all about your beauty. Men, it's about what we do. Hemp work doing these shows all the time, got this business, he doing DJing. He's putting in a lot of work that none of us see. We see him up here spending too much hours on YouTube, but he also has other shit that he's doing also. And he's taking care of his family. Like I say, his wife got a master. She don't work. This motherfucker I got in here, she ain't never paid a car note, a house note, no nothing. Niggas, I don't even think she know how to put gas in her shit. And I got 3 of them like that. But I go to work a whole damn lot so I can say shut up and make me a goddamn sandwich. So if you guys are having problems with finding a good man, it is because of you. You getting bottom of the barrel niggas. Get off them dating sites and go sit at the damn garbage dump, or go sit at the city and wait for a nigga to drive in and out in that old beat up truck, and you latch on to that man. That nigga got insurance and he got a job. I'm telling you, stop going for niggas. If it's any man besides him, if it's any man and he has more than 5 pairs of tennis shoes, don't date him. Don't date him. Callie, you didn't like that one, huh? She didn't like that one at all. Don't date him. For the most part, just don't date him. Find you a nigga that got 2 pair of shoes, a pair of work boots and a pair of tennis shoes. You add on all the accessories. That's what you guys are for. I don't. You guys are picking bad men because you're looking for the wrong shit. You're looking for the wrong aesthetics in these men. I talk to men every day. There is not one man who I talk to that got more than 5 pair of shoes. But I tell you what, they've been going to work every day for the last 25 to 40 years. They're firefighters, they're truck drivers, they're plumbers, they're electricians. Men don't need all of that shit because we go to work and we want to come home for the most part. All right, I ain't got nothing else to say. What up, Ham? How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, man. You know, I had to give you an intro.
Man, I feel so bad for us, bro, as a community, bro. Because all of these women could have them. Sherelle talking about, yeah, Sherelle, men are going to talk to you. You have a vagina. I'm not attracted to you, but I hit it. Even the little chocolate girl, I'm not attracted to her or Jay or the girl, the control freak above me, but I hit it. And the broad I got upstairs won't say fucking shit about it because, like I say, she's sitting in the house that's paid for and never paid a house note. So she can't say nothing. I am a womanizer and a whoremonger. Don't get a guy like me. Get a nice man. All you guys need to go look for goddamn Granville and get on his team and be good to him. Go look for a guy like that who wants a true, loving, and caring partner. That's what you guys need. Granville is the man. Granville got the juice, like Hamp said. Y'all better stop playing. All right, sorry about that, Hamp.
No, I'm wondering why they on mute. Like, yo, they've been cutting me off all night. Now I can't get nobody to say a word.
So you know how earlier we were talking about how some men come around because they like thirsty for attention from women. So they be provocative and they say negative things, make up assumptions about women. The way we can't control him being the way he is, bless his heart, but we control how we respond. So yeah. I'm congratulating every woman on the panel for not feeding into negative energy to mess up the whole entire environment. Mm-hmm. Don't start screaming and hollering. When a man feel like that way, let him feel that way and don't entertain it. They don't see the value in you, fuck them. And at the end of the day, that's how it is. You don't owe him a conversation. He already made up his mind about everybody on the panel. He know us. He raised us. He bathed us. You know what I'm saying? So what the fuck we got to argue for? He got all the answers. Bless your heart, sir. Have a good night.
Damn. That's how y'all feel?
Sherelle, what song you listening to?
Great is your mercy for me.
So you saying that there's not a conversation to be had because he is making statements and not asking questions?
He didn't have not one question.
He didn't have no questions. He came up in it with a message. And
does financial freedom, to the extent in which he described, is he right when that'll buy you a shut the F up card?
No.
Nope.
Not at all.
Did you not hear the trade-off that that his wife got to do? And you want women to sign up for that in mass?
What did he say she signed up for?
That shit I was
Black America, I don't want to twist your words. Go ahead and repeat it for the class. What you said the trade-off was for your wives.
Bills paid.
What do you mean the trade-off? It is no trade-off.
It was a trade-off.
This is the trade-off. They'll never go hungry. They'll never be homeless.
No,
they'll never be without. Hold on a second, Jay. You can be punking people everywhere else. You can't punk me like you. Listen, I'm old enough.
Hold on.
Hold on,
Ava,
Jay.
Hold on, y'all. Real quick. Ava, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up. All right, hold on a second. Let me see if I got. Let me just see something real quick. Hold on, Ava. I'll be very weird. Where Ricky at? Okay, hold on. All right, hold on, Lauren. I'm gonna switch you with me. Ava, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're a real person?
I am a real human being, yes.
Okay.
The thumbs up wasn't enough?
Nah, you know how it be, man. The mountains, man. All right, salute, Ava. Welcome. I'm gonna bring Lauren back up. Go ahead. Now, what you were saying, Black American Jay, go ahead. I'm gonna bring Lauren back up.
No, what I'm saying is, Jay, right now you're young, right? So you may not be looking to your future as in having financial security, having a house, having cars, having things. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. Take off.
I'm listening. Why are you muted? I'm listening. I just forgot my mic was on. Go ahead.
Listen.
I think Ava want to talk.
Listen. I got like 3 daughters your age, at least 3 daughters your age, 25, 26, right around in there. I know when a kid is being condescending. I'm not your daddy, but I'm your daddy's age, at least. And what I'm telling you is, you need to be looking towards your future right now.
Okay.
You think hold on. What's your name up here next to me, sweetie? What's your name, baby?
Me, the control freak?
Yeah. Yeah, the
My
control
name-
freak.
Oh, yeah, my name is Grace.
Okay. Embrace the grace, right?
Yes, sir.
Embrace the grace. No matter what anybody says, Grace, would it be a whole lot better to have a man who's going to live, kill, and die for you right now at this time in your life?
Yeah, I have one of those. Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I mean? But what I hear on this panel, and Sherelle saying, "Oh, you don't need to be." Baby, that is your life. That should be your life's mission and your life's goal. Just like a man or a boy's life goal is to get a girlfriend. Like, boys start chasing girls at 10, 11, 12 years old. We start chasing y'all, popping your bras and chasing you through the schoolyard and all type of shit, because we want one of y'all, because we fucking love you guys. Our whole mission in life is to get one of you guys and to actually try to make you happy, which that's why I said we're delusional, because we can't do that. There is no making you guys happy. So
maybe in your experience.
You sound like Bam Bam from the Flintstones.
I just cannot.
My experience.
I just cannot believe it's coming from the same one, Lauren. It's coming from the same one, Lauren. I just can't believe that. This is what we're dealing with tonight. But so the trade-off that you said your wife had to put up with, I'm sorry, most women, younger women my age that you said I'm the same age as your daughters, they're not going to deal with it. And I would hope you would not tell your daughters to deal with a man like that. So
if the bills are paid, that's apparently good enough.
So forget about respect, honor.
Based on what he said, is as long as your bills are paid,
what do you mean?
And he will also give his life for you. You're good.
Yeah, I'm about to say, what do you mean respect and honor?
I don't know how many times in a lifespan that you would have to risk giving your life up, but you know, it's always that possibility there.
I want to ask you a question. Have you seen any of these stories? No. Have you heard any of these stories where these young men go into these stores and their girlfriend or their mother is complaining about French fries or not getting a bag of chips, and somebody actually takes that young man down and takes his life? Have you heard any of these stories? Or is that just me?
What?
Not in mass.
What is the probability of that happening?
Hold on, white chocolate. I can't hear what they said. What'd you say? You said probably it happens or it does happen.
Who's white chocolate?
I said, well, I'll say it for Laura. The probability of that happening is not as big as what you just described happening in the trade-off.
Jay, it's always a probability. You just don't. You just don't.
Jay, I would have to agree with him on that one. We're not living in a safe world right now. You can't go to Walmart. There's a lot of opportunity for something to go wrong for women nowadays.
You mean to tell me that we gonna tell these young women my age, same age as his daughters, to be okay with their man stepping out on them, telling them?
No. I'm not cool with none of that. I was just saying about the safety. Oh, hell no. I shut down when he started talking that mess. I tuned him out. So, you know.
That's what he explained, you know.
Okay, so let me explain it to you a little bit better. So
explain it. I don't think we're missing it.
Yeah.
No. When you get to an advanced age, okay, as a woman, right? When you get to my age, once you get to your 50s, okay? Once you start getting to your 50s, it's going to be a lot less men that's going to be coming to seek you out. I mean, it's just natural. And and I don't really date 50-year-old women. I do got one that I've been around for the last 33 years, right? But she knows what time it is.
Mm.
She accepts it and I accept it. And we move on and we do good. That's all it is too.
So I'm
Absolutely.
guessing if she wants to step out, that's not an option, right?
Is it stepping out? Because they're not really in anything.
She can step right on out into the streets. It's not a problem with me.
What? Like, how is she stepping out and there's no relationship?
It's
I'm dying. I'm confused.
Lauren.
Yeah, this is why
Lauren.
the patriarchy needs to die.
Oh, hold on. Lauren, do you have a man whose wallet you can go in and go get anything you want out of it at any time?
Sure. Let's go with that.
You do?
Let's go with that.
Okay, so then you need to be with that man. You see what I mean?
Just because I can get in the
men are defined by their wallet.
Yeah.
That's it.
Dick in wallet.
Yeah,
I'm a dick in a wallet until you treat me like a dick in a wallet.
By their wallets. But as soon as we define them by their wallet, we gold diggers. We don't want them for their money. We don't want no love.
You guys are so I think we're missing Black America, and we're well, what it is you think that he's one of those men that would make those complaints.
Right. Like who's making those complaints? What man?
He's not that guy.
He wants to go out.
Man.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead,
No,
Jay.
go-
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You
Go
got
ahead.
it. Go ahead.
What?
Tell us.
What man is saying, "Oh, you're a gold digger," and you're not? And there's the only way you can become a gold digger if there's no reciprocity. Okay, so that's where the
What's
problem
the reciprocity? I'm confused. So what am I gaining out of being able to get the check? What's
What
the
do you-
outside of, what are
what-
you gaining out of that?
I tonight I gained a baked potato with spinach and shrimp on it. That's what I gained tonight, and I don't even eat shrimp, but it was delicious. Okay, that's what I gained tonight.
Food.
So that's what it is. I do things and you do things. Now, if you just want things and constantly keep on wanting things and don't put anything back in, then you're considered a gold digger.
What do you think the woman should be putting back in?
Good question.
Her time. Her time. That's all men want from you guys is time. Let me ask Hemp, because Hemp got a $3,000 coat rack in his house, right? So, Hemp, if it's not too personal, since I'm the only guy up here, can you ballpark the most expensive thing that your wife has ever brought you?
Yeah.
Give me a ballpark.
Probably like maybe $600.
$600.
Yeah,
ladies, you guys don't spend shit on us. $600 is nothing. The second most celebrated holiday behind Christmas is Mother's Day.
It's true.
Men go spend $600 on Mother's Day.
Okay.
Father's Day is number 18 on the list.
Behind what? 18.
I don't know what the numbers mean, but
I thought y'all didn't want shit.
They got that many holidays.
Wait, I thought they want shit.
Behind Martin Luther King Day. Easter.
Wait, so no, we not finna talk about how much money the woman. We're not finna talk about how much money the woman doesn't spend on the man when you just got finished saying that the man don't really want shit.
Wait, Black America, what's the most expensive gift you asked for?
No, no. Well,
that's not what I'm saying. You missing the whole thing.
I'm not missing. I'm just asking because most women ask for gifts. We're looking forward to a gift. So to compare it, like, well, what's the most expensive gift you send a man? If y'all don't ask for anything, why does it matter what I spend on you?
No. My thing is, what I'm saying is, the best thing you can give a man is your time.
Yeah.
Your time, and your attention.
Then why you ask about the price?
Hell, maybe you can explain it better. I don't think I'm.
Yeah,
I
maybe
don't think I'm saying it right.
He's highlighting the fact that right, what we get are the things that he named and mentioned, right? So we're not even looking for you guys to buy us something, but what we want is what we want, right? We don't put emphasis on what you buy us, but we put emphasis on the time you share, sex, food, and the things that we ask for. But he used time to kind of umbrella it, right? Because it takes time to do those things and cater to a man. That's what he's articulating.
Yeah, I
As
just
much
don't
as I
get why
hate
the
to say
price of
it,
the gift came
go
in
ahead,
at that.
Callie.
No, I was just saying, I'm okay. That makes sense, but I was confused at what the price of
What's
what
the
the
price of
most
time?
expensive gift thing came in at.
He's highlighting how we'll spend thousands and what we get in return on that same ilk doesn't even measure up.
So
Well, it
managing the
seems like you're not
household
asking for a
is
lot,
not
though.
valuable.
I feel like that's the point
Which is emphasizing his point. Well, no, we're asking for what we're asking for.
What are you?
Time and sex.
Well, so here's the thing. Because it's Black America, I think that we're just kind of like whatever, right? But what he's saying is what he's saying. And I don't know if you'll get majority of men that disagree with him. They're just not going to be as direct and maybe hyperbolic. But he's not saying anything that's like far-fetched, right? He's just saying that we'll spend our money when we get what we perceive as reciprocity. So she's not a gold digger as long as I'm getting sex, food, cooperation, etc. You know, all the y'all know this stuff already.
Yeah,
He's just saying it, but it's him saying it. So
He's saying that they're only asking for what we're supposed to give, period. Even without it.
I don't think we
As a
disagree
woman.
with him. That's why nobody's giving pushback. We all agree.
Yeah.
He
Well,
claimed
no,
I concede. I jumped the gun. Yeah.
okay. And so Sherelle, I think the reason why it was important for you to say that, because I don't know if it's clear that there's agreement here.
I mean, yeah, we kind of said like he made a message.
Okay.
We received it, and it's you know.
You received it. You tend to agree with his sentiment?
Yep.
Yeah, I think majority of men. I think it's starting to dwindle. You know, house husbands 2024, y'all. So, you know, I support house husbands 2024. So it's different. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm all for house husbands 2024.
Me too.
I'm all for not getting with a man just for money, getting with a man that respects you. If you ain't got to sit around and be disrespected and be with a man you don't like because you need some money, go 50-50, sis. I'd rather go 50-50 with a man that respects me, that ain't going to be disrespecting me or treating me like I'm his child or his pet or his property. You understand what I'm saying? So I think we coming in with a new wave, but I understand he's coming from an older generation. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that's the generation mentality that he's coming from needs to die. It needs to be destroyed. And everybody who thinks like that is making the world a horrible place to live in. And it's definitely making a horrible place for women to be in. And I think that's why women are really opting out of marriage. I think my generation of women are opting out of having kids because these abilities that we have to have kids, to get married, is optional for us. It is our own decisions, and life is about your individual journey and your individual expansion of you. And I feel like men aren't designed to just take care of women. I don't think that that's their purpose. I think they have their own individual purposes. And we're coming into a time where the newer generation, we're out here creating and living and existing and loving and evolving. And life is a beautiful place. And I understand if they come from a miserable place back in the day. They was drinking from colored water fountains and shit. So I cannot relate.
So let me ask a question. You understand him, but you disagree with him.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, hold that thought for just 1 second. Do you guys also understand him but disagree? Jay, you saying yes?
Yep.
Alexis, are you saying yes?
Yeah.
Nay, are you saying yes? Or you actually agree with how he thinks things should be ran?
It all depends on the situation and the people.
All right.
Honestly.
I've
Like,
been letting y'all say depends and all that shit for a little while. That's over with. Okay. I've been trying to be nice. My neck been itching like I ain't washed. Now, Nay, are you saying you agree with him, or you just understand what he's saying, or you think that how he's saying it ran should be ran?
I understand what he's saying.
Okay, but you don't agree. Okay, Ava, do you agree? Do you understand what he's saying and agree, or you understand but disagree?
I think I don't understand, and I think I do agree.
You think you don't understand but you agree with what you don't understand? Break that down for me.
I think she froze.
She froze?
She froze.
I don't understand, but I agree. Whatever it is.
All right, let me do this real quick. All right, Ava will come back. I'll bring her right up. All right.
Are you there?
Perfect.
What's up? Can you see me?
Hell no. I can see you in the back, but not right here.
I don't know what's going on.
It went black, but I can see you in the back. So you have the American flag on in behind you, right?
I do so.
Yeah, so I can see it in the back, but for some reason it didn't come up on the screen. You want to let me drop the link again? You want to try one more time? Because I see when you do that, but for some reason the camera's not coming up here.
That's some wild shit.
So I see XSplit broadcast. There you go. There you go. There you go. Good now. What's going on?
Oh, nothing, man. How's it going?
Good, man. I miss you, man. Long time no see, man. How's everything?
Man, I've been running around, election and stuff and whatnot. Been back off Miami.
Yes, sir.
Headache, but my daughter just started school last week, so she just started Duke. So.
Duke, right? Word. Congrats to her. So you've been listening. Black America been talking. You heard the ladies. I think you've been maybe for like an hour now.
Yeah, I just been watching.
You can start wherever you want.
I just think part of it was not that I disagree, or anything with the young man. It's like listening to him, and I understand him, and I think like what happens a lot with women is like a pack of hyenas. Like once it was one person was laughing at what he was saying, let's all laugh and dismiss what he's saying, even when what he's saying at some points, well, we're making sense. Like when he brought up reciprocity. I don't know if they don't understand what that word means or what, but he was saying it's individualistic to where if it's stuff that he wants, that woman gives it to him, and in turn he gives her what she's looking for. Now these women may not be looking for, let's say, a man to pay bills or a man to keep a roof over their head. There are some women who need that. There are some men who need just comfort from a woman. You don't need anything except for that woman to show him comfort when he get home.
Tommy, question, just point of clarity on those 2 points. The majority or minority of women need that, and the majority or minority of men want comfort when they get home.
I think the majority of men want just the comfort part. I think that's why you hear a lot of men use the phrase that I've heard them say, that they just want to come home to some food and some shut up.
Yeah,
I think they just want to be under this woman. So when he said like, well, if you want to go to the movies, I'll go. If you talk to most men, the things that they're doing are things that the woman want them to do, and we'll do them. But if we didn't have you, we wouldn't be doing that shit. I wouldn't be going to see the Nutcracker. I wouldn't be going to see, like, it's a whole lot of things that my daughter had me doing. I wouldn't be doing that shit. I went to go see Hamilton, was up there singing all the damn, I know them all the songs from Hamilton. If I didn't have that little girl, I wouldn't know none of that shit, and I would have never went to San Francisco to see it. These things, and when he's talking about the shoes, I understand what he's saying, because what he's saying is most men and most women actually want to do that too. If you get a man with money, you want to be able to, as Madonna said back in the 80s, I'm an old man. She want to dress you up. They want to be able to do that for you. It's like they want to provide that for you. So if you go in the closet and this nigga already got everything, what do you give him? But if he's got the money and you're able to show him where to put it, how to make it work. Like women like going in your house and redesigning your house. They like when they walk in your house and your house look like a man stay there and it ain't been a woman there. They want to be that woman. They can feel like that. My grandmother told me about that. Now, when it comes to the other side about a place to stay and little stuff like that for a woman, you think it's not true until you're a person like me. When you've been out here and you've been dealing with certain women, you see that a lot of women don't have very much money. They may portray it online and stuff, but they really don't. So you being able to provide them a little bit of money to help them pay a bill, that means a lot to them. Because they got kids, the job that they're working, they just nursing somewhere. These women don't have like these great jobs. You hear people talking about how educated these women are, but you see them living in real life, especially black women. These are the most indebted people in the United States. They're the most indebted people in the United States. So for someone to believe that they're just out here living well, there wouldn't be a bunch of women being flown to Dubai to get shit on. It wouldn't be a bunch of people on OnlyFans. It wouldn't be a bunch of chicks who straight up show their face on Twitter. You can go to Twitter right now and see straight up porn. And on that straight up porn, they showing their face, everything that you know about them, and they say they hoping they get a cash app. So it's a lot of people out here fucking struggling.
Damn. Yeah. So, what you guys think?
No lie told.
Well, as much as I hate to say it, I agree with Black America. I mean, if anybody knows my channel, I'm an advocate for men. Okay. So I get a lot of flack for that. You men don't ask for much, but as far as for women, it is our responsibility to know our men. If I know my man loves cigars, then you go to the store and you drop $300-400 and buy him a cigar and a humidifier. You should know these things about your men. You shouldn't have to be like, well, they don't want anything. So at the end of the day, I agree with him. It's just his delivery. I'm not going to listen to somebody that's constantly name calling, cursing, and using sign language for me. And you're trying to get a message across to me. I shut down because I'm not going to listen to your message. You're calling me names and you don't even know me, but I'm supposed to heed to your message. I mean, it doesn't work that way.
That's us being women, though. Disregard the messenger because of the tone of the message.
Well, he was displaying sign language. He was shaming, insulting, calling names. You know, it's just like, come on, we're just trying to have a conversation. And he don't know me from Adam. I'm out here every day on these YouTube streets advocating for men, fighting for men, and you over here calling me a control freak, and no, it don't work like that for me.
We talked about this earlier.
If calling you a control freak, it hurt your feelings. Like,
it's not hurting it's not necessary. If you want me to listen to you and take what you want seriously, don't lead off with that.
Grace, it probably wasn't for you. It probably
you did say the girl next to me, the control freak.
Listen. That's not what I'm saying. Just give me a second without interrupting, okay? What I'm saying is the message probably wasn't for you. You're as old as me, right? I feel our lives are over, okay? We are past the halfway point, okay? The message is for somebody like Jay. The message is for somebody like Sherelle and Lauren, because they still have life in front of them. The best parts of our lives are behind us. Let me not cuss, because now you say me cussing hurt your feelings too.
I didn't say it hurt my feelings.
Well, then let me put it to you straightly. I don't give a shit about your feelings. It's about the community of people that we're growing up with. When I just had a young lady sit here and clearly say the women of her age really don't care about it because all they care about is butterflies and fairy tales. And these motherfuckers is going to be out on the street homeless, Grace. They don't have good jobs. They got Walmart. They got HR management. They got CNAs. All of these motherfuckers ain't lawyers, doctors, or I got a nurse practitioner in here. All of these people ain't these people. They drive for Amazon, delivering packages, Grace. This message ain't for you. Our lives, mine and yours, are over. We are has-beens. It's not that we're never was. We are has-beens. Our lives are over. You have to talk straight to these people. You have to talk straight to these young people. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings calling you old. I'm old too. Tommy ain't even as old as us, and he old. Hemp is getting old. He got 5, 6 kids. You want to see him in 5 years? He gonna be broken down. It's just part of life. So the message ain't for you. When I speak, it's to young people that actually have some life in front of them. The best parts of our lives are already behind us.
And see, I don't think that they understand that part. Like I tell them all the time, I've been saying I was old since I started doing this. And I started doing it. I think I did my first YouTube video. I was 35. I'm 48. And I say, I've been saying I was old since then. I'm old as fuck now. Like every time I see stairs, I look at it's a challenge. I see them stairs, I got to start stretching and shit. I know it's going to take me a minute to do this. That's what's going on with them stairs. I pay bitches for sex, but end up just laying there and get my head rubbed and go to sleep. Now, this thing is, I tell you this. I've had more pussy in my 40s. I've had more pussy from women in their 20s than I did in my 20s. And you know why? Because a lot of these bitches in their 20s ain't got shit. They got a pot to piss in, nowhere to do it. They literally need some shit. Because it's a bunch of motherfuckers done failed them. Their mama failed them. Their daddy failed them. Their school failed them. And now the internet has failed them. Because now it done told them all they need is weave and makeup and be a bad bitch and get likes and still be living broke as shit. So therefore, what are they doing to get that? They do anything to get their next bundle. They do anything to pay their bills, because a lot of black women, here's what they do with the money they do get. They spend the money they get on what they want and beg for what they need. That's why y'all get calls from your friend talking about her bills is due. Well, how did you get your hair done if your bills is due? Well, how come I just saw you in Vegas? How come I just saw you at the club taking pictures? Because that's what they wanted, and they paid for that. What they needed, they figured the world would give it to them. Then they don't have anywhere else to get it from. Why do you think it's a lot of old men buying a whole bunch of blue pills? They ain't buying them for no old bitches they fucking. But nobody wants to talk about that. Again, you can look this up. The average net worth of a black woman between the age of 22 and 40 is $5. $5. So when you hear these motherfuckers going around talking about how educated they are, apparently they can't eat their education and they ain't never seen their diploma and they ain't educated. They just go to school. They don't get a degree. These are conversations, like he said, that needs to be had. Almost everything I do, and I do some shit. I work my ass off though, so my daughter don't have to do the shit that I done seen some of these bitches doing to get a check out of me. I look down at them and feel bad. Get through with them and call my daughter and say, you know you got a good daddy, right? Just so you know. You see how you got that car? You didn't have to do what this motherfucker doing right here. Wow. And she ain't even getting no car. She just getting the gas money. You stop laughing, Grace.
Jesus Christ.
But that's what you got to have a real conversation. I know I ain't listen. I'm old. I'm so old, my cum come out slow. It'd be like this. So I know how old I am. I can't provide to you what a younger man can. But the thing is, these younger men haven't been taught by men, and these women haven't been raised by men. So that's why we have these conversations. When I was listening to Sherelle, I was half sad, half funny, and half intrigued. And that's a fucked up number, because that's more than the whole number, damn it. There's too many halves. The point is, I'm listening to it, and I was like, it was a lot of thoughts that were going through my mind. The sad part was you could see the trauma, and she said it, about not having an adequate mother. The fact that she admitted it is the part that makes me feel good, because for years I've been saying this, and fuckers can't say it because you hate yourself and you got a little dick and you're sassy if you say it. But it's a fact. There's so many women who've not only missed having fathers around, but will have a mother around and she'll be absent as fuck because she didn't want to be a mom. And when I heard y'all talking earlier, that hurt my feelings as well, when they kept saying, well, all these older women are missing out, and they miss out and they regret it. And it's funny how open women can say that they regret being mothers to children. I remember my own mom said that she would have been so much farther if she didn't have us, talking about her children. We didn't fuck you. You fucked somebody else. And the first time you fucked somebody else, you knew what could happen. You fell on a dick 3 more times? How did you do this? But then if a man sit up there and say that to his children, what would y'all call him? What would y'all say to a man who publicly said what women are allowed to openly say? Let a man say this. And this nigga's done been in jail for child support, broke down. I went back to my neighborhood and saw the niggas who I grew up with. Them niggas look 80. I was like, wow, money really changed. Because like we went to school together. They fucking teeth look like a Tetris game. Them motherfuckers was doing all kind of shit. But I noticed just that simple thing of, wow, most of us didn't have fathers. They still live in the place we grew up at, but they still being told after what nigga had thought he had 5 kids, found out only 2 of the 5 was his. He went to jail for him. He didn't get a dime back. He couldn't get his life back, and he couldn't get his time back. But nobody feels sorry for him. When a man is struggling, no one cares. And that's what he's talking about when he was talking about the type of relationship a man wants. We don't ask for much. When he was describing Father's Day versus Mother's Day. You don't hear about little kids on the playground. You can say, your mama. I can say your mama a hoe and your mama actually be a hoe. You'll still fight me. She's an actual whore. You done fought me over an actual whore. You can say your daddy and the man won't fight you at all. He's like, you know my daddy? The black community is messed up like that. So we say a lot of things. That's why her story was so interesting. Because when I hear y'all talk about how, well, we don't marry and we don't, man, I'm like, y'all haven't married in years. Y'all have just been having children. It is a rare thing to see a black woman married. When the woman was talking about the things that women want, and one of those things that came with a black woman was weave. I was like, damn, you'll never hear another race of women say, we need earrings, bracelets, weave. But that was a thing that they needed. I think that we don't have conversations together to find out if we want each other. And to be perfectly honest, I'll wrap it up here. I just honestly don't think black women see value in family or men. And that's why they treat them the way that they treat them. That's why they talk about them the way they talk about them. And that's why they switch them the way that they do. As a matter of fact, you listen to the music like a Glorilla. My daughter would let me hear Glorilla. I thought that was a nigga rapping. I swear I did. This bitch said she wear tight clothes so to show off her moose knuckles. Do you understand that's balls for a man? A woman is called a camel toe, not no moose knuckles. She said this. And the black women didn't even check that. Meg the Stallion. A stallion's a male horse. They're masculine. They sound like niggas. This bitch got a tattoo of a gorilla on her neck. The other one has a tattoo on her face and said, I wonder what I wish, she's a whore. Sukihana, she says, I wish somebody had told me not to get these tattoos on my face. Bitch, everybody told you. And even if you didn't listen to anybody, common sense should have told you that a tattoo on your face is a female. Because nobody can't check you, boo. And you ain't looking for nothing. Again, this woman got several kids with several men. Nobody can tell her nothing. The little girl that my daughter grew up watching. I used to watch Hey Jesse with my daughter. She would watch this little black girl. I thought she was the cutest thing. Sky Jackson. Sky Jackson just got arrested at 21 years old. When she got out of jail, she put out a TikTok video that said, I don't need no man. Mind you, this was 2 days after admitting that the light-skinned, half-white, whatever he is, nigga, that she with, got her pregnant. 21. She's rather identifying with the hood rat culture. Simmons' daughter, she got pregnant. They asked her, is she going to marry the guy she got pregnant to? You know what she said? Oh, no, we're not talking about that. That's a big step. Wait, having a whole human isn't a big step, but going to get a fucking paper from the city hall, well, that's too much. And you hear them all say that. Fucking, what's that dumb bitch who tried to get her man put in jail? Talking about he didn't take care of his kid. Kiki Palmer, another one. She's pregnant again by the same man that you just went through this stuff, but ain't married. That's the black female. She ain't looking to get married. She looking to have kids and talk about how somebody want to be her and hating on her. It's a sad state. And I don't think we can get past that until you get past the mentality of the woman saying, I don't need a man and I see no value in family or just a man. No family, no man, no nothing. It's just me. Everything's about me. I'm done.
Okay. I was trying to touch on what Grace was saying about a boy, because I know just morning we had the conversation about, do we stop listening to certain men when they have a certain message? And we talked about we're supposed to listen to the message and not the messenger. Because like I said, I started with Tommy. So trust me, you got to learn how to listen to the message. What was the difference is we also told you delivery matters. We talked about that right here. We said,
Yes,
if I order pizza and if this motherfucker come here with 2 slices missing, I'm going to feel some type of way. Because the delivery matters. Right?
Yeah.
So Tommy May came up here saying things about black women, but he triggered none of us because we're fem cells, pretty much. He don't know us. So he didn't need to come up here and attack us personally because he don't know us personally. But the majority of us is fem cells. We're all nerd girls who sit on the internet all day. We're really not outside, so none of it applied to us. But the last man who came up here directly disrespected us. And the thing about it is, what I always say, you do not get to dictate how somebody responds to your disrespect. So even though we listen to your message, the best way for women online to respond to a random man's disrespect is to not respond at all. And that's what the women gave him, no response. Because what you want to come up here and say, none of us are worthy to be wives, none of us are attractive, but you smash us if you was... Bless your heart, sir. But I just want to let y'all know that I'm really proud of y'all, because I feel like a lot of times these men come up here to certain men, not all of them, not even the majority of them. The majority of them come up here to have genuine conversations with a genuine message. But this is what I'm saying, because y'all know I do not speak for all men. So Grace, you advocate for men, I advocate for the good ones, because the good ones are the ones that save us from the bad ones. So don't ever get it twisted that one man came up here and tried to throw off a conversation. That's why we respect him. That's why we respect Tommy. That's why we respect the men in the space that we respect. Because there will be men who do not know a shit from sugar that will come up here and disrespect us and expect us to return respect to them. Or they want us to start acting like hyenas so they can get an aha moment. So I respect y'all. I understand what Tommy is saying. So a lot of people may have misunderstood what I was saying when I say the problem is that men work for women. And now men are working themselves because women have fall to materialism. We have fell to the hair, the makeup, the materialistic things. And these men are overworking themselves to the point where they're not living that long. They're getting sick. So what I'm saying is, it's not a problem for what me and Jalen is saying is to where, okay, we'll be modest, we'll be frugal, so the man don't have to work himself to death. We rather value him because he's willing to die for us and he's love us and he protects us. And all of his intrinsic value don't have nothing to do with the amount of money that he's bringing in. So we can make his life simpler. We're not saying that we don't want to. If you love what we say, if you love that man, you want to be in his skin. Keep telling men stop dealing with women who don't like you. So if we love you, we want to be in your skin. We want to cook for you. I can't wait till my daddy get home. I'm gonna have it all clean. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna do this because when he come home and he happy, that makes me happy. That's the same way we feel about our men. So a lot of times people can feel like that, but guess what? I didn't get tricked. If you got money, you spend the money on your man. I don't know one woman who don't love a man. She in Saks. Oh, look at his belt. Oh, look at his shirt. Oh, look at his cologne. Y'all in Ulta spraying all that man cologne got me about to pass out in there for eyeliner. Cause y'all spraying male cologne in Ulta, cause y'all buying that for y'all man. Every time a woman, if she loves you, she wake up in the morning, you the first thing on her mind. You running through all day. Nobody's fat in your mind, cause you're running through her mind all day. You losing weight, running laps. Before she go to sleep, you the last thing she think about, the first thing she think about in the morning. if the woman likes you. So I don't see if it's a problem that women are saying, I would rather build a genuine connection and a genuine bond with a man that I truly respect and not just be with him because he can give me food and shelter. Because what so happens if this man that I love loses his job, or he can't provide in the way that he provided, or he gets into some type of accident to where he can't work? What you gonna do? Majority of the women who sign up just for the materialistic things will leave that man. But if you love that man, if you have built the bond with that man, if you have reverence for that man, guess what? You're gonna ride through him with everything. That's what I truly believe. So I think that's more of what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying that we should not value men, but their value is not just in money and what they can provide for us, especially if that means they're going to berate us and disrespect us. That's no longer the trade-off. I would rather work than spend the next 30 years being provided for by a man who feels like he can cheat on me and disrespect me and abuse me and treat me any kind of way. So I would rather pay, I promise you, I would rather pay 80-20. Y'all know I support house husbands 2024.
Sherelle, we can do bad by ourselves then to deal with a man like that.
Okay, no, but we can't. But I wouldn't suggest doing good by yourself, because guess what? Even if I make 100K and he make 20K, it's 20K more than what the fuck I had.
Yeah.
It's 30K. If he bring 40K, it's 40K more than what I had, and it's somebody who's gonna take out the trash, and it's somebody who gonna go downstairs if there's an intruder. Everything that is logical brain. Have you met a woman? I don't deal with women when I have problems. I call my brother, because y'all get wrapped up in y'all emotions and just go crazy. When I'm dealing with problems, I want to talk to a man, because he's going to be able to take my emotion, not get wrapped up in it, and give me logical answers. Men think solution. They're solution based. They're more patient. There's intrinsic value with men.
Sure.
And that's what I think we should be with them for, not because they can buy us a house or they can buy us a car.
Sure, one question, and then I'll get flowing. Unless one of the other ladies wanted to respond as well. I think I like what you're saying, right? I think the connection is more genuine if that happens. However, we can see to the point that women have fallen to materialism, right? So if that's the case, and at the very least, Black America's ideologies, I have money, right? It's transactional. I get her time for my money. If women are at that point, he's saying at least I know what it is and I can control it. Isn't he being logical based on the state of affairs now?
Yeah, because he wants to control it, but you can't control genuineness. You can't. That's how men trap themselves into situations. You know what a woman should give you her time for? Your time. Equal exchange is not robbery. What makes you think that if I spend 10 hours with you, where you been? Your time don't matter? Your time not important as a man?
No, I understand.
You have to pay for somebody else's time.
Yeah. So I like what you're saying. I like it. I think in a perfect world it can be accomplished. However, when has sex been an equal exchange?
It is now.
No, when has it ever been?
I think it is now because women are not virgins.
Well, no, we're not saying that.
Ever been equal between I get sex from a woman. When has it ever been? It's just sex. We just get together and we just want the sex. When has it ever just been that as a norm? That a woman is expected to get something before she gives that up.
It hasn't been. But what I'm saying is the norm is problematic now. And men are losing because of this ideology. Because there are women who will give you sex for your house. And their entire plan is to get rid of you and take everything that you have. They're winning on that ideology.
There were women who got married to poison the old man and take his money. I mean, this has always been a thing. That was been back from the time of kingdoms. Women would do this in the time of the Bible. Women have been able to do this. If you are a person with something, somebody has wanted to take it from you. See, same thing of Bathsheba. Bathsheba was pretty. The dude saw him. He wanted him. He killed her husband to get her. If you got something, it don't matter. Even if you might have a nice garden, this a nigga will kill you over your garden.
I agree.
It is. My brother's friend, and you can read about it in the news. It happened years ago, but when they were in high school in Lawrenceville, His friend got killed by their other friend because he had a shoe collection, a bunch of Jordans. And he used to just get on Instagram and show them off. His friend was right there with him, thought they were cool. He killed them to get his shoes, as if he thought he would be able to just magically have these shoes, but say I had nothing to do with the murder. He didn't think it through at all. But those shoes cost that young boy his life. I know he never thought his best friend would kill him over it. You got anything, it's difficult. It's difficult to date if you're a man with something, but it's easy to get a woman if you have that something. It's this plus and minus. If you're a woman with big ass and big tits, it's easy for you to get a man to approach you. It's hard for you to get a man to approach you that don't want to fuck. Like, that's all he's seeing. But if you got a pretty face and a flat ass and no tits, you know every man that come up want to talk to you, he probably want to marry you. He look past that pancake. He said, hey, look, I know our kid's gonna come out looking like one of the worms from Men in Black. I get it. but it's the same thing. Like, if you, I know, like in dating with me, I've seen it. Like, big girls, I learned over, like, they're really aggressive. They gonna give you this pussy, you gonna take it. And I'll be like, wow, you just really aggressive with this. Like, you know what I'm talking about? White Knight, know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know, they really aggressive. Like, ooh. But they also know you can see a lot of like big girls who are married. So the skinny girls always complain, well, I don't see how that girl got married. Well, because she valued this thing, this time, like Sherelle said. She valued that time because that big girl knows pretty much I'm gonna call you by 2 a.m. I'm fucking. I ain't trying to go to the mall with you. So that nigga that's trying to go to the mall with her, she know, hey. So I think a lot of the reason why people who want relationships aren't in them because they don't know what to value or what to look for because they're trying to, what would be the word? A lot of us playing outside of our league. You're not made for the NBA, but you want to play in the NBA. And a lot of that comes from the internet. The NBA the internet has told all these women they bad bitches. Every one of them. You can't tell them nothing. Back in the old days, a bitch knew she was a 2. And a bitch knew she was fat. You didn't have to convince a fat woman she was fat. She knew this. Look at Lizzo. Do you know why Lizzo is not married? Because no matter how much money she got, she's still fat and ain't no nigga that's got money gonna walk around with a Lizzo on his arm. And as a matter of fact, I always tell people this, it's a joke, but it's not a joke. Women sit there and told Lizzo how pretty she was. You want to find out if Lizzo pretty? Call the woman who told you Lizzo pretty. Say, you look just like Lizzo. You just told me Lizzo was pretty. You should take that as a compliment. But they don't. It's just like that guy did that video. This shit is funny. He walked up to the black woman and he was at the gay pride parade and she was saying that she's for trans. And he just walked up to her and simply said, wow, he said, I'm standing here with a beautiful trans lady. She said, well, I'm not trans. She said, but what's wrong with being trans? He said, nothing. He said, whatever surgeon you got did a great job. She said, but I'm not trans though. But trans women are women. He said, I know you are a woman. You look great for a person transitioning. What would that type of name would you like for me to call you? Is it? And she was like, I'm not a trans woman. And then he said it one more time. And she said, so you think I'm a man? And it stopped right there. If you really believe that these trans women are actual women, then why would she have referred to him as a man when it came down to her being compared to one? So that's what I think is lost in society, is that, especially women, y'all wear body magic, a ton of fucking makeup, eyelashes, fake ass hair. You don't look nothing like you look on your picture. And you get to go around and go to Dubai and get some surgery done, Mexico City, DR to get some surgery done. And it's all about what you can bring physically. But you know what they don't work on? What else they bring to the table? What else can you bring other than this BBL? And they say they don't have to. Ask a woman what she brings to the table. They got a video of one woman, she put her tits on the table.
Men like titties, Tommy.
Shay, I'd love tits. I'm telling you, I got a sickness. If you go to my Instagram, I put up some wild stuff. I had somebody tell me they had to unfollow me. This woman's tits were so big. Love them.
But That's more of what he was saying. He was saying just bring sex in your time. That's all we want.
Well, see, but honestly, that is all I want. Listen, if I can go, I got a car. My daughter wanted me to bring that car to take her to college. Take the car, Dad. You know why she wanted me to take that car? Because everybody look at that fucking car. She wanted to see that car. I'll drive that car. Getting in that car, I'm so old, my knees hurt to get in it. People see me get in, I slide in the car. I'm too old for that damn car.
What kind of car is it?
Got to be a C8, Z06, C8.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we understand what men want. Women want stuff too, right?
Yeah.
And it's not changing the whole world, right? Like I said, and it's no disrespect because I love my ancestors. They got us here, but they was drinking from colored water fountains. I do not know what they would have did with their freedom because they didn't have it.
I believe that when it comes to dating, we have too much freedom.
Yeah.
I believe that relationships were better when they were arranged.
I don't. I believe I think there's consequences of freedom because some people will choose to do the wrong things with their freedom. I think everybody should have freedom because somebody's going to choose to do the right thing with their freedom. I think we should all be free. So,
oh no, I just listen. I give my daughter freedom. I still have the right to say I think you made better decisions when you lived under my roof.
That's
I still
granted.
can show her that there are better decisions that were made when she lived under my roof, but she still has the freedom.
And I definitely think that people should make better decisions. But I think that women who are looking for long-term companionship in their marriage and they want to feel like they're not being controlled, they want to feel like they want to, what Callie Bath has, that they should be focused more on that man's intrinsic value than what he can provide for her financially. We can take it to the color purple theory. We don't want to feel like Mr. just get on top of me and handle his business. And I think sometimes when men be talking, they be talking real color purple-ish. Like that man, Mr. got a house, Mr. got the... And we just gonna be in there, Mr. just hop on top of me and handle his business. And I feel like men are way more fun than that. Men are dope. We find men, we find them attractive. We like their personalities. We want to watch what they want to watch. We want to sit around and enjoy them too. And we base that. We can base that and add that to it. I'm not saying that a man should just be a bum and doing absolutely nothing with his life, but I don't think a woman should just solely say, I'm going to get married just to say I'm married to any type of man just to have shelter and food, when we know that the majority of homeless people are men. It is what it is. Society keep on taking care of women. They gonna always take care of them. The homeless women are on drugs. There's no woman in her right mind homeless. Men be homeless first, because a woman gonna always be able to stay with her children, her nieces, they gonna find a way for her, find a place for a woman to stay. So I think that we don't need to fearmonger women into these relationships. I do think that women need to stop feeding into materialism because it's killing them, and they need to start valuing family. But I mean the intrinsic value of men, because a man don't need $1 million to make you happy. You just want more material things. If you can live a regular life with a man that you know loves you and cares about you genuinely, that you have a bond with, and that is more of what I feel like the newer generation is looking for.
But what do you say to the young people though? The young women who say there's no value in being with a man and giving him exclusively your time because they say these niggas cheat. Every time I hear these young girls talk, that's what they say. Why am I going to tie myself to one man when these niggas cheat?
But do they act like they believe it? Go ahead.
That's mainly from either their trauma or a projection of someone else's trauma.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I understand. I hear that often, but I think if we implore them to dig deeper past that point and get them to see that it's fear-based, what they're saying, then maybe they have a chance. But the women that are, their priority is materialism, I think they deserve a transactional relationship at the end of the day, because that's all they're going to get. Well, if you don't want to change your mindset and not be materialistic, Sherelle, what else you gonna get but a transactional?
I feel like this. I feel like majority of men don't cheat. I feel like majority of men don't.
I
have
agree.
access
That's
to
why I
cheat.
said it comes
I think
from
the men they like to cheat, and you knew he had a girlfriend when you started fucking him.
Yep.
So that's what you get, right? And you knew that he had no type of sexual discipline, that he is that guy, and that's what you signed up for. But I just want women to be able to accept something. The same way I need men to accept that women are emotional and they're gonna cry on their periods and they're gonna cry watching Disney princess movies. I need y'all to understand that masculine and feminine energy is not the same energy. Men are not to be kept. You are to be kept. A man finds a woman to keep. You are kept. You are stressing yourself out trying to keep a man. If that man is taking care of you and he values you, he keeps you, and he ain't bringing you home no diseases, because it's, listen, that's your role. Don't try to be a man. Their energy is forever flowing. You're not supposed to try to keep them. You're the one that's getting kept. Find a man that want to keep you, because a lot of them don't want to keep you. Who cares? You're sharing them niggas anyway. You sharing them anyway. You're in rotations with niggas who are not marrying you, who are not taking care of you, who are not valuing you, who are not giving you anything. You're going to share them anyway. So why are you saying, okay, well, I'm going to opt out of being a wife and opt out of a man being in his home to protect me and my children because of what he wants to do with his penis? What? Boy, listen. If you can't control your husband and what he gonna do with his penis, what you gonna do with your boyfriend? What you gonna do with Jerome from up the street that you just fucking? Y'all ain't even in a committed relationship. That's better. You're saying I want more, so I'm gonna get less. Since I can't get more from my husband, I'm gonna take less from the nigga up the street. Make that make sense.
It's just a cope.
When it comes to that, if materialism is your priority, I don't think you deserve a husband that sees you as more than something transactional. Because you're signing yourself up to be in a transactional relationship by making material things your priority. So you just need to be content with your decision at that point.
The average woman doesn't need to be materialistic. Beyonce can get Jay-Z to buy her a boat. It's knowing your lane. Who are you? Keep telling y'all, accidents happen when people are not paying attention to their lane. If your ass was doing the speed limit in your lane and not looking over there trying to cross over, that's every time the accident starts. Now you didn't merge in somebody else's lane and hit somebody. Focus on what's for you. Because guess what? If you look like Tyra Banks, you probably can't get a man to buy you a Birkin. Some of these women can do it, but
isn't that what that guy said earlier?
The average women, no.
But isn't that what that guy said earlier? He just used y'all as examples, but that's exactly what he said.
We stopped listening to him.
We didn't disagree with him. We understand. Well, I understand what he said, but everything he said, I did not agree with. But I understood it. I think that's good enough.
I want to get Flo in. I just want to clarify, Sherelle, and do me a favor. Concise response, okay? Most men don't cheat, but expect cheating or accept cheating. So you're saying for the ones that do cheat, I guess?
Yeah, for the ones that do cheat.
Okay, but you agree that the men that do are in the minority?
Yeah, it's a minority of men that cheat. I don't think the majority of men have the access to just be cheating. Unless he buys prostitutes, and that's something different.
Okay. But do you think if men could, they would?
The majority of men, if they had a bunch of access to women, would sleep with a bunch of women, yes.
Why you start smiling? Okay. Flo, what's popping, man? My bad, I stepped away. I know Sherelle and Tommy ain't let you talk. I apologize.
You're good. I'm mostly up here just waiting to capitalize on rude dudes so that I can swoop in on black women and save the day.
They don't like white boys. Flo?
Well, that's not been true in my experience, but
I've been telling them that. That's a lie they be telling online. We don't do it. Boys be swinging. And it ain't hard for them to do so. It is not. This black women will judge their beauty by if a white man likes them. I've heard black women say, I know I look good. White men try to holler at me.
Damn. Okay.
But a lot of y'all niggas online, I'm race lawyer. I don't want no pink dick. Bullshit. DJ, what was his name? DJ Kid went all through the South fucking black women.
The dude that had the HIV, right?
Yes. It's a white man went all through Africa documenting fucking black women. It was easy for him.
Damn.
It has never been hard for white. Look at Doug. Doug up there got the vice president. Doug looked like a thumb. He got Kamala Harris. He had no problem getting Kamala. And he got Kamala while he had 5 kids by somebody else. And she had
you heard her laugh?
My bad. I derailed with saying that. My bad, Flo. What's popping?
Is she fried chicken? Right. I understand what you said.
Go ahead.
No, I don't. I guess I don't have a lot of thoughts on the topic. I do think that it's interesting to me how much energy people seem to spend trying to get another party to change and conform in what they think that they should be more like, when there's a ton of men and a ton of women out there. And if somebody is too materialistic, for instance, just to grab that out of the air, who cares? Let them be that. There's 1,000 other women who are not that way. And actually, I think that most, despite what people say online on these panels and stuff, I don't think that women really care at all about money. Their actions demonstrate that broke dudes get laid every day and then have to catch a ride home to their mom's house from the girl.
That's what I was saying earlier.
We start liking men when y'all are broke. We start liking y'all when we 10, 12, 11, 13. Y'all ain't no money. We be in love. We write y'all name in our notebook.
Swag, though.
They put down our first name with your last name.
Y'all like this weird thing called swag, and it's unquantifiable. Black man, he got to have swag. White man just got to be white.
Damn. Don't diminish my swag.
Well, don't fuck around and be a white dude that
got that white boy swag.
Look like Travis Kelce and cut his ass short. That white guy, oh my God.
So
he's the greatest white guy ever. Look at him. He can do the Dougie.
Barely.
Hey, no,
Dougie is terrible.
Chief slander. No Kansas City Chief slander.
Fuck Travis Kelce. Now, what? So here's what I need to understand then. So are women? So Flo, you disagree with the sentiment that women nowadays are materialistic or have fallen to materialism?
I think our culture is materialistic, but I don't think that women are specifically more so than men. And I think that when it comes to getting a woman, it is not a prerequisite that you be rich at all. And actually, I think that if you wait, I would much prefer to find a woman broke and then build with her and know that she's not with me for the money than the other way around.
What do you think about the sentiment that is often shared where women are waiting at the finish line now for men? Do you think that's untrue?
What do you mean waiting at the finish line?
So essentially, they're not willing. This is the sentiment that's often shared, right? And Callie been here longer than me, Sherelle, correct me if I'm wrong, Grace maybe. Before they were down to build. Now they want you to build it and they'll be waiting when you're done.
Oh, I can only speak anecdotally. I don't believe that's the case. It hasn't been from my experience, and I would think that most of the people who express that experience have kind of missed their, they're older now, and they feel like they've missed out on their younger years when they should have been meeting someone and developing. I think it's harder for people now to meet somebody in person, obviously, because we all interface through this shit.
Sure.
And so we've lost basic social skills. So I think that, I don't think I can agree with that, but I could be wrong.
So are you, I'm not trying, I'll just use the word. Are you alleging that because the lack of social interaction, maybe the opportunities to meet a woman when you're younger or whatever the case, you just are just not there because you're not taking them?
Right. Correct.
Okay. So this is what they told me, right? That I was saying, when I was younger, You'd like a machine gun. You talk to her, she turn you down, you don't care. You talk to her, she turn you down, you don't care. You talk to 30, you get 3 numbers. That's a decent batting average, right? Generally speaking. Now they're like, Hamp, you can't do that no more. It's too dangerous out here to talk to women, etc., etc. They meet to you and and they turn you down and etc. So they're saying that's the reason why they don't approach anymore, not because they're socially inept.
I don't believe that. I think that that's a cope. They're just justifying their fear. They're scared of rejection, so they're making up reasons why it's pragmatic to indulge their fear.
Okay.
Except the bottom of the barrel men, they gonna approach. They all they got is confidence.
They don't have nothing to lose. Like literally, you watch a nigga that's standing at the gas station with no car, he'll walk up to every woman pumping gas. It'd be wild. I just watch him
pump your gas.
I'd be like, wow, I wish I had that kind of confidence, but I just can't just walk up on, because I'm like, most men are worried about, well, if you say no, everybody, and we know women, I called them a pack of hyenas earlier. They are. You get turned down by one bitch at the party. Every other bitch saw you get turned down. You might as well go home. But if you get, I remember when I got to college, I had a friend, she was a model. I went to the club with her, pretended that was my girlfriend. First Thursday, went back the next Thursday without that girl. Girls walked up to me to talk to me because they thought I was with that girl. Women want the man that other women want.
Yeah. You know how sometimes women will put on fake wedding rings if they don't feel like getting hit on someplace?
Sure.
Man, you could do the opposite. When I was married, I swear to God, the wedding ring.
Sure does.
I'm from New Orleans. Some people be like, your husband a hoe. I don't care about him. I don't care. Think they care if we got wedding rings on? Your man ain't making you happy. You wouldn't be out here by yourself.
No,
if you was mine, I wouldn't let you out my sight. That's what they say.
But you talking about niggas though? He said,
no, it works. Yeah, it'll deter it because generally men don't give a shit, but it'll deter a portion, right? Which is why they do it. I think
the decent ones.
It makes it look like it's going to be a harder approach, right?
Yeah, you got to figure it out. Like,
you might get your ass whooped. You know that saying this could get you really cussed out.
But at the very least, you're probably going to be wasting your time. It's a better chance that you're going to be wasting your time if she got a ring on than if she doesn't.
And Flo, let me tell you, this whole materialistic thing, I think y'all always think Birkin bags and Louis V bags. Listen, tell y'all something, because this is why men who make 40K don't think they can be used. Y'all trick more than rich niggas. Rich boys will always tell you, I got money, she's gonna fuck for free. You're gonna give up 40K. Average earning man, the boy who work at McDonald's gonna give up his whole McDonald's check. Yeah. That software engineer is not ever going to give you everything he got. He make 200,000 and he gonna give you 200 a week. The man who make 20K gonna give you 1,000 a week. That's how y'all get got.
If you have fame brings you shit free.
Yeah.
Meaning, if you have a name, I've eaten at restaurants. They just let me eat there. But they know I can afford to eat the restaurant, so why did I get to eat there free? Clothes. I've gotten free clothes. But I can afford the clothes. Why did I get it free? Because that is a part of where they feel like, well, if I get this with you, if I do this with you, then, well, somebody see me wearing your clothes, more people are going to buy my clothes. So it's kind of, women do the same thing. It's like all women know that they're playing a game. So they'll say, well, I know these other women are trying to get money from you because you got money. So I'll pretend I don't want it. I'm just giving you the sex for free because I like you. They're playing a long game at that point.
Long game.
You then let them in. Aha, nigga. Now I got the money.
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What you want child support?
Up at the ATM machine, they want to wait till you drive home.
Yeah. There's so much time to that point. There's so much value in association. Like people associating them with you or the clothing, like you say. They hope that that'll be the, like you said, the macro. It'll reach more
think
people.
They manipulating the man. He like, "Ha, bitch, got you for free." You should have asked for something.
That's why you heard. She's right. You heard these women complain online. He said he was gonna do such and such. He didn't pay me. He fucked me for free.
You should have asked. You should have got the money.
You'd have got that money up front.
Yeah.
Because you thought I was somebody else that you could get later. And I just sit
She
there
was a
and laugh.
Machiavellian.
Damn, man.
It's a dirty game out there. That's all I was telling y'all, man. Dating is hard because people ain't looking for like. That's why I said it was better when it was arranged marriages, because y'all were marrying for a reason more than emotions. When you feel something, you can stop feeling it real quick. The thing about
but you could get stuck with a monster.
Is that they make you feel good, right? Sometimes your children get on your motherfucking nerves. You want to elbow them, but you have a duty to raise them, and that duty makes you do right by them. If it was just strictly emotion, you put them sons of bitches out.
Tommy, you gonna people's elbow the children?
Yes.
Off the top rope.
I will fuck a kid up. You don't know how many times I had to walk out my daughter's. I had to walk out the house, let my daughter have that motherfucker. I call her from the hotel. I'll be back Monday. I'm about to kill you. You don't know how close you came to having that dash, have something at the end of it. You don't know how close you got. So, but you love them. You go back because they get on your nerves. They really do. Me and her mama sit and talk about how. You remember? I thought about killing her on Thursday. It was Friday for me. Like we all had these conversations. You don't know how close she came to getting killed. But it's a duty, and we do it. It's kind of like having a pet. It's a duty. You get to walk that pet even when you don't want to. I think that's when marriage is good. When you feel a certain obligation to. You feel not just I feel.
Wouldn't you rather choose who you are obligated to? The fact that you choose your spouse doesn't mean that necessarily doesn't mean that obligation goes away. It just means that now you're married to Lizzo. You're obligated to Lizzo.
We've been doing poorly, though. I think is the overarching point. We've been doing a poor job at it. I think what I like in the arrangement too is this: when I tell my kids it's okay, they really trust it. Like if they mom standing there talking about jump, that's one thing. But if I'm saying jump, now they're like, okay, my dad could catch me with one hand, one finger, you know. And so maybe that's what I would, in terms of the arranged marriage. I know that's not quite a good illustration, but I kind of can see it. Like, okay, if my father trusted, then it's good.
No, but it used to be like that. That's what I'm telling you. And you knew it was like even the child felt like the marriage was an obligation to something. I have to get married to this guy because this is how we're going to do something. And again, it wasn't always about he was the best looking or it felt a certain way or they made you feel these butterflies. But a lot of things you do in life don't make you feel not one of those butterflies.
And a lot of them were miserable, and the kids were miserable because the parents hated each other.
Well, those were when you got the feelings, though. Feelings would change. When you, let me tell you something. How many of y'all have been in a bed with somebody and that first night you thought, I want to be with you for the rest of your life because that feeling was so damn great. This is the first time you fucked them. That shit was awesome. 3 weeks later, you can't stand this person.
Married.
3 weeks later, you cannot stand this person. They stupid. It's happened. That's how feelings change. How many of y'all used to love to watch Game of Thrones? You ain't seen that shit in a long time now. Or the 6th season, you thought, oh, nah, it's stupid. There's a lot of things we liked. I used to love playing basketball. I haven't played basketball in 10 years.
Damn.
Haven't touched the basketball. And
Right,
I used to live without it.
But at least you're starting out with something that you like, right? Maybe you're tired of basketball, but at least you know that you kind of enjoy the game sometimes. You might get stuck with like cricket or something that you've never played and you don't know if you even like it. And this sport sucks.
Well, my daughter did that. My daughter did that. I made her do one sport that she did not want to do. Do you know what sport she plays now?
Cricket.
The one I made her do. She did not want to do it. It's the only one she does now.
What?
If you let a child tell you what they want to do, a lot of things that they're not going to do. How many of y'all grew up and your dad made you go and cut the grass? You hated cutting the grass. Now you love cutting grass. Your dad made you go help build houses. Your mom made you cook and you couldn't stand it when you was 8. I don't want to go in there because I'm 8. I want to go. Now you like the greatest chef in the world. You love cooking. If you let your kid dictate what they want to do instead of giving them the option to do a bunch and then come back to it, because even the Bible tells you train your kids up and then they'll come back. But if you don't do any training.
Hey, Tommy, I'll be quick, Sherelle. I used to hate cutting grass, right? Now I literally judge other men if they don't cut their own grass.
See?
I was just thinking, how does he know I like cutting the grass now?
See, it is a weird thing. It is like I don't want to do that. And now you so good at it, you're teaching it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could have an adverse reaction. Look, the same water that make the potato soft make the egg hard. My daddy told me I had to eat black-eyed peas. That's how I started fasting, because I eat for 3 days. Then I was able to do a 30-day water fast. Listen, the man used to punish me for talking in class, told me I couldn't watch TV. After that, I didn't own a TV for the rest of my adult life. Now I read books. Children have their autonomy. Them motherfuckers are just go their own way. You could raise them to be all they could be.
Yeah.
And then if they learn they got free will and they don't actually got to listen to your ass,
It's not absolute.
Decisions.
Sure, it's not absolute, but we do see a large part of the let's use the athletes. And I know it's a small pool, but the daughters do what their dads do, right? They play basketball, whatever the case is. You know, God bless the dead with Kobe and his daughter as an example. But you see so many second generation football players, and the majority of them play the position their father played. You know, so now kids, when they see that and they see that it's special to you, you'd be surprised, especially the sons, what they take a liking to.
Thank you. So if a dad arranges, like if that son knows his obligation is to that father and to grow up and to be that father. And imagine if you tell him you got to marry this girl. Again, it worked, and it worked for that reason. They would love that girl because they felt like that was the thing they were supposed to do. Hell, you got people right now telling men you don't love your mama if you talk bad about black women. There are black men who will kill you over you said something about black women in general that they don't like. Well, who raised them that way? Who told them that they should have that feeling about this group?
Not him.
Want them.
Yes, ma'am.
Woman.
I'm not letting you slide. Majority or minority?
The majority, what do you mean? That sit here and argue? About
no, what he's saying, like following the footsteps of their parents.
Oh, I think actually, like, listen to what Ham said. I think the majority of them, once you took fathers out of the house, those men were looking for something. That's why he said you have second generation football players. The first generation had to learn because some white man took them to the athletics. They took them to the what do you call it, recreation. When you got the second generation guys, look at how many of them are when you watch the NBA draft the last 2 years. He was right. It's just a bunch of fucking juniors.
I would disagree. I would say, wait, somebody.
Most men with fathers will tell you, I got into construction because my dad ran a construction business.
I feel like that for the older generation. I do feel like this newer generation has a more rebellious spirit.
They don't have fathers. 75% of them are born to single mothers. So what man in the house are they trying to emulate?
I'm not talking about just black kids. I'm talking about like the American kids in general have rebellious spirits, and they're not following in the footsteps of their parents. And I think statistically, it's all saying it. It's saying that the millennial women are having a baby bust. They're not having kids like their parents did. These children, this whole idea of working 40 years for one country. Oh, young millennials
Don Jr. is going after Don, and now Barron is getting into politics. You see when you watch the actors, their kids are acting now. You see Bruce Willis's kids are acting, all of them.
Majority of children have a rebellious spirit, and they are not following the footsteps of their parents. They are not working as long. They are not building families. They are not having children. They are not. The majority of these kids have rebellious spirits, and they are going against the grain. The grain,
well, circumstances,
tradition. To ask a Generation Z kid about tradition. Tradition what?
The ones that I know that come from, I'm okay. Look at the people who come from affluent families, who their families married into other families. Give me an idea of where they're breaking that chain. Give me some examples of they've broken that chain. Today, they've broken it now.
I don't know that many affluent families. I think that they're the minority. I don't think the minority of anything in this country is.
The problem is then if you're saying this guy's dad worked at a mine, worked in a mine, well, his son doesn't have an opportunity to work in a mine. His son is going to do something completely different because the jobs have changed. It's not the same. I think that's what I was asking for the affluent person, because if the regular person is doing something like digging a ditch, Well, that is not a job that is really out there anymore. Now the job is computer programming.
Yeah. Like I think we adopt the ideology. So like for instance, Sherelle, and you could break this down if you want, right? If I'm wrong, I use myself. My father never had an alarm clock. He ain't never been late to nothing ever. He'll come in at 11 o'clock from playing cards and get up at 4 a.m. and go run his construction company, concrete and all that. So I have the same ideology, right? Sleep is overrated, you know? And so what do you think about that? So yeah, I don't do construction, but how my work ethic is very I would liken it to be almost as good as his.
How long have you streamed today?
Damn. 10, 12 hours?
I'm with him like that. I used to hate the fact that my mom and my grandma always believed like you got to work. And I thought that was stupid. Here I am and I realize I am the exact same way. But do I do what she does? No. Do I handle the business? And that's what he's pointing out. The jobs might differ, but the way the approach is, that's the thing that stuck. So you say these kids are being rebellious. Hamp, didn't kind of thought we were rebelling and ended up doing the same thing?
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. When I have kids, I'm never going to say that to them. Then we found ourselves saying exactly what was said to us.
It'd be scary. I'm like, I can't let him hear this shit. You know?
I don't know. Maybe because my parents are old and our generation is too gapped out.
How's your dad?
But I don't think any of my siblings. My dad is 75.
Okay, my dad is 65, I think. 64.
But I'm 20.
Yeah. That okay. Yeah.
You're 20.
No, I'm 29. 29.
Oh,
yeah. Touche on that.
My dad is 45 years older than me. Both of my parents are boomers. And I'm almost the last millennial.
Oh, your mom is an older mom too.
Yeah, my mom is a boomer too.
How old was
my
she?
My mom had me at 31.
No, that's not old. That's
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you was like Nancy Grace had him at 44.
Yeah, your father's like an older boomer too, Sherelle.
Your daddy was a player, wasn't he?
Right.
That's my thing. My dad has only 3 sons. It's 11 daughters. It's 3 sons. What? My dad has 12 baby mamas.
Oh my God.
My brothers all married the girl they went to middle school prom with. And housewived all those women and have all of their children by the same woman. My dad is never on time. My brother is an executive chef at Root Chris, and Ramsey ain't got nothing on him. Okay.
Well, you know why they did that?
That man run that kitchen like he's sharp with everything.
Gordon don't got nothing on him?
Like nothing. My brother.
You must never watch Kitchen Nightmares, man.
Man, my brother. Bruh, my brother one of them ones. When Root Chris needs somebody to shape up, he have to fly from New Orleans, move somewhere else, and go get their kitchen straight.
Well, you know why he did that though, right? The idea of if you're missing something, because it's the way I'm really close to my daughter, because my father wasn't there at all.
Oh, but my daddy raised us all.
No, I'm saying he wasn't there, and that was one of the things I wanted to do. You said that your father had all these kids in different places. It probably affected him some way, your brother. And he wanted to not have that happen to his kids.
Yeah.
A lot of times we can teach through pain.
Yeah.
Pain teaches people.
Yeah.
Pavlov's dog. Pain teaches you just as much. As a matter of fact, pain will teach you more than pleasure will.
Yeah.
Pain teaches you more than pleasure will.
Hell yeah.
Pain is definitely a great teacher. Most lessons are learned through pain. So what you're saying is, I'm saying people change the trajectory when it comes from a negative situation, and that's more common, is what you're saying, when it's a negative situation. But when it's a positive situation,
but have you noticed a lot of men who are abusive? Guess what kind of households they came from?
Abusive households.
Abusive ones. You know, that's why I said pain can teach you. And the reason I say that is because the person who's been abused, they know it's wrong. They think it's wrong. And when they grow up, but you know what they learn by watching abuse? How to abuse. They didn't learn how not to abuse. They learned how to do it.
Yeah, J. Cole said it's funny how boys from abusive households grow up knocking their girlfriends out cold. Yeah. And the girls who grow up in abusive households usually get abused too. If they saw their mama get beat, they'll be beat.
is the worst thing you can do is give a person who was oppressed power, because they'll become a bigger tyrant than the person who was oppressing them.
That revenge is nothing nice, huh?
It is, because that's what they learn. Yeah, no matter how nice they want it to be. See, nice to a person who's been abused, nice is an idea. You know what's not, you know what's practical though? Abuse. That's something they saw, that's something they know how to repeat, they know how to implement it. Nice is in their head.
And they're entitled to it, right? Because they had to endure it, and now it's their turn. And so it's only fair that they get to do this.
You know, I used to think that women didn't want equality, women wanted revenge. I kind of still feel that way, you know?
It's like black folks. Black folks don't want equality with white folks. They want revenge.
They want slaves.
Yes, white people want to own. We want to own some white slaves.
I'm gonna get flown.
Come at me.
I want to whoop a white man and sleep with his wife and make him watch.
Not
That's
yet.
what I want to do.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
DJ Ham said not yet. It's coming down.
It's coming down.
It will make you watch. I want to call you boy.
But nah, I fuck with Flo. So it's, as opposed to 1,000 lashes, 999. Don't leave, Flo. You know, damn man, that's interesting. But you know, the conversation flowing well. Like it, even though we don't disagree, I think everybody can definitely see what is being said. You know, which is dope. And Sherelle, again, we're not speaking in absolutes, right? Like even when my anecdotal example, my father plays cards, like he gambles, right? So I don't even know how to play blackjack. I don't know how to play none of that shit. Just because I just stayed away from it, just because I saw the potential adverse effects, you know. But it doesn't mean I just dismiss everything, just that part, you know.
But you remember I told you, like my entire life, I've been my goal as a little girl was like, I'm gonna break all my generational curses. Every curse that plagues my family, but that was in me. As a little girl, my spirit is rebellious. Like when I see like trailblazers at my age, they're saying, fuck that shit. That shit had us lost. They breaking free from religion, politics, all this shit that keep us just going. We wondering what the fuck is what the fuck? Yeah. We have these rebellious spirits. Like we're like, man, life is to be lived and enjoyed. And I'm not about to just go walk on no plantation.
Those things serve them better though.
Yeah. Exactly.
Having an employer for your whole life served them better.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think being employed actually serves anybody at all anymore.
My mom thought when I was young that it was my job to go get a job somewhere. I remember she said, you need to get a job at, it was this plant, GM plant in Doraville. Just to get a job there and stay there for 40 years. But she didn't realize now people can't even stay at jobs for 4 years anymore.
Yeah.
The time that made, like, the whole idea of jumping jobs, she thought that was some lazy shit. That like you're a horrible employee to do
disloyal.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but they don't replace you like that.
Well, yeah, but
they thought that you had to, your job was to work there. Let me tell you another thing happened in sports. A lot of the athletes thought that Kurt Flood was wrong by wanting to become a free agent. They thought that your job was they draft you, you stay there. The players got mad at him for trying to do this. They didn't understand that and he died saying that he was sad that these people didn't even realize that what he did was for them. Yeah. So now they have agency and get to play where they want to. But it was a logical thing to believe these good white people drafted us. We should stay where they took us.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the deal?
It was taboo.
Yep.
It was
we have
taboo.
that. I feel like we have that generation of color outside the lines and break it. Cause I feel like this. We all understand now. If you give people the power to feed you, some motherfuckers will starve you. If you relinquish all of your control to somebody else, they're going to abuse it. I feel like women be 45 years old, working at McDonald's as a manager, and will talk to some 18-year-old kids like they in the White House. Like the littlest power.
But on the other side of it, though, most people don't want to Most people don't want to control their own life. That's why it's easier for them to ask for reparations than kick their ass and take the reparations. You're
They want to
asking
control
someone
other
you believe
people.
is a devil to give you a benevolent gift. When you understand how they got their power was they kicked somebody else's ass, but you don't want to die for it. You can watch several times where people would rather work for someone than start their own business. Because when you work for someone, you expect a check. When you start your own business, someone expects a check from you. That's a different position to be in. Nobody want to be in that damn position.
But that's what it is. Like I always say the majority is not going to do what it takes, but they don't make statues about motherfuckers who play by the rules. Nobody write no history
Remember
books
the
about
character in the Matrix? He saw what it was like to be outside the Matrix. You know what he said? Put me back in. Put me back in. That's how most people are. Put me back in. If the United States came out right now and said, hell yeah, we killed JFK and 9/11 was planned, what we gonna do? Nothing. That's why most of us sit here and pretend we looking up for 9/11 truth theorists. You ain't gonna attack the government at all. We ain't attack black folks, ain't attack them for slavery. We just sit up there and keep talking to them. We ain't went to war with them. Nobody
The NSA is still tracking all our shit.
Yeah, well, nobody wants to do that part, because if you do that part, you can die from it. If you jump out the 10th floor window, you better start flapping your arms. You better hope it works, because if it don't, you're gonna hit the ground and die. Nobody want to do that.
But I heard you say this a long time ago. There'll be rappers and they die for that. There'll be gangbangers, they die for that. Yeah, because they gave all our soldiers some other shit to kill for. It ain't like we ain't got it in us. Our hit is still hitting. We just ain't understanding what to target at.
Yeah.
When you been listening to me? Yes.
I started with you. I just never used to cam up. 2015. I can make you remember me, but I never cammed up because I never wanted to
in the
be
back.
about
I'm gonna bring you on my show. That's all right. Because if somebody quote me like that, see, you put your email or whatever in the back in the private chat. That's all right. Because yes, I talked about that. Like, she just made my night. Because a lot of people didn't get it when I was saying it. It's in you. It's just misdirected. You have that soldier's mentality. Your problem is you want to be a soldier on the street. You don't want to be a soldier for, and I hate it. It's like there are a lot of people who want instant gratification, and that's what that is. A lot of the things that we fought for, it's instant gratification. I talked about it last night on my show. I said there's this thing, and Buddy probably know about it, White Night. White people know about alcohol. I don't know much about it. I know how to drink it, but not making it. There's this thing, and there's this company, and they were making this bourbon, I think it was. And it takes like 100 or 150 fucking years to make it. But the one group started off making it. Now, DJ Hamp, the first guy who made the barrel of that wine or bourbon, what is it that they would never get to do for it before it matures?
Drink it.
Yes. How many niggas you think would create something that they didn't get a chance to enjoy? They're not gonna do it. You create something
because of instant gratification.
It's for your son or your grandson. But what happened was, once the ball got rolling, which is how things work, now every grandson got to drink his grandfather's
once it got started.
Yeah.
But that point, so you, like civil rights activists, you think they knew they wouldn't reap the benefits of their sacrifice?
That Martin Luther King, even his speech, when he said I may not get there with you. It was a thing that was in us at first. You wanted to do something. You would work like a Mexican right now. There are Mexican men who don't know English and go to Home Depot to jump on the back of a truck, knowing that his son and grandson will know English and be a mayor one day. And he does that on purpose.
Yeah.
It's hard to get us though right now. And they did that to us, but it's hard for us to have that same mentality. I'm going to suffer so my son doesn't have to. I'm going to suffer so my grandson. Well, I listened to the DNC tonight, and that shit kept pissing me off, but they kept on saying the same thing. Kamala worked hard. Donald Trump had it given to him. Bitch, that's not an insult that his granddaddy and daddy gave him money. We the only people on earth that insult somebody for preparation.
Yeah, 100%. We do a lot of, and struggle is important, but we glorify it, you know.
I got it out the mud. I didn't have no help. How is that something to brag about?
Like my son,
daughter
like
got
I know.
shit out the mud. A couple of dandelions, but that's it.
Yeah, I think that should be the goal overall. Like my rough house score is like a 9.5. You know what I'm saying? Like I like physically rough as shit, right? Like I don't get hurt and shit. My son, his is probably gonna be a 6. He got 5 daughters. He don't, you know what I mean? Like we got, he got everything. So I'm gonna try to get him to at least a 6. You know what I mean? But that should be his trajectory.
Thank
For all
you.
intents and purposes, but we shame it a little bit, and everybody want to be from around the way now.
Because while they were making fun of Donald Trump's daddy gave him something, fucking Barack Obama's rich as shit. His daddy gave him something. That man that his mom was married to, Barack Obama is one of the richest men in America. A lot of people don't know it. Based upon the fact that man, when he died, gave him the money. Do you think that either of Barack Obama's kids are hurting for money? So why would you make fun of Donald Trump? Because they're not worried about that. They want to keep us down by telling us we need to stay in struggle mode. That's what make us real black, because we struggling.
Yeah.
That's silly.
The crazy thing is, we be really struggling and we don't like that shit. Honey, like, and that's how I be telling y'all got an investment. All them old ass people, please go get some life insurance on them, a couple of policies, because they gonna die.
Shit, my grandmama was before she died. I thought about she wasn't shit. One day somebody died and I noticed she had insurance on all us, all the grandkids. And I said, Grandma, why you got insurance on? She said, cause your mammies ain't did nothing, and I know most of y'all ain't shit. So somebody go married. I said, damn, my grandma. But then I thought about it. She's telling the truth, because half my cousins ended up dying.
I should have, if I'd have been up on this insurance game, baby, we'd be throwing suppers, peppers, macaronis, fried fish, and peas every time somebody died. Please go get some insurance.
That didn't sound like a great meal overall.
First of all, you ain't never had a New Orleans supper, DJ Ham. Don't get me to make it and bring it to your house.
I'm not running to eat no peas and all that.
I'm not hanging with you Northerners.
Yeah, they eat some. They got okra and shit.
Stuff. Yeah. But I tell you one thing that they make that's real good. I used to date a girl in New Orleans. Her name is Zenthipia. Hi, Tippy. She's a good girl. Weirdo. I don't understand shit she says. She got a crazy ass dad. But that bitch will take care of a nigga, boy. They'll kill you if you fuck around, but they'll take care of you. She used to make this thing called boudin balls. Woo! If you ain't never had none.
We be putting them in hot Cheetos now, and if we got a little syringe where we squeeze cheese in it.
Yeah, how do y'all do it? I don't know how she make them.
Why not just get a chopped cheese and call it a day?
Man,
oh my God, man.
Get out of here, Ham. You and your mambo sauce.
You know.
That boudin shit. You know why I haven't had that many? Because majority of it is pork, but they have a lot of it in Houston. And they have like beef ones, chicken ones.
Kind of the same.
Yeah. It's well, it's a lot of people from New Orleans in Houston.
It's better in Louisiana though. Like every time I go to Louisiana, I have to get a box.
I do like the fried dough y'all make though. The fried dough
is cheesesteak. If you ever been in Philadelphia, wait a minute, where you live at, Pam?
I live in Houston.
Okay, if you've been in Philadelphia, like a real Philly cheesesteak don't taste like anything anywhere else you buy in the United States. You go there and get it. And I say you go to Jim's off South Street. That's mine, but everybody else say Jim's off South Street. It's a different beast, and they make it completely different. Then they wrap it up in that damn what is that? What is that?
Hoagie
oil?
The aluminum thing.
Yeah,
you know that thing.
Oil?
You gotta let it
furl.
Oil.
Yeah, you gotta let it sit in it for a minute. Let all that fat go through the bread. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta let it soak in. Now I was just in Philly 2 weeks ago. We went to Jim's.
Y'all went to Jim's?
You gotta go to Jim's. You gotta go to Jim's.
Max's.
Max, I think Granny and them went to Max's.
They went to Delisandro's.
Delisandro's good.
Delisandro's was closed when I went.
Ishkabibbles still good too, but Omar, he ain't fuck with Ishkabibbles. But Jim's, I think, is still top.
Mm-hmm.
Between that and Max's, I'd say. Yeah, we just up there.
Shit and let it sit for a minute. Oh.
And I think people think the bread is soggy. No, it's soaking in. Like you could catch it all. but you can't leave it in that bitch too long. Now you gotta have a right timing. You know what I'm saying?
But it's something just like Memphis. I guess since y'all know Houston and New Orleans, y'all know Memphis. Memphis has this place called Pearl where they do the grilled oysters. They do the barbecue grilled oysters.
We started that, just to let you know. New Orleans started charcoal.
What's that place? Right there by the Poydras. The right there by the
city is it?
Memphis. What the fuck is that place? It's a seafood place. That's what
Dragos?
it is. Dragos.
Dragos.
Yeah, Dragos have them, but they do the Parmesan and
that's called
char grilled oysters.
Char grilled, yeah.
But there's a name for it. I thought I forget.
It's char grilled because it started. Dragos started it, but we put crawfish in it now, spinach, shrimp, everything. And then the niggas who sell it on the street, that shit be fire. Like 2:00 in the morning after you coming from the club.
If I told you I'm an eater, I can tell you the best place to eat in every state and have been there. My daughter made me. We've been probably like 7 states, just to go eat at specific places. That's why I'm fat as shit.
Yeah, I miss eating like some of that seafood shit for sure. Like oysters, I miss that a little bit. But I don't know. But yo, them bugs that y'all eat in New Orleans, forget about it.
The
crawfish.
I tried that shit once. I cut my finger eating one. I said, "Who the fuck gonna sit here and eat this shit?"
You gotta know what you're doing.
You gotta do it as
I mean, it took me 2 hours to eat 10 crawfish. I said, "Fuck this." Fuck this.
Get used to it. You remember what we were
I
saying?
can eat 5 pounds in 30 minutes.
Right.
You can't try to break it like you breaking crab. Like it's different. It's small.
Yeah,
and
just
you don't need to do all that.
You said
squeeze the head, and slide right out. And I hate saying this. You got to suck the head.
I would have said it for you, but
Oh.
Yeah, I sucked the head.
Okay, Lauren.
Lauren, why you have to say it again?
It wasn't clear. I just want to make sure it was clear.
Yeah,
hell, now I gotta tell motherfuckers how to stop eating crawfish.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, crawfish. Yeah, if you have to do that last part,
I could be living in Atlanta saying what I just said out loud. That
oasis, you don't suck it out. You gotta suck it out.
Hit my number. Oh,
they're gonna clip you, Tommy.
All the crawfish juice. Yeah, you gotta get it out the head.
Atlanta just ain't gonna never, huh? Yo.
Nah, and it's not even like that in Atlanta to me. Atlanta is not that.
Shit, I'm over here in Georgia. It is like that.
No.
You're talking about Willis.
Tell them Cali. Tell them Cali. It's not like that.
I be outside and I do not see a whole bunch of gay motherfuckers running around because I do not be in the gay area. Y'all not gonna sit up here and just be talking about Atlanta like that.
I love DC, but that shit gay as hell now. Yeah, like we gotta stop acting like
way gay.
No,
I know how you got.
Too. I know y'all saw that red dress one.
Right, but see, look, I've never lived in DC. Y'all can say it's a whole bunch of gay people in DC. I'm not finna sit up here and say, "Oh, DC is gay as hell." I ain't never lived there. I'm not finna sit there and say that shit. So look, all right, look, y'all tourist motherfuckers, okay?
Yeah, we went everywhere.
Go to the gay areas and then talk about you see all the gay people.
Yo, Cali, stop windmilling. The compound was gay. Like, stop doing this shit. Yo, that shit is gay as hell. Period.
It is. DC is real, and I'm from Atlanta.
DC gay as shit.
You need to say something is gay. There's 2 cities I've seen that's real gay. DC and West Hollywood.
Yeah, you can't.
West Hollywood gay as hell.
I never been out
there.
If you go to DuPont Circle, you gotta skip. They give you a ticket if you don't skip. Oh man, like I gotta stop this shit, bro. We love the cities that we love, but don't mean it's gay. Like it's
gay,
right? But that's the difference, though. Is I ain't never been up there. Y'all can say it. I'll let y'all say it. I'm not finna say that some city is gay like that, and I ain't never been there.
Somebody need to fly you up there, Kelly Bell, just so you can see it. You will be it'll throw you off.
You could fly over that motherfucker and get a jet.
Look, I'm not disputing it, and I'm not confirming it. But if y'all want to sit up here and talk about Atlanta is gay as hell and there's gay people running around everywhere, and then you tell me that you live over there by Piedmont Park, I'm gonna say, well, yeah, motherfucker, you over there where the gay people at?
Hold on, Midtown is pretty gay. Piedmont Park is pretty gay. Matter of fact, Lennox, God, dog, that whole Jesus Christ. I remember I said they need to have a gay man as the mascot on top of Lennox.
Okay, so there's gay areas. It's not.
So what's
like,
not
Right,
gay?
there are gay areas, but you're not
Go to
finna
the
sit up
Everywhere
here.
outside of Atlanta, like
Yeah, you gotta go out of
Decatur? Decatur?
Yeah, you ain't
Decatur is definitely not gay. East Atlanta is not gay.
Gay is not welcome.
No.
They're not gay in Decatur.
It's not even a
Yeah,
little.
no,
Let me
they
tell you.
bisexual indicators.
Let me tell you. All right, look, when this happens,
They're playing tennis by
look,
themselves.
when this happens or whatever like that, and I take y'all out or whatever like that, y'all, I guarantee you're not gonna see no whole bunch of gay people because I don't be over there where they be
Well,
at.
Callie, are you sure I won't see a unicorn flying across the sky with glitter and shit, like in a rainbow? You sure? Because that's what they're making it sound like.
They got unicorns in Atlanta.
Atlanta's gay in the airport.
Hello,
As soon as you land in the airport, them niggas are sweet. Every one of them, if it's a male stewardess, this nigga's sweet as shit. And they not sweet like trying to hide it sweet. They sweet like, yeah, like that kind of shit sweet. They that sweet where you gonna feel uncomfortable. You gonna feel uncomfortable being straight. You gotta play gay just to get out the plane.
Yo, and you know what's ill? They put you in a not a difficult spot, a difficult spot for them. Me and my daughter on the plane, right? She's sick. Daddy, is that a boy? You know, they say everything loud. I'm like, yeah, that's a boy. He go snap his head. Yeah, that's a boy. I ain't messing up her trajectory for you. Fuck out of here.
I was going on the plane. I saw a man. He was the flight attendant. I was like, you like being a flight attendant? And do.
See?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Let me tell y'all what my kids say. Let me tell y'all what my kids say when we go outside of our norm. Why is there so many white people over here? That's what my kids say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kids is out of line.
Atlanta got a lot of black people. Oh, it's so black in Atlanta.
Yo,
Yo,
you know during COVID, right? For 3 months, I went 3 months without seeing a white person in DC. 3 months straight. I'm not exact.
DC,
Grocery
they say
store,
black
everything.
too.
Huh?
DC a black ass place too.
Now, yes, it's Chocolate
yeah,
City.
yeah.
Chocolate City. DC's black. Surprisingly, like people think about Chicago as being black, but Chicago is one of the most beautiful cities in the United States. Beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
But it actually isn't like black like you think about it. It's just everything in Chicago's red line. To find blacks, you got to go to a certain space,
certain area.
Yeah, so it's a different animal. But yeah, DC and Atlanta, it's one of the most beautiful places where you can see like blacks. Like you go around the DC area in PG County, them niggas is doing well.
Yeah.
You come down here in Atlanta, we got a place called Black Hollywood. Over around in Union City area, these niggas is living well.
Yeah. Houston has a good pot of people too.
Black, and you really want to feel like, hey, we can make it and keep our own areas. DC and Atlanta, they really have see brothers doing well. Like you can get a job from a brother, get a loan from a brother. Like you can get everything done with black.
Mm-hmm.
It's the black
Over
mecca.
there, Camp Creek too.
I think
Camp Creek.
My ex used to live in Camp Creek. New Orleans is pretty bad, but we're too small.
Yeah, it's
we don't need
different.
no more. Yeah,
DC also helps like with the government. They pay so well, almost too much in my opinion. But you know, you can get those type of jobs, and like you said, PG County is back to number one, being the most affluent in terms of money. Just for black people. So, no, 100%. Like the neighborhoods, $1 million, $1 million and $5 houses and up. The whole neighborhood is black. Just DJing, like weddings.
At my house, they was like, "You have a nice house." I said, "Oh, it ain't just me." So I showed them. I drove down the street and I said, look at all these niggas in these houses, and it would be like black people on the yard waving.
100%.
I said, my whole neighborhood, you live with them white people. I said, no, I don't. These are black folks.
Yeah, you know what it is. Yeah, you move around rich people, and then when you move in these areas, they black. You know, Tommy, I probably did last year. I did 3 weddings, upwards of these 3 particularly, 60 grand black. You know what I mean? Like just it when you come from to that point, when you come from a place like a Chicago, you don't see it, but you see the black people you see.
Yes.
You know? And you think that that's the norm. You know, when you come to a DC, you like, oh shit. You know, like own the clubs, own the bars, own the McDonald's. You know, like all of it. You know,
a black man owned all the McDonald's in New Orleans. His name Chris Bardell. And he owned every McDonald's in New Orleans is owned by a black man, Mr. Chris. Yeah, we have black mayors, even though they be stealing. Free my mayors. Yeah. Free Ray, you know what I'm saying? Free Mark, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you know they all be stealing. It ain't just a black thing. Like
we got black DAs, we got black judges, we got black lawyers. Everybody, we'll talk to
DC too. Like that. Everybody black. You know?
But I tell you what Louisiana got. That's what I loved about Louisiana. Y'all got the realest white folks in history. Them white people talk like niggas.
They got the accent. That's the Chinese.
Really?
White people, everybody.
And I thought it was I thought it was an old black lady talking. It was a fucking white lady.
They have the accent?
Even the white boys. Have you ever seen the white New Orleans boys?
That's different.
The accent down. Yes. They across that water.
They'll call you baby in a minute. I said,
that's different.
Especially at the gas stations. At the gas stations, you get that stuffed potato.
Because they always trying to sell you something.
Yeah, they usually
the
just be country.
I got these glow sticks. You hear me? What you looking for, baby? They got everything.
Really? I gotta go listen for that.
They are not uncomfortable around you at all.
They friendly. They just like us because New Orleans is like a very hospital. Like, hey, how you doing? How your mom and them? They gonna you a sweater guard. New Orleans people know you. They gonna have a conversation.
And they all kind of mixed up too. They got all the Creoles and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
I can see that. That makes more sense.
Family members, that's some niggas anyway.
Yeah, because
that's why I hate that rhetoric though. Because that's why I hate that rhetoric. And they be like, when I be like, yeah, I stay in an all black neighborhood or whatever like that. And they be like, oh, you stay in the hood? No, the fuck I don't. No, I don't. It just because you live in an all black neighborhood don't mean it gotta be run down and you don't see old ladies, you know what I'm saying, or ladies walking around the neighborhood and all that kind of stuff, walking their dogs or doing their exercise and all that kind of stuff like that. Don't do me that.
That's like Gentilly in the East and Eastover is our like suburbia for like affluent black people. And I would always say, so I'm like a downtown girl, like don't let me bring you down. You go uptown, you're gonna see them houses on St. Charles, that's white people. When you come downtown, you come to Gentilly, that's black people. That's where Granville from, Gentilly. So like that's the affluent black people. This is where your dentist at. My dentist is a black man. Listen, my dentist is a black man. My PCP is a black. Their whole office black. It's just very black. Okay.
You know, it's another place like that people don't give any credit to because you know you make fun of Alabama, but Birmingham got a lot of well-to-do black folks there too.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking for a place to like maybe like get like buy a house like to make it an Airbnb. I'm looking for something obscure, not obscure, but something that's up and coming.
I know it's got to have a condo there. But I have a condo that I rent out there in Alabama and allowed. It's not that big, but it's the tallest building there. It used to be a bank building. But there's a lot of niggas that make a lot of money. It was strange. I didn't know like they have, especially where you around UAB, all those black professionals.
Really, man, it's cheap too, right?
Exactly. Actually, I learned from them. Birmingham was supposed to be Atlanta. They offered Birmingham the same contract to get the airport and everything there first, but they turned it down because of the rich blacks and the rich whites didn't want the traffic from the outsiders coming in because they didn't want Birmingham to turn into what Atlanta. Yeah. It's old money there. Like all them niggas is passing down money, passing down land, and they didn't want. If you look at Atlanta, it's a lot of nouveau rich here. It's a lot of that ain't from here. They come here. And it's not a bad thing, but it's you see how our airport became now. It's the largest airport in the world.
Yeah,
like Traffic here in Atlanta is straight, but you know about traffic because Houston got some fucked up traffic.
Yeah, DC traffic is the worst. No,
and then our traffic is a different beast. It's really horrible, but DC got some shitty traffic.
DC is the worst traffic, man, because you have to go
LA
over a
has
bridge. Like you can't go. Now the metro is great, but the traffic is 3 miles, 30 minutes. That's what you should look at. 3 miles, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I remember trying to get down to the mall. That was the worst decision in my life. Like you said, the metro. I tried to drive it. I didn't know. Worst decision of my life.
Especially if you went through like the flower. What's the when the flowers bloom? What's it called? You know the
I know what you're talking about. Out there with Lincoln Memorial at when them damn things grow out, right?
Yeah, the cherry blossoms.
Yeah, cherry blossom.
You can't drive nowhere. Like
I mean, I told you I drove down there.
Yeah.
Then when I finally got there, guess what I couldn't find?
Parking.
Parking.
Of course. And don't let the president go nowhere. The whole half the city shut down.
I was driving in Atlanta
Crazy,
and we're all
man.
going this way, and the guy sees his exit, don't want to miss it, and drove across the highway.
Atlanta still our road system is right. Look, the one thing that New York and everybody else has, they have the roads right. They have the grid system. Well, here in Atlanta, we're half and half. So we still got streets where a motherfucker can just turn around on them. So it was a lot of people, like they'll end up going down. I've seen it several times. You get ready to get off an exit, it's a nigga coming down the exit because he didn't know that you can't go that way.
Yeah.
Our roads is ugly. We get better, but
I hate New York. I hate everything about New York. I think they need to tear New York down and put them niggas in Wyoming for a little while.
All you gotta do is just don't get a car. I know I used to laugh at motherfuckers. I was like, how you 30 years old ain't never had no driver's license?
Yeah.
They streets are stupid. I was a truck driver, so y'all know.
I think New York, Philadelphia, all up there, you don't have no reason for them to have no driver's license.
Then y'all be having them big ass buildings. Y'all be having 65 floors, no air conditioned units. Y'all ain't got no fucking central air and heat. Philadelphia City Hall don't have central air.
Yo, it's old. It's old up north.
Old buildings.
Yeah, up north is old, and you know, like we judge y'all.
Y'all got window units.
Y'all electricity.
Y'all judging us.
Yeah, y'all grit. Well, because out here the power go off every 36 minutes. The fucking electrical grid is trash. You can't figure out how to not let the city flood. Like, this shit here. You call, they say shit like, I don't know. What the fuck you don't know? Center Point. Like, yo, this shit.
We was out of power. We was out of power for 5 days.
We was out of power for 7 days, and then the clubs down here look like Marshalls.
They didn't left.
I don't need no
left. I was looking for Jenna trying to see if her house had lights. She had didn't left. She went out. I was like, hemp got lights. He got a generator.
I had a generator. That shit, man. Fuck that generator, man.
Oh, y'all be staying. I don't.
That was my first hurricane.
It's gonna take a category 3
to evacuate. I don't care if it's a category 1. I'm not taking that chance. I'd rather.
And then you go to the club down here. They talking about $10, $20 to get in. I said, what the fuck is happening?
Oh, well, then you don't want to come to Atlanta then.
Is that cheap?
That's cheap. That's cheap. But just in DC, you just go. Like, it's just a party. Like,
yeah, New Orleans clubs is free.
Yeah. Like the strip. The
Unless
strip.
it's a holiday or something.
Yeah. Like the strip. Like, you know, like
clubs was in Buckhead, and then Ray Lewis then went down there and killed a nigga, and they shut that down. And then nothing free.
Bro, it's 3 niggas.
So
Wait,
nothing.
so I've been in Atlanta twice, and I went to like specific clubs. So the Compound's a big club. Those I expect. But is it like, I'm talking about like the strip? Is there like a strip of clubs, like 100 bars or something like that?
That's why I said the only thing they have.
Not no more.
They stopped that.
That's what you're saying. Somebody got.
They cut that out, and then Buckhead is trying to make it to not be a part of Atlanta anymore because the crime got so bad in Atlanta. They're trying to annex from Atlanta so they can have their own police and stuff like that. To an area, and they were saying they're driving the property values down by being associated with Atlanta.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like, you ever been to U Street in DC? Heard of U Street? So No
It's
cap.
a bunch of clubs though, right?
Yeah, like no exaggeration. At least 100, like bars, clubs, and you just walk in and out. You know, you show your ID and etc. And it could be popping 3 floors and all that, but it just they don't be stopping you about $10 or $20, generally speaking. You know,
It's right down there by the Chinatown area, isn't it? Because they was telling me about it when I was down there.
it would be. You can take a road to get to you. It'll take you maybe 10 minutes though. Ben's Chili Bowl is more popular. If you heard of that, Ben's Chili Bowl is on YouTube. Yeah, so it's fun. It's cool. It's just different. Like even DJing out here is so unsophisticated. Like they don't have turntables, so I gotta bring like my controller every time. In DC, every club got turntables because then you got DJs coming in and out. You gotta keep packing up, turning off the music, but they just be like, "Oh, just let it go off for 5 minutes." That's a lifetime in the middle of a club. So just little different things, right? And maybe I'm being bougie too, so that's fair.
No, it's your job, and when you're dealing with like your job, it's like what Sherelle was talking about, like with her brother. Probably he knows certain things about chefs and kitchens, and he'll probably get who's got the best kitchens.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. I went to one club, Tommy. I'm like, oh, DJ, there's no monitor, so we use a monitor to hear ourselves because there's so many people. Like, oh, we took the monitor out because it's too loud. Too loud for who? What the fuck you talking about? I can't hear myself. I can't DJ. You know what I mean? Like that don't even make sense. Like, yeah, but yeah, you just get used to a thing, But Cali, we're sorry. Atlanta isn't gay. It's just gay.
It has gay areas.
You just gotta make sure you stay out of them because you can accidentally walk into them and just be like, "Whoa!" They come out of nowhere. Grace will tell you take the wrong left.
Yeah, you find yourself in Rainbow City.
Yes.
See, Cali, something ain't right. I'm coming up there.
I mean, that's just like LA. You turn down the wrong street.
Cali, the first day my son.
San Francisco is where.
Yeah.
LA is over there. That's what I'm saying. That's West Hollywood. I used to stay in LA. I stayed right there off 7th and Wilshire at the Roosevelt. I stayed right there. Used to go down and go to the Volcano right at the corner. You ever been to a place to want to get some good Chinese food? Go to a place called Volcano. It's a few of them. They're really good. But you go down the street to the left a little bit. Was it 5 blocks? It was the Skid Row. Now that would shock you because you'd be like, I'm in LA. What the fuck is this? It's a lot of niggas on the street just sleep and it'd be blocked for that shit. But I don't think you really, if you don't go to West Hollywood, you don't really run into the gays like that though, do you?
We don't know. Oh, Cali from out there, but she ain't been out there in a month of Sundays.
Last time I was out that way was in 2018.
And LA don't change. Like it really doesn't. When I lived out there, it was what was that, 2014? Because that's when Tyreek Nasheed them had came to my house. And I stayed in the Hollywood Hills at that point. But it's still the same shops, same. They still got was that the Loving Hut? They don't have any out here in Georgia, but I love that Loving Hut. It's all like vegan food, but it actually tastes like real food.
I know you're good.
I just like Atlanta wings. That's the only thing I think y'all do right. Them wings, no matter where, gas station, nowhere, everywhere.
What kind of wings? You like sauce? You mean sauced wings?
Yeah, like honey garlic wings.
Oh, because I was about to say you want to get some wings now. Harold's. They done brought one on here. They done brought one to Atlanta, boy. Because it's a Chicago place, Harold's Chicken. They done brought one to Atlanta.
I made Harold's in Chicago. I stopped in the middle of Memphis for it. I didn't have it in St. Louis. I didn't have it in Houston. The formula is the formula. The fucking
whatever it is.
Just good. No matter where you eat that shit is just good. Oh,
wait. Are you the same person that said crawfish was good?
I gave up meat, bro. I'm vegan now. I've been vegan for 2 months.
You gave up meat?
Yeah, I'm dying over here. Oh my God.
Why you did that? Why?
For spiritual reasons.
But you did go to American Deli though, right? If I remember correctly.
American Deli. Y'all know I did my show on who had the best wings in Atlanta. So yeah, American Deli is my number 2 because they consistent overall. Cheeky wanted me to go back to Summit because that's his favorite, but they made me sick. Whatever.
Do they have JJ's in New Orleans?
Huh?
Do they have a JJ's in New Orleans?
We don't have a JJ's in New Orleans, but they got. I tried JJ's in Atlanta.
And I don't even like fish, and it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
That's what they do, fish.
They put the little cracks. I went to the little place that do the crack wings too. I don't even know what that white shit was. Might have been crack.
I think I know what you're talking about. They put that white stuff.
This shit be good as hell.
But I don't mess with it.
Hip Hop Chicken got that in DC.
They said Sherelle gave up all forms of meat.
Yeah, I can't be no vegan, boy. Fuck that, man. Hey, sorry. Nobody ain't let you talk, man. We about to get out of here. You got any final thoughts?
I just put a comment backstage, said I'm bouncing out of here. Thanks for having me up again, and nice meeting the rest of the panel.
You become my favorite white person, Flo. And you know
I
I'm a
subbed
little
up to you
racist,
today,
but yeah, thank you. I'm a little racist, but I'm really working on it. I got this much racism left in me.
I can work with that much.
Okay.
I thought Granville was your favorite. Well, never mind.
He Mexican.
Oh, he Mexican.
I can't do
it. Damn, man, that food conversation was interesting. I looked up, it's 2:00. I'm like, God, I gotta get up in 4 hours, man.
Food be too good, too seasoned. The time start flying. You start thinking about eating, boy.
Hell yeah, and then Cali windmilling about how gay Atlanta is not as funny. For sure. Coming up there,
you don't want to put that what do you call it, that scarlet letter on us. So I understand. I do it because I'm from here, so I can do it. You can't say nothing from me. I can say what I want to about my city, but I feel that she's saying
that's
You're not from Atlanta. You can say what you want to say about your city.
Atlanta is my city in law. Okay, my husband is from here.
So, but he can say it. He can say things like this. He can tell you what the spots are. He'll tell you. But we don't
know where the spots is at, but yeah.
Like we always tell people, we don't get bothered that people think what they think. They come and they get to know us. I guess most Southerners are like that. We know y'all have y'all thoughts before y'all come to us. Y'all think we slow. Y'all think we're not intelligent. And we understand. It doesn't bother us.
Yeah, that is what we think for the majority of the time.
Right, but he'll say the same thing that I'm saying right now. Hey, just stay out the gay areas. I don't be seeing no gay folks like that.
It sound like a windmill. Any final thoughts, Kelly?
My final thought is Atlanta's not gay. But no, it was cool. I had fun, enjoyed the combo and everything. I think we were able to have a healthy conversation. It was difficult at times, but it was still cool or whatever like that. And hey, looking forward to part 2.
Yes, ma'am. 100%, man. I appreciate you. Embrace the grace. Any final thoughts?
Just want to say thank you for having me. It was a good conversation. Like Callie said, there was some rough patches, but we got through it. Sherelle, it's a pleasure meeting you. I was watching you earlier today, and I got to meet you. Tommy, I've been following you. Just the fact that I'm here with you, it's an honor. And Hamp, thank you for hitting me up and asking me to come on the show. I appreciate it.
No problem. Good work as always, man. One thing you're gonna do is talk. You don't give a damn if you contradict, say some whatever. You gonna talk, goddamn it. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm from New York. We're gonna say what's on our mind. Yeah. Say what we mean and mean what we say.
And if I need somebody whacked, I'll give you a call.
Absolutely. I got you. I call one number, 5 people pick up the phone.
That's what's up, man. Good shit, man. For sure. Yeah, that's interesting. I appreciate you sharing. Because a lot of people often take a step back when they start getting a little bit not that I got personal, but it was personal information. But you leaned into it, and I think we did it tastefully. But you definitely gave us enough information for us to understand your story. So that's good shit.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. 100%. Tommy, any final thoughts?
Hey, look, just if you're flying into Hartsville Airport, as soon as you step off the plane, shrink up your sphincter. Just keep an eye on it. I'm just saying, because somebody's keeping an eye on yours, so you better keep your eye on your own. I ain't gay. I'm just saying, don't. If you drop your keys, kick them to your car. Kick them to your car.
That's crazy.
I'm just saying. I needed something to do. I was up trying to figure out if I should do something productive and clean up in my house, or if I should get on here and talk to some random black people. And I thought I'd rather talk to random black people because I don't feel like cleaning up this house.
Yeah. it always be like that. It'd be anything else better to do than clean
Right.
up. Damn
Any
sure.
excuse.
Any excuse. I said, fuck this. I'm not doing that.
Oh yeah. No, it was a good conversation, man. And I think when people detach the verbiage from the message, from the messenger, but also consider it all, the conversation can be had, you know?
Yep.
Because people have a lot of different ways they speak and talk, you know, but people get so triggered because what they don't like. But the information, you either attack the info or accept the info, you know. So I think it was good overall, man. Sherelle didn't even do her damn final thought. She probably tired because her and I streamed today for like 6 hours. So you know how it be.
Yeah,
damn, man.
You saw me jumping out, drinking all this stuff. I gotta pee. I've been up here all day.
Word. Yeah, man.
You gotta keep doing like this. I'm not doing it because it's funny. I'm doing it because every time I laugh, I'm like, oh, it almost a little bit came out. I gotta go.
You see, I disappeared for like 10 minutes.
Okay, I gotta go.
Yeah. Sherelle, any final thoughts? And I'm gonna read these super chats and get up out of here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, thank y'all for entertaining an old retired woman and giving me some place to be. Okay.
Indeed. Yeah, man. Awesome conversation today. You know, and I think having an adaptation of that style of don't play your cards, you know, as Sherelle was articulating it, you know, I think don't tell people how you feel by your facial expressions and body language. Let them say it. And if there's something to dismantle that shit. You know, fucking mantle it. But don't show them your hand. Don't telegraph your punches. And I think that's key, 100%. Let me read these and we get up out of here. Y'all look nice zoomed in. I look a little better than y'all, but y'all look decent zoomed in, man. You know. Here for the tea with the $5 is via Homeboy Blaze. We need a show where men speak on not having their fathers in their lives. Yeah, you know, I'd be thinking. So hopefully we can make that happen like tomorrow. Well, the talk with the $2 says the compromise should never jeopardize the morals. That's when we were having that conversation. Romello with the $2 says, is everyone Earth a kid? MC Heavy Tits with the $5 says, I think he's saying that men give what women want, but women don't care what men want, and what they want is not expensive. Yeah, I think that was overarching. I think she picked it up well. Ebony with the $5 says, Black America, do you have basketball shorts on, church socks, and slides? The chat wants to know. Yes, Black America 100% had that on. Black America a jail nigga, so you know he had that on. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says, Sherelle talking about opting out of marriage, but why don't they opt out of being a baby mama? We can answer that. You want to answer this now?
It's just opt out of that shit too. Keep opting.
Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says, be easy on Embrace. She good people. Now she did good. She did good. Aaron with the $2 says, they say congrats before they say who the father. Mr. Grant, what's up? Mr. Grant with the 5 Canadian says, in the 70s and 80s, sex was an equal exchange. It started to change in the 90s. What Sherelle is saying is right on point. MC Heavy Tits with the $2. My face is a strong... be wildin'. Striking it rich. What up though with the £2 says LOL. Tommy is always box office as per usual. Mr. Grant with the 5 Canadian says arranged marriage divorce rate 4%. When marriage is our choice, there is a 50% divorce rate. We pick wrong half of the time. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says Sherelle keeping it way too real. Women will throw away a loving, caring, romantic, providing, and protecting husband because he hit a chick he don't like. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says most men are as faithful as their options. MC Heavy Tits with the $5 says Tommy, I love you, but the same OkCupid study that showed black women were least desired, it showed that black women found black men the most attractive. So you got to take all parts of this study, right? Lauren, once again, with the 20 bosses. Great show, ladies. Love y'all. Tommy and the guys, thank you for your perspective. Oh, and Hint. That's crazy, man.
Can't forget him.
Y'all ain't shit, man. I appreciate what, Callie?
Nothing. I was just laughing. I can't giggle.
A little bit. You know what I mean? When you DJing tomorrow? What's the schedule?
I think I got the AM shift. It's, West Coast Riding, I believe it is.
West Coast Riding?
West Coast.
I haven't seen any East
9
Coast
to
in there.
12. East Coast is,
Frank-
let me look at
Frank
my
White?
schedule. East Coast is gonna be Thursday morning
Who doing
from
it?
9 to 12. Frank is.
Okay. Yeah, we talking about the Discord in the music room. It'd be cool. And surprisingly, I like click on it just to like go in there, and I find myself just leaving it on. You know, like during the workout, I just leave it on because it's
I'd be
better.
the only person in the music room sometimes. Like what?
Yo, that shit is cool, man. I don't know. That shit is dope as hell. Once you navigate it and get the Discord running, like the book club is on Thursday, I think evening, right? To discuss the first 3 chapters.
I wasn't going to join, but then they told me the book in there for free. Venus told me the book is in there for free. I was like,
Yeah,
okay. I wasn't going to buy it.
You got 2 days to read the first 3 chapters. Josh put it in there. He found the PDF and put it in. But I got it though, just to at least patronize the lady.
I'm a speed reader anyway. I got y'all. 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days, 3
Got a lot of
chapters.
homework.
Gotta
This
have them
not-
put it on the event calendar. The schedule for the music room is on the event calendar too.
Okay. Yeah, we try to make it easy, right? Because a nigga will find a way not to read the book. But if it's on the PDF, it's like, yo, it's right here. It's right here. You have no excuses. So that should be cool, man, for sure. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. Everybody in the chat. Salute to the 224 people still in the building. Y'all go get some rest. We will see y'all tomorrow evening for sure. Join the Discord. The conversation literally starts at 6:30 a.m. So you won't be bored. I promise you. Close your rings. Do your workouts. Let's fix every fucking thing. Not just keep talking. All on November 2nd, gonna be lit that whole weekend. If you can get out there, get out there. We're gonna keep grinding, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and we out.
So the cats who run in their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now.
It just can't be